How's it going, everyone? And welcome to Disaster. And once every 2 years, where for some godforsaken reason, at least a few of you listen to us talk for as long as we can for Rantathon 2023 of No Excuses with your favorite show hosts, Art Still,
Fenarian,
and Vorsal, and we're all here to bring you this year's iteration of Rantathon, although we are all now old people, so the energy levels are not what they used to be, and Ari at least has been sick this week. My lungs have been playing up this week. Fern. Whatever you want to take from that. But we're going to do our best anyway to continue on the tradition. Perhaps not 14 hours worth of tradition, but the tradition nevertheless.
Yes, we will definitely be going longer than a normal showtime. How much longer? Depends on how long my throat can last.
Yeah, but like we said, energy is just not what it used to be. Like, 14 hours was our longest, wasn't it? But
yeah, I think that was our record.
But that was back when we didn't have so many obnoxious responsibilities.
We didn't have to adult.
Yeah. So, I apologize if my sound quality fluctuates. I have the Chloroseptic here, energy drinks for caffeine, and will do my best to keep my throat alive for the whole thing. But if it starts cutting out on you and you hear random coughing, there's not a whole lot I can do about that.
Yeah. So, we have a good amount of stuff to go through this Rantathon. We've got the Game Awards to talk about, which is a dumpster fire, as it usually is.
Yeah.
Though admittedly, wasn't as much high.
Yeah, not as much high energy dumpster fire garbage. It's just stuff. I'm afraid this year our complaining when we get to the Game Awards is going to be mostly the same rote complaints we've had for the last several years about everything in the industry.
Where's your gameplay?
Yeah,
it's like this year was last year, but more so.
I guess.
And that applies to an awful lot, to be honest.
Yeah. It's like, it's just a thing.
Well, I suppose the only thing we can say about this year is that at least after this year is over, Coof will be less of an excuse for everything.
Yeah, that window's closing.
They'll have had a full 2 to 3 year cycle now without Coof as an excuse. They can't keep blaming this was our Coof game and this is why it was broken.
Yeah.
We're not finished. Or something else. Some other excuse for something else.
What excuse is Silksong going to use?
At this point, I am assuming the game is vaporware and will be happily surprised if it's not.
Yeah. Anyway.
Anytime Ferns was more like, oh, I hope it's Silksong during the Game Awards than I was, because I just didn't expect it at all. I'm like, no, the game is dead.
I was just playing on the meme.
So
Yeah, the Game Awards chat, by the way, as cancer as it was also doing it. Like every other game they announced was like Silksong.
I've seen. The only thing I saw about the chat has been this picture that has been going around online an awful lot. Like it's appeared several times in my feed this morning on Twitter. Just somebody drawing a giant ASCII penis on the live screen. Like it was alarmingly detailed as well.
I mean, kudos for the effort, I guess.
that
I mean,
sounds like,
it's sort of like, well, you're sort of signaling how we all feel about the show, I guess.
You're pretty much putting it right on screen, yes.
yeah. Very few people are watching the Game Awards and treating it like a legitimate awards show. 99% of the people that actually play video games that are watching that thing think Jeff Keighley's a tool and are just here to make fun of stuff.
Yeah.
And maybe see the occasional announcement that may interest them.
No, more likely they're just trying to win a Steam Deck.
Mostly they're trying to
That
win a
too.
Steam Deck. But we couldn't because Vol and I live in the Southern Hemisphere and you can't enter the competitions, which is probably just as well because they do farm an awful information from those.
Well, to be fair, a large portion of the world thinks Australia isn't real, and they've never even heard of New Zealand.
Yeah, like that island over there, maybe.
But there are quite a number of people, and I've sort of like run into some, I think that New Zealand isn't a place that they've ever heard of, but they actually think of it as Middle Earth. Oh, well, there's this place called Middle Earth at the bottom of the world where they made the Lord of the Rings movies.
That would be possibly more interesting than the truth. Anyway,
Well, I mean, they made The Last Samurai here as well, but nobody cared about that.
that is also true. Okay, how do I get out of this thing?
I gotta put it away.
You gotta kick us out.
Or we gotta be on the ground for y'all to get off manually.
Ah.
I don't think you can disembark in the air. Right.
What if you
so
didn't end it all?
you still wouldn't die because fall damage is not a thing when you're out of combat. You stop at 1 HP.
You just need to land on a monster.
The fall wouldn't kill you, but the monster would right after.
The monster would.
Maybe there's a monster that can engage you in combat while you're still in midair.
Maybe the server takes line up just perfect and you're falling in its cone that it ticks right before you hit the ground.
Shenanigans.
So we're doing Heaven on High to start the show because it's familiar content, easy, and then we'll move on to some more experimental stuff and new stuff.
Yes, and
Getting
also,
more new and untried as we go through the night.
and also getting exasperated at Jeff Keighley's pomp.
Yep. So, before we jump into too much, we do have an email. I'll go ahead and throw us in Heaven on High at floor 21, and we can start there, and we'll start with the email this week.
Well, granted, it's an
Yes.
email from last week, but we're bad
So
at
the email
this.
from last week. Yeah, in fact, we are so bad at this that we have decided that we're going to read it first to ensure that we don't miss it this time, because we are certainly going to get distracted, probably repeatedly. So you guys can run around doing whatever, and I will read this email.
Alrighty.
Dear No Excuses. Sorry for the lack of emails lately. Well, sorry for the lack of reading them lately. There haven't been much to write home about. But everything changed when someone from the union at the factory embezzled around $1 million worth of forints, which is Hungarian funny money. I guess it's not funny to them. I think it's a funny word. Yeah, you don't hear it that often, do you? The entire leadership of the union resigned. We are left without proper representation, so management is ramming through everything they wanted to all these years, but was stopped by the union.
Union
First thing to
embezzlement
go
and
are the
corruption? No.
First thing to go are the 12-hour shifts, which pretty much everyone liked working on the factory floor. Having to wake up only 2 to 3 times a week at 4 a.m. sure beats having to do so 5 to 6 times. So yeah, that's about Serathis' week. Figured I'd add a bit to the whole how work was in this weird over-the-internet's parasocial relationship. Anyway, other than that, there haven't been much else. I have come across a few rather interesting map sets for Doom. Siplis had the second episode released, so I got more boom shoots to shoot, and things are proceeding apace in Genshin Impact, and I'm being killed in this Heaven on High. I'm gonna die because you guys
What?
didn't keep me safe.
It's okay. It's
Why?
okay.
Why are you so bad? Why are you so bad?
It's okay. We got here in time.
Good grief. Where was I? Things are proceeding apace in Genshin Impact. I have finished Fantasy Japan with a suitable anime boss fight where you knock some sense into the local goddess with the power of hopes and dreams, TM, went into a really big and dark cave and promptly got done with the part of the game that's all fun and bright. The next bit, Sumeru, is where things are not so fun as they seem. Cerberus bits come in. I am, however, still mucking about in Inazuma and its multiple cursed islands and hidden quest lines. I need to actually turn my monitor a bit so I can see this at the angle. As for actually playing Genshin, I can't find much fault with monetization. If you cough up the $9.99 every 45-ish days, your power curve is relatively stable with what the game expects. You won't be ruffle-stomping enemies, and you might have to decrease the world level every now and then, but it's manageable. Staying free-to-play is a bit more constrained, but as long as you have a good plan on what characters to focus on, you can get by. You also have 3 years worth of content to catch up to. Unfortunately, there is no event archive like in Star Rail. Current event is write a fairy tale for an autistic child. But there are a lot of places to explore, a lot of chests to open, and a lot of free primogems to use for roles. Meanwhile, Star Rail had its third consecutive content patch that didn't bring the story forward. Chapter 2 Epilogue was literally a funeral, and then you had to deal with debt collectors. I couldn't help but feel a tinge of allusion to the whole 100-year bonds China sold to build their railways, but didn't pay in the end.
Come walk over.
It was, however, accompanied by Pokemon.
Wait, what?
Okay. Trying to navigate without looking at the screen. Where was I? Capture the enemy creatures you have been fighting. Use them to defeat trainers and duels to get badges, and finally defeat the champion and a mysterious elite player with the whole tournament hosted by a mysterious Giovanni, all while hounded by two idiots who are trying really, really hard to steal your starter creature for some reason. Actually, this event was pretty fun. Having to use new characters and tactics. Unlike the current event of Midnight Ghost Hunt timed for Halloween, it's not bad, and the extra rewards made it really easy to level up a couple of characters, but it wasn't anything special either. Maybe playing two Mihoyo gachas at the same time is a mistake. Seraphis.
Yes.
I think playing one gacha is pushing it. Two is suicide.
I play two gachas, and it has basically caused me to dial down one of them. I used to play... At my peak, I was playing FGO and Arc Knights and Girls Frontline and Azure Lane all at the same time, and that was a really bad idea.
Yeah. They want to keep you playing, and they all want to keep you playing.
Unless
that is how they do.
Unless all three of the gachas in question are named Pinecone, I don't think you could ever talk me into playing three gachas at once.
Yeah. I don't think I could actually do three gachas at once. I do like 3 or 4 regular games at once, but most regular games you can just put them down, go away for a week or so, come back, and they're still there. Not like gachas where like you miss a week of progress and you could be well behind the curve.
Yeah, that's the sort of the reason why I'm so reluctant to get back to something like Genshin Impact is that I feel that sort of the photo negative of FOMO is like, rather than fear of missing out, the feeling that you've already missed out, and it's like, well, it doesn't seem worth it somehow because you've already missed out, so why bother?
And the Saint once again not Pinecone, so you can't count on being able to get enough quartz and enough banners eventually to get everything you're missing.
Yeah. There's also the aspect of like, you miss a week and you've missed an event in a lot of cases, and possibly a top tier waifu.
Yeah, I'm not really. I'm sort of gradually getting to that point where I don't care enough to worry about the power curve. Like, my problem with Genshin was that they keep reminding you that even if you're on curve to move the story forward, they keep reminding you how far behind the curve you are in terms of absolute power because of things like constellations and so on.
Yeah.
And, you know, the game, I don't know whether or not they have built it to be able to be readily advanced no matter how you build your characters. Like, I don't know how married it is to the meta. Gachas vary on this a lot. in the case of FGO, they have gone out of their way to ensure that the game is completable using only silvers and below.
Yes.
I think that the game pattern has moved on now that it's silvers and welfares, because they've made certain welfares accessible to everybody, because you can go back and do revival events anytime on certain key ones, and over time they've been rolling more and more of those out. But generally speaking, when they balanced the game, they balanced it for the minimum power level. I don't know how universally true that is for other gachas. I don't know about Genshin. Like, it's a game where if you have the impulse to be a completionist, or the impulse to try and ride the forefront of the power curve, you're just never going to be able to be satisfied unless you're going to fight infinite many monies at it.
Yeah.
I decided, like, because I played from around launch, and I basically decided very early on that my favourite character of the launch ones that I got in my pools to play was Ningguang, but I don't know if she's any good. And if it turns out she's been power scaled out of existence when I dumped all of my early investment into her, I'm going to just be ticked off.
Yeah.
So
the problem with Genshin,
I mean, I've got
at
quite a
least
few
early
good
on-
characters. But
Yeah, Genshin early on, like around launch, had that really hard line wall. That you kind of hit that, and it was like, okay, now you start spending money.
Also, as far as
Yeah.
I remember, you couldn't decrease your world level after you leveled it up.
At that point, no.
You could, did they introduce it later?
I think that came
'Cause
later.
I- I remember you had to sort of go out of your way to increase your world level.
Yeah,
And it wasn't necessarily always a good idea to do so, because you could screw yourself.
yeah. So I think they added that later, but I'm not exactly sure when. Yeah, the big wall that we hit doesn't. It's either moved or it's been spread so thin it's a lot more palatable now. So we'll see. I'd like to dip my toes back into Genshin, because what I played of Genshin was a lot of fun.
I did very much like it. It's just that I felt frustrated by it a lot of the time. Like, it was always just. While I loved a lot of things about it, it just kept reminding me of all the things that I couldn't do. And I mean, the objective is to get you to want to do them, but I just didn't have time for that. And a lot of I felt frustrated by a lot of the challenges as well. It's like there was a combination of, at the time, a lot of misinformation going around about how the mechanics actually worked.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I felt like a lot of the challenges were meta bait. Like, they were saying, oh, well, you could, beat your face against this for ages and maybe eventually get through it using your favourite character, but if you just roll on this meta character, hey, you'll be able to do it. It'll all be fine.
And I'm here to tell you, even though Diluc exists, and I am well versed in the pulling of Diluc and Diluc adjacent things,
I never pulled Diluc.
he is not at all a solution to every problem in the game.
I did not realize that was what he was billed as. I thought people were just talking about him because he was a husbando. Like,
oh no, he was like he had the biggest meta numbers on the spreadsheet, but he had no utility whatsoever.
Yeah, and all the numbers don't mean nothing if your character can't do anything.
Really, I thought Klee was better.
Was Klee out at the time?
Well, Klee was launched after launch, but she came along relatively quickly. But
yeah,
I have quite a few good characters. Like, I have Klee, and I have Mona, who I think is quite good. Yeah, I've got a couple of okay ones, but most of the time I played Ningguang, so she had more of an investment than any of the other ones that I've got.
Maybe we should have put Genshin on the roster for Rantathon.
No.
No.
And when you say you have Mona, you have Mona's tights.
She does have a nice posterior, as far as anime waifus go, and you're going to be seeing a lot of it if you play her.
Like, she knows how much that hose makes her booty rock, and she's going to make sure you're aware of it too.
I don't think she thinks about things like that. I think she's more concerned about the fact she never seems to have any money.
That too, but
she has $1 million booty.
yeah, I don't feel like exploring.
I expect in terms of waifus, she's probably been surpassed by the next greatest thing by now. But
almost certainly. Yeah.
And That community, however, has an absolutely appalling reputation.
They have the Kyoka problem on steroids.
Do they?
Oh yeah, with
Okay.
with Klee and Circos and others, yeah, they do.
I mean, it's sort of, I'm inured to it since the Blue Archive fandom really leans into it. Like that's one of the more disturbing things about the Blue Archive fandom is that they lean into their image as pedophiles, and there are certainly those who in the community do so with a degree of sincerity, which is deeply alarming. But number one, you're going to find that anywhere, and number two, most of them do it purposefully as a gatekeeping mechanism, because if the reputation for the community is so appalling, the usual tourists and parasites don't want to go near it. And so the actual sort of attitude of the community to newcomers is very welcoming, and there's very little hostility in there. They don't have the usual sort of fandom arguments that most fandoms do. Like, it's if you go to like the Blue Archive Reddit, it's like 99% people calling each other senseis of culture. Fern, why have you done this? Why did you do this, Fern?
Because apparently I hate my life.
Did he step on?
I found the wrong one.
He chose the wrong exit point.
Oh, I was running around getting all the other chests we missed.
And I found a landmine. Great.
Yeah, but it was only most of your health.
It was only most of my health, exactly. I didn't die. It's all good.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But I'm always keen to go back to doing Genshin and for a bit, but there are a lot of other things competing for my time as well. In that same category, it's like, well, I could try Honkai Star Rail as well. That's also a possibility.
Yeah, there's that
and
other
that one.
one.
I'd be starting from the beginning with that. Yeah, I'm not really so fussed about that one. But like there are a few on the horizon that I'd like to try. Like, I want to play Honkai Third and find out what the story is like, but the gacha is apparently rather abusive in that one.
Mm-hmm.
I want to play Genshin. I want to play Honkai Star Rail. I want to try Punishing Grey Raven, and Wuthering Waves will be coming out as well in due course if it's not already. I don't even remember, and that looked like it was quite cool. Yeah. There's lots of these really high quality games that just happen, unfortunately, to also be gacha games.
It's kind of, in a way, it's a good thing. Like, gacha games early on, and even to
hey, I found something.
Have just been like absolute trash. And I'm sorry, but Fate Grand Order also falls into that category where it's like the bare minimum of gameplay.
Yeah, well, I mean, Fate Grand Order's gameplay was pretty exceptional for its time. When it first came out, it was, pretty reasonable. The problem is it hasn't moved with the times at all, even though they've had the money to do so, and it's seriously headed downhill in JP as a result.
Yeah,
because people aren't willing to look past its age anymore.
Yeah, I'm wondering how much they've actually put themselves into a corner with their engine. Like,
the engine is apparently a disaster.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is deliberate. Like, they deliberately made it a mess because they were trying to stop people data mining it.
Mm-hmm.
Because it would affect gacha sales, right? If people knew the data that was already in the game for upcoming servants, then it would affect how much money was spent on the banners.
Yeah.
So they had a strong commercial incentive to avoid letting people know what was coming up. And they did this by adding layer upon layer upon layer of encryption, which dragged the engine's capabilities right down because so much of it had to be, so much of the game's engine, so much of the resources used by the engine were devoted just to decryption.
So they kind of shot themselves in the foot with that. Really? All right.
You're a special one, Fern.
I guess I am. It's my day to find all the traps.
But yeah, but this sort of new generation of gachas that have come out, I've just like they're really impressive games in their own right. I just wish that they were standalone games in their own right, as opposed to gacha engines to get you on that FOMO bandwagon.
Gotta get that waifu.
Because I have no special immunity to the FOMO bandwagon, so yeah. I don't particularly want to indulge in that too much. Like I'm happy at my sort of like arm's length relationship that I have with Blue Archive, because I like the story so much, and because the story is so much of the experience for me, I don't concern myself over much with the meta. Mm-hmm. Like I'm content to do really, really mediocre at all of the events and the raids and stuff, and I enjoy doing them. Well, I don't really enjoy joint firing drill very much, but I enjoy the raids a lot. But I don't have the same yearning to be at the edge of the meta that I do in FGO, and mainly. But the thing is that over time in FGO, my desire to be at the bleeding edge of the meta was not driven by a desire to be at the bleeding edge of the meta for its own sake. It became because the game was such a drag to play that I wanted to have the most meta comps so that I could speed it up. Mm. Because ultimately I was only there for the story as well. It's just that the story was broken up by so much abusive bullcrap that I had no choice. And that's why these days I just don't take it all that seriously. I don't worry about whether or not I manage to complete stuff. I've got a huge surplus of a lot of things, so I'm not that worried about that either. It's not like early on when I was desperate to complete events because I was well behind the curve in materials, since I started late. But
man, I am not. I have to get into a very specific headspace whenever I start a gacha these days, because I cannot stop myself from trying to complete stuff, and unless I put some kind of mental cushioning there to tell myself it's okay, I'm not going to participate in anything at the top end of it. I don't need to go and collect absolutely everything. I will sit there and start making spreadsheets about how to plan my currency income so that I can roll for literally every character.
Yeah, but with this new set of the new generation, I guess you call them, of gacha games coming through, like basically everything the Hoyoverse has been making, it's less of a chore. Like, it's actually a solid game with a gacha in it, rather than.
But the thing is that because of that though, the gacha is that much more malevolent. Like they do things like bracketing your ability to have your favorite character to have power behind dupes, for instance, like basic mechanics and functionality rather than just stats are tied to your dupes.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So, like that I think is a really malevolent way of doing gacha. You do for dupes, you do get an amount of power in FGO, for instance, but the amount of power you actually get is pretty trivial, especially after the second one. Like, you can make an argument for rolling for a second copy, but beyond that, it's pretty hard to justify.
Yeah, especially once you've got 3 copies. Copies 4 and 5 basically do nothing.
Yeah, they do a little bit. So if you are actually operating on the bleeding edge, well, then it might make sense. But you're also your priorities are clearly different at that point. When do we have to be underneath a cloud?
Now.
Yeah. Like, the other thing is because it's a proper game, I find it much easier to justify spending money on the gacha, because you feel like you're actually getting something. Like a lot of the old gacha games, and this is Blue Archive, FGO, all of that, the gaming is very secondary to the gacha itself, and it's like, okay, you're basically just playing a slideshow, and I can't justify spending money on something that, honestly, while I'm playing it, I will fall asleep.
I am personally, I get very surprisingly attached to characters that I thought I would have no interest in by story. This is fairly common, but I am in particular weak to it. Where if a character has a good prominent role in the story and they're fun and I like them, I am likely to go dump my currency on them, and I am not immune to occasionally buying big currency packages. So I desperately need to. I'll have to read QS after this because that's technically the first final boss floor.
Yeah. That was the kind of, I think, the middle ground. Like, you had the boring games, and they were basically money mills. Then you had the boring games, but with really solid stories on them.
Like I'm going to roll on Summer Turbo Thought, not because she's a swimsuit character, not because she's a Turbo Thought, but because I liked her in the story.
Yeah.
He's also mad meta.
Also mad meta. But
yeah, I get where you're coming from. Like, basically the only thing that it teaches me is that I have bad taste in women. Like the waifus that I grow most attached to are usually toxic in some way.
I mean,
I have level 116 Kirihime.
Yeah. That's just says everything you need to know right there.
Like, my favorite Blue Archive waifu is probably Wakamo.
Oh boy, Wakamo.
I think she's absolutely adorable.
Though the one time a character did kidnap me via gameplay instead of by story, it was Kuka. So
yeah, you're not much better than
my gameplay kidnappings might actually be worse than yours just from Kuka alone.
Well, I think of Wakamo as being an incredibly wholesome character. It's just that, it would be perfectly reasonable not to see her that way.
Yeah. I guess the character I invested the most in would probably be Pudding, so I don't know what that says about me.
I got Pudding in Shadowverse.
Pudding, I just like her. She's so dumb.
Pudding she started off that way for me, but very quickly in Pinecone, Pudding develops into the character. They're like, okay, Miyako, hurry up. Pudding. Now back to the main story, please.
Yeah.
If it's any consolation, I felt Eriko was a bit too much for me. Like, she crosses the line. Like, Kirihime, okay. Eriko, not okay.
She has a really good fight with Christina in the anime, though.
She also is, she is a character who will, on the gameplay side, piss you off.
Oh, yeah, that.
Yeah.
The, how's your clan battle do this week for like a solid 6 months was, I don't know, let's see how Eriko's feeling today. Did Eriko crit? If yes, your clan battle went pretty good. If she did not crit, it did not go very good. And that day's a wash.
It kind of hurts having such a high meta character locked in behind the RNG gods.
Well, Eriko's 1-star. Everybody had Eriko. You could even farm her cards pretty easy.
The question was always, did Eriko feel like critting today?
Yeah, nothing about getting Eriko to her power level was particularly difficult at all. She was one of the easiest characters to get up there, and she was the top tier damage dealer. Problem was, to do any damage, she had to crit.
And just, wouldn't she feel like critting?
Yeah, so your entire clan battle attempt was built around building a team to debuff the enemy so Eriko hit it harder, and then hoping Eriko wasn't asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, she's the opposite of the Gorilla Princess from Blue Archive.
Yeah, she did not have the every attack is a guaranteed crit automatically on top of fairly tanky HP, on top of ridiculously high bonus damage, etc., and all the other busted crap that Mika has.
Yeah, she would have been busted as all get out if that was the case.
But the thing I think with Mika, though, is that Mika also has an incredibly vivid character in the story. Like, people are divided on her. There are some people who worship the ground she walks on, and some people really don't like her. But no matter what your opinion on her, her characterization is extremely vivid.
Yeah,
you know exactly the sort of person she is. Whether you like that type of person as a character, or dislike that type of person as a character, you will definitely know what type of person she is.
Yeah. Everybody's going to remember the end of her character arc in the catacombs when Sensei's running out to go save Mika.
So yeah, that's how they used to get you, is having a really good story and really good actual characters, right? A JPEG.
Yeah.
And now the games themselves are just really concrete games. Like the reality is that they're better than most of the conventional game offerings out there these days.
AAA market, though, that's not a high bar.
Well, it's because the AAA market is regressing back to where the gacha was. where the gameplay is trivial and everything is about psychologically manipulative mechanics to get you to. Oh my goodness, what is going on in this room?
I've got an idea.
Are you just gonna doot the doot?
No, we're not. We're not gonna do that, dude. We're gonna do something retarded.
Oh no.
Cast. Are you gonna hex them all?
Nope.
Nope. You're just gonna blow them up.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
King. Oh.
Okay, recharge strat worked.
Yeah, but you're letting us die because you were paying attention to something else.
Oh, there's that one dude back there chewing on you. I didn't see him.
Yeah, let's not do that again. Oh, hang on? What's booping me?
I don't know.
You dotted up.
I've got a dot. Yeah, there it goes. Okay. So yeah, it's just they've realized with the gacha games they realize you make a good game and you're going to keep people. If the game's boring, people aren't going to stick around.
And the thing that really impresses me the most, I think, is the amount of love that gets put into the art direction and particularly the musical score. Like, the music for a lot of these games is just incredible. And, you know, as I've mentioned in the past, I sort of disproportionately weight music compared to other things in games, compared to most people. And they are just incredible. The score of some of these gacha titles is just out of this world compared to the lazy effort put in most other contemporary games.
Yeah, let's throw a piano down the stairs and record it. Thank you, Nintendo.
Like there are some that have just always done like good music. Like the Final Fantasies have always had good music at least.
Yep.
Great music in some cases, but a lot of the other contemporary stuff is kind of mediocre. Though there's some interesting experimental stuff though as well. Like the music in say Warhammer 40k Mechanicus is very strange, but it's at least interesting.
It works though for the setting.
Yeah, it's setting wise, it's appropriate, but it's definitely strange. It's definitely novel. So that experimental stuff is good as well. But basically, you've got a couple of standouts and a lot of things where people just don't think about the music at all. Like, people talk about how great the music is in Elden Ring, but I don't remember any of it. Like, none of it is memorable to me.
Really.
I've never really liked the music in Elden Ring very much. It's not music I would ever go out of my way to listen to.
It's just kind of there. It's functional. And
it's fitting, but it is forgettable. Yeah. Is the best way I would put it.
It builds the atmosphere at the time, but when you're not playing it, you don't think of it.
But if I can't recall exactly the scenario in which I heard the song in a video game just by hearing the song, then it doesn't really mark itself out in my memory as being great music. Like, I can remember the scenario associated with lots of music. I suppose that's part of why, despite its very simplistic qualities, I really love the music in Blue Archive because it's so full of character. Each song is very specific to its environments. There are a few, of course, that get used over and over again, but some of them sort of speak quite strongly to a particular character or a particular scenario and that sort of thing. But yeah, I rate music in video games quite highly, and a lot of these new gachas just have incredible music. Like the music for Arknights is incredible. A lot of the music in Genshin Impact is incredible. There's just a lot of great pieces out there. The music in FGO is actually very good as well. It's just I think it's got some it's got some compression issues in the game itself, which sort of make it a bit.
There's that engine problem again.
Could be, yeah. But the music is actually very good. It's just the pieces of music that I've got that are really incredible don't get a lot of screen time compared to the ones that you have to hear over and over again because the game is so laden with filler battles. And so the parts that are good sort of get obliterated by the parts that are dull. But overall, the music is quite good. But yeah, I like a lot of the characterful music they've got in Blue Archive. I liked a lot of the pieces I heard in Genshin Impact. Though Genshin Impact I feel runs the gamut. They've got some very bland pieces and they've got some incredibly good character pieces, particularly in major boss battles for the story and that type of thing, that are really, really good. I've heard some really great pieces of music from Arknights, and they use a lot of classical stuff as well. Like lots of reimaginings of like real classics, like the sort of standard classical music that if you did music in fine arts school, you would be studying these pieces. They've taken those and they've sort of like retrofit them for the setting and that kind of thing. So yeah, there's a lot of great artistic work being done in these essentially profiteering engines, which is sort of a hard thing to internalize mentally. Like you think of a gacha game as an engine to grab people by the balls and squeeze the money out.
Yeah, and that's what they used to be.
But they're full of art now, and how do you process that?
Yeah, they're a lot sneakier about it, but by being sneaky, they've actually made something good.
Well, it's the way I've been thinking of these modern gacha games is less. I just can't help thinking what would this game be like if it was instead released as a complete experience with no gacha?
In some cases, something completely different.
It would not last as long. It would not stick around as long in people's memory. It wouldn't be a persistent thing, but it would be a very good and memorable product all on its own. And they could develop expansions for it, or sequels, or they could go on and make something else instead of being stuck.
As an open world RPG thing with a big strong story through it.
There really was no need for it to be what it is. Like in sort of like the broader scope of history plus sort of the commercial goals, Genshin Impact had to be what it was in order for, you know, MiHoYo to turn its toehold in the market into a stranglehold. But as far as what the game itself required as a game, it was essentially, in my mind, a better version of Breath of the Wild. That was what it was. It was, to me, it was a better version of Breath of the Wild. It was what I would have played Breath of the Wild if it was Genshin Impact. So it didn't have to be this gacha engine. You could have built that, and you could have, you know, sold like Mondstadt as a game. It would not be quite maybe premium AAA. It might have been a AA, but Mondstadt by itself could have been a game, and Liu by itself could have been a game. Like
you
there's a sequel.
You could have kept the episode format alive. That, you know, the format that died with Telltale.
Yeah.
Back that Valve started with the Half-Life episodes. You could have brought that kind of format around to it and still got some of the long-lasting effect.
Yeah, and I mean at launch, right? You don't meet most of those characters. Like a lot of them, they don't appear until later. It's as simple as that. They're not there. So there wasn't any reason that they couldn't have been in a sequel to a standalone game. Like you never meet Ningguang until you get to the second chapter.
Yeah,
and yet she's like the first character that I mained in the story. So yeah, there's not really any necessity for it to be structured the way that it is. But yeah, I mean, I think that there's more than enough characters in each area that have a appropriate level of vividness that you could just lean on them a little bit harder, give them more screen time and more characterization, make a lot of the ones that have bit parts into real characters, and you'd have a real strong standalone RPG, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like you don't really, like, for instance, you don't really get to dig into who Fischl is as a person. She's just kind of a semi-gag character. But I really like Fischl. I think she's an incredibly fun character.
Yeah.
And she has great theme music too.
When
She's a really, really cool theme piece.
I had Devil May Cry 5 on the brain when I was playing Genshin, so I kept equating her to V because of her bird.
But she's nothing like V.
Aside from bird, she's got nothing to do with V, exactly.
It was just because of her bird.
Just because bird. But, yeah, I'm kind of really tempted to jump into something like Honkai Star Rail because it's more Fantasy Star than Fantasy Star is at the moment.
Well, Fantasy Star has just been doing miserably for the past few iterations, hasn't it?
It has.
Yeah.
Like, it's got the storied history of being one of the great RPG franchises, but it just has not been living up to it.
Fantasy Star 4 remains my favourite old school JRPG of all time. It actually beats out Chrono Trigger. I loved it that much. But yeah, they haven't really done anything with the franchise lately. They've had Phantasy Star 2 and have been sitting on that, and then they'd had New Genesis, and enough said there.
Well, Phantasy Star 2 was fine. Everybody liked Final. Everybody I know that played Phantasy Star 2 liked it, even well after its original ship by date.
Oh yeah,
It's like us in the West got that thing really late, really late.
And then
but everybody loved it.
Yeah, and then we played catch up like really quick.
Yeah, and then New Genesis happened.
Then New Genesis happened and just killed it dead. So, but with Phantasy Star Online, Phantasy Star 2, they haven't actually put out a Phantasy Star JRPG any time recently. And it's such a fun universe. There's, well, solar system, I guess. It starts at the point of bad guys on the moon, let's go to the moon, and keeps going from there.
Something, my fouls.
Something, my fouls.
Are we in combat with something?
Yes, the luring trap that I stood on.
Oh, this guy. Them's guys.
That tickles. I don't know why they gave it a stack-up marker.
So yeah, I'd like to see more done with Phantasy Star, but they've just been sitting on it for the online. Okay, Star Rail is online as well, but it looks like it'll scratch that itch.
Yeah, I'm sort of very curious as to see where Grand Blue Relink goes, because it seems like it's basically trying to be a MiHoYo JRPG without the gacha.
Like to see that.
I don't know if they're going to jam gacha in after the fact, because MiHoYo's been doing it, because Relink has been in development for a donkey's age and nothing has come out yet. But yeah, I mean, presumably it's going to come out sometime, and they're going to have to try and monetize it, because, you know, it's from a gacha company. That's going to be how they do.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, and so you've got that on that side, and then you've got what is it called? There's an MMO. There's a sort of like the new Japanese MMO. I can't remember what it's called. Blue something or other, because lots of things are blue these days. That hasn't come out in the West yet, but that's trying to do the MMO angle with the same type of setting as with the same type of like aesthetic, not really setting, as the likes of the Hoyoverse games. So it's sort of, I don't know if it's one of those things where it's like, well, does this genre really have a place in the market these days? I mean, we feel that it does because of member berries, but does it really, or does it not? We can't really tell until we watch it play out in practice.
Uh-oh.
So I just saw an otter run past.
I ran away. Just stand over here and be cute. Can't do anything else.
Yeah, there were a bunch of dudes in those two rooms, so I just kind of pulled all of them.
Yeah. So yeah. We got off the rails. Well, not really. But
We have the time.
we do have the time.
Yeah,
Thank you very much for the email, Sarah. That's where this all started. There is time. We are going to be going for many, many hours. So if you feel like sending us another email, send us another email.
I think he said that he can't watch today.
Oh.
Yeah, he's trying to do a boss in Undertale Yellow, and he's barely awake, so he's not going to be able to hack it.
That's okay.
Fair
That,
enough.
and I guess he has to get up for work every day now because of the union dissolving.
It's gonna.
Man, I really wish that I could run longer shifts at work. Like, if I was the one, if I could just freely set how it worked, I would have everybody on like 4 days on, 3 days off, doing 10-hour shifts. Because you can't get our workload done in 8 hours, and this is something that I've been wrestling with, trying to get the upper management to understand. Like, you are not going to allocate enough funds for me to run 2 shifts So they need to be long shifts. You can't have short shifts and only have one shift. Like, what part of this is complicated? You want more sales. More sales means more work. More work means more time. Is this really complicated?
Yes.
What is with upper management? My goodness.
Their
The
management.
thing is, we've got the same dichotomy you find everywhere, though, right? So there are three lobes to the business. There is upper management, which is finance, essentially, because that's all they really care about. And you've got quality, and you've got production. And you can have two, maybe 1.5, perhaps.
And prioritize 2.
Only 2 of these can be happy,
Yes.
at best.
Well, the reality is that there's only one that's ever happy, and it's finance.
If finance
Production
is happy,
or-
nobody else is.
Production is either getting yelled at for not producing enough or working sweatshop hours. But there's not really a middle ground. And quality is going to try and bully both. Like, they're going to bleed finance dry wherever they can, and they're going to force a whole bunch of busy work onto production without giving them the resources to do it, because that would be finance's job. And finance isn't going to come to the party because they don't cooperate with quality. It's just like, it's just a huge pain in the butt. But yeah, apparently they ran the numbers, and you can't run 2 shifts until we make like X million dollars additional sales. But there is no way to get the manpower to reach that X million dollars of extra sales. It just can't be done. Goodness me.
Completely forgot what this guy does. Apart from explode.
That's okay.
Oh, I remember now.
I don't remember my rotation.
Don't matter. It's going to be changed in like 2 levels anyway.
Oh, I did it wrong. Oh well.
Okay, he did.
Oh, hold on. I'm not supposed to cast that spell. Why did I cast that spell? I'm bad at this game. Good thing there's 3 of us.
We can all be bad together.
So do we want to call Heaven on High there, since we've got the show started now? Or do we want to...
Yeah, I think that's a good spot. Otherwise, we're going to be going for another half hour while we do another floor.
Yeah.
So let us take a quick break, and we will dive into the horrifying world of the Dorito Pope.
All right. And we're back.
These chips are literally so oily that they're transparent.
Oh, kettle chips?
Yeah.
Yeah. They got a nice, good flavour amount on them, but I think they use oil to stick the flavour powder to the chips. And get
No,
Red
these
Rock
ones just
Deli.
have salt.
Get Red Rock Deli if you can. They're really nice.
I've never even heard of it. Might not exist in this country.
Might not.
Like most of the chip companies, other than Doritos, I think most of the chip companies in New Zealand are actually New Zealand owned one.
Okay, we get a mix of mostly Australian brands, but also a few Americans. Like we have Pringles for, I don't know why.
Why would you buy Pringles? Like they're made out of powdered potato, aren't they?
Yeah, reconstituted into presumably cardboard and then lightly dusted with maybe a flavour.
Hey, there's so much flavor dust on the sour cream and onion ones that you can't taste whatever the chip's actually made of.
Yeah, okay, that's the exception. Is the sour cream and onion one's way over flavour.
That's true of pretty much every chip that has that flavour.
Yeah, that is true. But Pringles are they're bad. They're like, some flavours are decent, but I'd rather buy like Smith's.
And the pricing is usually premium too.
They are.
Here you can get. I like Pringles here for a very specific reason. You can get little tiny things, packages of them you're supposed to pack in with your kids' lunch or something for like their potato chip.
Yep.
And they're just itty bitty little packages of them that have maybe 15, 20 Pringles tops.
Quick snack.
And yeah, and the thing with Pringles is because they turn into sandpaper after you eat too many of them.
Yes.
You don't want any more after one package.
They're the opposite of Moorish.
They are.
Yeah,
Is the perfect amount of Pringles then?
They are perfect for shutting your stomach up if it's just asking for anything, but you really need to watch your weight and not eat too much.
I want food. I have Pringles, but I want food.
You will take this and you will shut up for about 3 or 4 hours.
All right, so we are going to dive into the Game Awards.
Want me to drag us into Heaven on High while we do this? Think you can do that two at once?
I've got too much to wrangle to do Heaven on High while doing the Game Awards.
Okay. We'll stay. I can take us on a trip while you do this.
Yes.
We can go see the scenic sights of
something.
Of something or other. Get in the blimp.
Get in the balloon trilogy.
Get in the blimp, Fern.
Hang on. Got a tab. Find where my Final Fantasy tab is. Oops, that's Adventure Plate. Ooh, that's nice. I like your fishing plate. That's nice. Get in the blimp. There we go. Okay, so we'll do all the trailers first, and then we'll come back later and we'll do the awards. Right. So we'll start. I guess we'll just do them in the order that they announced them. Let's make it easy.
Sounds good to me. I should probably scroll down on the page so I can actually see them.
Yeah, because your note section is blank.
Yeah. I'm not apologizing for it either. I felt terrible.
You were watching them with me at the same time.
I know. I was doing my best not to die.
Yeah, and admittedly, that dress that that hostess was wearing would make anyone sick. It was
right.
bad.
So when I started,
Tuesday or something.
What was that for?
Does she think that this is Fat Tuesday or something?
I don't know.
Yeah, so when I started off taking notes before I gave up because I just wasn't feeling good at all and couldn't process it, period.
You did have a bad case of the half deads this week, so.
So, but the first note I took was when she first popped up on screen is that a hula dress?
Nope.
Fern said something about her disemboweling a Muppet and draping it over her or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a flayed Muppet that's been bedazzled. I mean, as far as Game Awards outfits from previous years, this one's fairly mild.
And fairly tame. But I still think that she looks like she's dressing for Mardi Gras, not the Game Awards.
Yeah.
That would not be out of place as an advertisement for a poster girl in like Hawaii to advertise a hotel or something. That is not what I would think when I think, oh, we need to dress nice for an awards show.
She must be feeling her age, though, because she spent the entire time telling dad jokes.
Yeah, but they always do that.
I felt like they were cringier than normal.
They were. The jokes they tell on these things are just... no, please stop.
Yeah, so...
Anywho.
I feel like the first announcement sort of embodied the games industry and the Game Awards as an entity in a very profound way. Like, in a certain twisted sense, this was the perfect first announcement. Because as I wrote in a mixture of italics and caps on my notes, is that it's an announcement about a remake of an indie game which is only 10 years old, made by Joseph Fares.
Yes. They couldn't, lead with one of their big headliner games. They led with this.
Yeah, only an announcement. It's a remake. It's an indie, and it's not even old enough to need a remake. And it's Joseph.
Yeah. It is, of course, Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons. Which...
Again.
Yeah, only 10 years old.
My commentary was, this is literally the most up one's own asshole an industry can conceivably be.
I can think of one more. Bez.
Well, yeah, but I think that Phil Fish is sort of persona non grata now.
He kind of is. He made an absolute turd of himself and pissed off just about everyone in the industry and deleted himself from it.
Yeah, he kind of went insane.
So, yeah, no one in the industry talks to him anymore. He's just nowhere. He's a ghost.
Yeah, I noted that I did not actually see Joseph Fares this time.
Yeah.
So I presume he was passed out in the green room or something from having drank too much.
That's what green rooms are for.
Well, I mean, normally he makes it out of the green room, but is definitely not sober.
Definitely not. So
I think my comment when this trailer opened it was, didn't this game just come out? It feels still fairly recent.
Yeah,
nope.
And that's why I
was
marked
a
it
decade
as
ago.
I feel old because it still feels like Brothers only just came out, and that was a decade ago.
Yeah. It was August 2013 because I remember checking at the time.
Yeah, slightly over 10 years. So, yeah, it's just why would you open up with this? Like, nothing against Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons. It's a good game, but
I seem to recall that the art style was relatively timeless.
it was fairly good. All they really needed to do was give it a quick coat of paint, update the textures for the current hardware, and push it out the door. So that's basically all they've really done by the look of it.
It looked like a pretty significant graphical overhaul to me.
Yeah.
Not a needful one. Like, I don't think that it's going to... My gut feeling is that it's not going to be able to justify itself because the original... It got a lot of sales because it was critically acclaimed. It was quite easy to pick up and play. Generally speaking, people liked it and they liked the story. And also, it was incredibly cheap, so everybody bought it whether or not they played it. I think I might even own it, and I've never played it.
I've owned maybe 5 copies because there's a whole bunch of times where it's been given out for free as well. And
No,
if I see free game, I will just click that button.
Market penetration is due to accessibility and like just the barrier to entry is incredibly low. If they spend a lot of money doing a fancy graphical overhaul for it, they're not going to be able to recoup their cost because a lot of people will think, "Oh, well, I've played it already." So it's only going to be the diehards and the new curious people. But yeah. I don't know. I'm pretty suspicious that if they have to like recoup costs and they charge more for it, because it was like a $5-10 game.
It was cheap.
The
yeah.
original. So it got a lot of sales due to having, because it was sort of priced at that level where, especially if there was a Steam sale on, it was a sort of money that people would consider not money. You know how there's a value like that for most people? Like, this amount of dollars is not really expenditure.
It's like just, why not? I'll drop a quick $5 on this because it looks interesting.
If less than 2/3 of hamburger, do not care how much it costs or what it is.
The cost of hamburger, though, is variable.
For a lot of people, though, that bracket of money is going to disappear because of everybody being a bit tight financially.
Yeah.
They're going to think a bit more careful about spending.
used to be fairly universally about the $5-10 range for a lot of people. That's narrowed up quite a lot.
And with a graphical update, the cost is going to go up. So, yeah, I'm wondering if this is actually a good idea to try and remake this at all.
Yeah, and more the point, remake it now. Because it's still... It's only 10 years ago. It is... Okay, I know we're probably going to be showing our age here, but it is still fairly fresh in people's memories in the grand scheme of things. It's not that the game has gone anywhere. It's been playable the entire time.
Maybe this has just been somebody's pet project and it's just been ticking along in the background for a long time and that's why they're doing it.
Yeah.
I don't really know, but it seems to me that Joseph usually has a great deal of different bizarre fever dreams cooking in the back of his skull. So it would be a more prudent investment of your limited resources to work on one of those instead of remaking a game. But, you know, everybody seems to be so paranoid risk-averse these days.
Yeah. Oh, well, we'll see, but hey, the original game is there. It's actually, how much does it cost?
The thing is, when you commit yourself to a remake, you're committing yourself to releasing a title that will not capture the imagination of anybody because they've seen it. So you will not become a meme, you will not become a cult classic. You're hedging yourself out of those categories from the start, which is why I think it's just not a good idea.
Here we go. The base game, at least in Australian dollars, is $20, so it's kind of kept pace with inflation.
Yeah, it's $20, but it's one of those ones that deep discounts by 90% every sale.
Every sale. Literally every sale. So, yeah. Alright. But it is, yeah, it's still playable. It still looks good. And the story is, again, fairly timeless. So, yeah. Alright. Let's just move on before we get too bogged onto any one topic. Next game is, it's Pony Island 2 Panda Circus.
The guy that made Inscription's fever dream.
Yeah.
I thought I'd maybe eaten something hallucinogenic. I did not understand what I was looking at all.
I mean, Inscription kind of starts off as a fairly traditional card game and then goes deeply off the rails.
Yeah, the guy is kind of, he clearly does LSD while he designs his games.
Yeah, the guy is just certifiable. But even by the standards of the Inscription set, this game is just completely wild.
Well, the first Pony Island was just a wackadoodle fever dream the whole time, too.
Yeah, so this is just upping that ante. So it's some sort of puzzle game is the best I could get from it.
Maybe. That might be part of the game. But
there might also be an archery game in there, possibly.
You just don't know with this guy.
Yeah.
In a way, I really appreciate that to have at least one guy like that floating around that's making waves. Just so you have one guy that you just don't know what he's going to do. Even when he reveals his thing and shows you gameplay, you don't have a clue what that actually is.
Yeah. Like, go watch the trailer for Inscription and tell me what it's actually about. Because I believe actually all the promotional trailer from Inscription does not include the creepypasta side of things with the YouTube card reviewer. That whole storyline.
I still haven't finished Inscription, by the way.
It is good. I recommend it. The final boss is like just a big old what? But,
yeah, I'm still stuck in the hut with Leshy.
Yeah, it keeps adding on layers. Like you start off in the hut with Leshy and you're just playing a card game, and then suddenly you get through that, and then you're playing the old Pokemon TCG from the Game Boy.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's odd, and there's all this other weirdness going on, and it's just like okay.
And then there's the vlogger story going on in the background.
Yeah, the whole vlogger story.
He's totally going to get shot by the end of this game, ain't he?
Yes. I mean, you can kind of see it coming. It's not really a spoiler. Yes.
Like, there's no way this game ends without that guy having eaten some lead.
You'd be far enough in that the game companies come sniffing around. I think that's maybe the third cutscene.
It's one of the cutaways that he has drawn their attention.
Yeah. But anyway, so I have no idea what it is. I haven't actually checked out Pony Island either, the first one. But Inscription was fantastic. Weird, incredibly strange, but fantastic.
Yeah. Even if it's terrible, and this sequel is just a generic sequel that repeats the same type of fever dream, just because it's different, I'll give him a pass.
Yeah.
He's not just doing the exact same thing everyone else is, so he gets a few leeway points.
Yes.
And also there was gameplay.
There is also gameplay shown. A lot of different types of gameplay. Like there's puzzles, there's archery, there's platforming, there's I don't know.
That
what
may
the hell
have
half of it was.
absolutely nothing to do with the actual game.
That might not even be in the game. Yes.
I
So.
don't have any USB drives that can do that.
All right. Moving on. Here's a game that didn't actually show us a damn thing. Rise of the Golden Idol. It showed
This
us.
was an announcement of such paucity of information that they might actually have been better off just not announcing it, because this was essentially an announcement that they had trademarked a name.
Basically, yeah. It's like, here is this conspiracy theorist's mad room, and that's it. So, I don't know, it's a mystery game, I guess, but... didn't tell us anything about the actual game.
Yeah, this one, no gameplay, no memory.
No memory.
Already forgot about it.
Alright, next, at least a game that showed us some gameplay, Usual June. I don't know what it's actually about.
Unfortunately, all that it showed us was that it's the most repugnant possible fruit of the modern gaming industry. Like, it looks utterly bland. You have to play as a diverse, strong female lead who basically displays. They display gameplay without there being anything compelling about it. Like, if that is the best gameplay you can show, your game is going to be complete shite.
She was basically hitting crystal crabs with a sword.
Normally,
the environment was ugly as crap.
Very purple.
They didn't put any voice acting in. They put pseudo voice acting that only works in cutesy games.
Like that only works in Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah, I said that at the time. It's like
it worked in Okami.
And it works in Okami, but it works in cartoony, silly games, not when you've got something approaching.
Anything with a heavily, you don't do that with human characters.
Yeah, like Okami did it on humans, but they were also very stylized, and they basically animated speaking by having them jiggle up and down.
The real kicker here is it said that it's in collaboration with Sweet Baby, which is that's the death knell of any project.
What else have those guys made?
They don't make anything.
Oh.
That's the thing. Do you not know who Sweet Baby are?
I do not.
They are the professional organization of video game sensitivity readers, essentially. They are the ones whose actual job is to collect a lot of money from a developer to come in and tell them, listen, all you guys are raging bigots, and we're the enlightened who are going to here to tell you how to be properly not bigoted.
I don't like the sensitivity readers. Like, having someone apply a line of common sense over a read is fine, but sensitivity readers are essentially paid to find problems. If there are no problems, they will find one anyway.
Yeah, I don't think you should have any kind of reader or content correction authority come in to tell you who may or may not like a part of your game. Just make a video game. The thing
with Sweet Baby, though, is that they're involved in nearly every major video game that comes out. It's just that most companies have the good sense to keep that involvement under the table. They're trying to avoid, basically it's to avoid getting in legal trouble for hate speech laws in places that have hate speech laws. That's the main reason that big companies involve them.
Yeah, and then they slam the door on them.
But this game is putting it on the marquee. They are deliberately putting that there to virtue signal that this game is got the stamp of approval for not being racist, not being sexist, not being transphobic, not being whatever other ist or phobe that you possibly can come up with.
It's
but they are putting that on the marquee of their announcement, which means that the game is 155% guaranteed to be a complete pile of shite.
Man. Even before all that, though, the thing that jumped out to me is the little bit we saw of the game. Why is all of it running at 10 FPS?
They're trying to ape the
Probably-
Miles Morales movies.
Probably for quote style reasons.
Yeah.
The game is shite. The visual design is shite. The sound design is shite. Like everything that they showed in that trailer shows that the game is shite, but people are not allowed to say so because the lead character is a negress and the game has been vetted by Sweet Baby. Like this is all that there is to it. This game is pure virtue signaling, and you are not virtue signaling if you don't like it.
Aside from all that, though, it just looks
Well, yeah, but the thing is, nobody's going to be able to say so.
Yeah. The game is Right.
It's like Sweet Baby are the sort of organization staffed by people who will actually go out of their way to cancel you and destroy your life if you criticize them.
Speaking of destroyed lives, Arknight's Enfield.
Yeah, well, my notes said that the previous trailer tried to give me AIDS. This one was trying to give all its characters cancer.
Yeah, Arknights hates the characters.
That's what happens in Arknights. Every character dies of cancer in the end. Like, that's just how it goes.
If they don't get brutally murdered first.
But yeah, I actually, when this first started showing, I had forgotten that Arknights was doing another game, and I actually initially thought that this was a trailer for Wuthering Waves, because it looks an awful lot like it.
It does, doesn't it?
But the reality is that the timber of the setting for Arknights and Wuthering Waves is quite similar. But what I'm mainly interested to see is if this game is going to be a gacha.
It is being launched on mobile platforms, as well as the PC and PS5. So yes.
Almost certainly a gacha.
I'm going to say almost certainly a gacha.
But the thing is that that's not even the death knell to a game these days, as we've already discussed in the first segment. Like, they just make these games to a real high quality now. And, like, the action combat offerings of the likes of Wuthering Waves and Punishing Grey Raven and Honkai 3rd and that, they're all really, really solid.
Yeah.
Like, really solid action games. Like, I've heard people compare the gameplay of Punishing Grey Raven to Devil May Cry, and that's probably overselling it, but if it's even in the same ballpark, then considering the mobile game heritage, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. So Arknight's kind of going that way. We don't know what exactly their gameplay is. It could be action, it could be RPG, it could be some mix.
It looks to me like an action game.
There was a few
Based
little
on what I
frames
saw.
and little bits and pieces there that make me think it's more of an RPG, the turn-based RPG. Or
It
probably
could be.
something
Like,
closer to Tales.
Like with all of the trailers, it's kind of hard to actually mine any real information from them.
Exactly. So, either way, it is very, very pretty and very, very flashy. But because it's Arknights,
I think,
it's going to be very, very depressing.
but I'm much more willing to digest the Arknight setting in that fashion. Like, I don't play Arknights because basically my feeling about it is that tower defense is just an interruption to the experience for me. Like, I don't like tower defense. I'm not good at turn-based strategy or real-time strategy. I'm bad at both. And Arknights is just hard to play for me. I'm not good at it. And the fact that I'm forced to do something that I'm really atrocious at repeatedly means that I can't enjoy the game, and that's why I stopped playing it. But to be able to enjoy that sort of setting and story in a format that is more comfortable and familiar to me would be great. So I'm actually looking forward to it.
So yeah, that could be actually quite good. Alright, next is a game that I'm not expecting to be quite good. Matchless Kung Fu.
My note here says, this is the most China game shit I have seen since Seth's Amazing Cultivation Simulator review.
I'm going to go one further. It is also a Seth reviewed game. It looked like Kenshi. Graphically, it also looked like Kenshi and gameplay-wise. Except with...
When did Kenshi come out?
A while ago?
Yes. 2000.
There's somebody at the bottom of the ocean randomly in Ankokro.
Yeah, if you applied a like the post-apocalyptic skin, put a couple of bug people around, everybody worshipped Beep, and called it Kenshi 2, I would have been actually quite happy.
In my mind, though, Kenshi is a game about peeling. Or being peeled.
But gotta have that skin. Human
It
skin
comes
is
right off.
fantastic. Yeah, Kenshi is a weird game, but I loved it, and it is full of memes.
But yeah, watching this particular trailer, and I couldn't work out what the genre was at all.
But the little bits they showed of the character running around and talking to people, it looks like they actually stole assets from Kenshi.
Moreover, just generally speaking, the game looked like work to play.
Yeah.
It gave me a real, oh my goodness, this looks like a slog vibe.
Yeah. Like, it showed some of the combat, but it didn't show actually how you do the combat. So is it action? I doubt it's action combat because you had this big list of moves and things going up the side. I have a sneaking suspicion it's a programming game.
Ugh. No, I don't want a bar of it. I'm sorry. It's not my thing.
I really do enjoy Wuxia. Like, there needs to be more Wuxia games.
But this
ain't it.
Sort of the veneer of like obfuscating complexity is why I likened it to Amazing Cultivation Simulator, because Amazing Cultivation Simulator is a game that is completely incomprehensible, and this trailer was to me completely incomprehensible.
Yeah. Yeah, but what was the last great Wuxia game?
Most of them were MMOs for a while, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a big stint of them that a bunch of them implemented like the ability to build your own macros and stuff too. I remember a news story about that.
It wouldn't be Jade Empire, would it? It wouldn't be that.
Well, Jade Empire's not very Wuxia. It's a little bit Wuxia, but it's more grounded fantasy martial arts.
Yeah, but then it's like you want to travel to a new island, you jump on his dragon and play Galaga for a bit.
But you can't fly, and in Wuxia you have to wire fight.
Yeah, everybody wire flies in Wuxia. So I don't know. It's a genre that needs to be explored more, but it ain't.
I don't think that there's much of a hunger for it in the West, though.
Yeah,
like there are probably games like it in China, but I don't think that it's just not a big thing here. Like, for instance, when Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon came out all those years ago, and I don't want to think about how many years that was. Yes. That had a massive boom in popularity, but there was still nobody was willing to take up trying to make wuxia a genre in the West, despite its success. It didn't matter.
Yeah,
it was outrageously successful, and it didn't matter. And so you see, the occasional wuxia movie will show up and make a splash, and everybody will like it, and then everybody will forget the genre exists as a whole.
Most recent one would probably
again
be
and again.
Everywhere at once. Oh crap! It's such a complicated name.
Is it Everything, Everywhere, All at Once?
There you go. Thank you. It's got elements.
I haven't seen it, but
it's actually really good. But
I've heard it's good.
It's got wuxia elements in it, but I wouldn't actually call it straight up wuxia necessarily.
Yeah. Well, the thing is with wuxia is that wuxia is explicitly ethnic. Like, it's explicitly a Chinese style of story.
Yeah.
And it's like like I said, we're in this outrageously risk averse sort of environment right now. Bringing something that is so explicitly ethnic to another culture is something that people are just not willing to do unless it's Japanese, which has already proven itself.
Yeah.
But yeah, I suppose there are people who have felt like the closest that you can get to bringing wuxia to the West as a mainstream game is sort of like Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah.
If it gets more Chinese than that, people won't want it.
Ghost of Tsushima is fairly grounded though.
Yeah, it sort of straddles the line, right? Because it's not grounded enough to be a period piece.
Yeah.
But it's not fantastical enough to be wuxia.
Yeah. So where's all the people flying around on swords and, farting lightning and all that stuff? All the really wacky stuff. Yeah. Actually, there is a game further down the list.
If it was less grungy than that, maybe Sekiro could fit the bill, because you can do some pretty outrageous things in Sekiro.
You can in Sekiro.
Sekiro is too, grim, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wuxia and all of it's ridiculous, and it's great.
You can literally wirefly in Sekiro, though.
You can. Actually, there is a game further down the list that might actually scratch that itch. So
Yeah.
we'll get to there. Get to that. Next trailer, Rogue Trader. It's for the Emperor.
Like, so you gotta to use the usual disclaimer, right? It's a 40k game, which means that it could be good, it could be atrocious.
Yes.
It's going to go one way or the other. It's going to be good, it's going to be appalling. But ultimately, I'm just sort of frustrated that it's another squad tactics game.
Yeah.
Like 2 out of 3 40k games are squad tactics. I understand, I do. The tabletop game is turn-based. I get it. But there's a certain amount, despite the fact that the setting is definitionally sort of stagnant, there's a certain dynamism and energy to the 40k world that people find captivating that I feel is just like it fails to be communicated by all of these squad-based tactics games. Mm-hmm. Like people want the energy alongside the sort of like stagnant gothic dark age vibe that it's got.
Yeah.
Like people like that as an aesthetic, but they want to feel part of it, and you just don't if you're doing turn-based tactics, not to the same extent. That's why people were champing at the bit for Bolt Gun. People are champing at the bit for Space Marine 2. Like they want that. Everybody was really hyped for Darktide before Darktide screwed the pooch on launch because apparently Fat Shark can't learn lessons.
They should have knocked it back to 6 months.
Which I'm just like, as a brief digression, I'm still incredulous to that because it's like they walked the exact same road with Vermintide 2.
Yes, they did.
They walked the exact same road in the exact same way with essentially the same engine and the same mechanics, and then just like, okay, so we'll just use the Men in Black neuralizer on ourselves and then release a 40k game.
And do exactly the same thing all over again.
Make every single mistake that we made last time in precisely the same way. But like laying that all aside, people were hyped for that game because of the energy that it exuded. Because there's and even though the world is sort of stagnant setting where, you know, the dark age of technology, this is basically, you know, it goes to one of my arguments against modern 40k where they're introducing Leagues of Votann in there. I think Leagues of Votann is a terrible idea. And I think that Belisarius Cawl is a terrible character, not because of his characterization, but because of what he represents for the genre. Because a dark age of technology hinges on the idea that you cannot achieve victory through increasing technology, that's what soft fantasy sci-fi does, right? Like you can bring in new technology and that will change the world. The purpose of the 40k dark age of technology setting is that technology cannot save you. The only thing that can preserve you is like the human spirit, if you want to call it that. Like the heroic ideals and heroic virtues are the only thing that brings victory in the 40k universe. And that is why people say it's a deeply right-wing setting, is because the technocracy is not going to save you. It's all about your inner virtue. That's all that can save humanity. So, that being the case, things like Leagues of Votann, which are a high-tech new race, they're an extension essentially of what the Tower did, and Belisarius Cawl, who's able to magically make new, better Space Marines due to his incredible genius intellect. These new additions to the genre are a terrible idea. And that's because the part of 40k that is compelling is the dynamism of the struggle to survive within the world that does not move forward technologically the way the world we are familiar with does. And that dynamism can only really be captured in real time, I think. So I feel like constantly going back to the turn-based squad combat that 40k does in every 2 out of 3 games is really selling them setting short. We don't actually need this game. Like Rogue Trader, I don't feel like we need this game in a way. Like just tell that story through another genre. Like Mechanicus already came out. And half a dozen other games using very similar mechanics came out as well. Like, I don't think that we need another squad turn-based strategy game. Now, I know that there are people who lap this up, who are super into it, and I don't judge them for it. But I wish that it was something other than what it is. I want to see a bit more diversity other than returning to the thing that they know, that there is this particular audience of people who buy and enjoy every single Warhammer 40k squad turn-based combat game. All of them are worse than XCOM, but they have the 40k branding on them, and so people will buy them. Like, either excel that genre to its utmost limits and do that, or do a diversity of things and show people other sides of the universe other than the generic turn-based combat. That if they really, really like that, they're playing it on the tabletop already. They don't need the video game. Like, the games that people really play of 40k are things like Dark Tide, things like Space Marine, things like even Gladius, things that you can't actually do on the tabletop. That's what people focus on in their video game. But the turn-based combat, no. The people who are into turn-based combat play 40k, the tabletop game.
Yeah.
Please stop making the same game over and over again.
That said, I already saw like 3 or 4 people on my Steam friends list already on it.
That's because it's got the 40k branding.
Yeah.
Yep.
There are people who will just buy every single one of these and play every single one of them, and like I said, they'll enjoy them all too. I just wish they would stop making the same game so that people who don't play exclusively turn-based games can have something to play. Because it's a long time till Space Marine 2 comes out.
If it ever does.
Well, I mean, they gave it a release date in this very awards show.
Yeah, I don't put a whole lot of stock behind those release dates.
That game has been in development for a very long time. It had better be finished soon.
It had better be. Alright. Talk about this next game.
Not for long.
Good. Ass Creed Nexus. It looks like ass.
Yeah, well, my note for this was less than a line. It says, Meta, Ubisoft, effing give it a rest, both of you ass clowns.
Yeah. The fact that it's on the Quest 3. The Quest 3 has no processing power, and when you take what Quest 3 can produce and put it on a big screen, it makes everything look like it's made of cardboard. The graphics were appalling for a big screen showcase.
Yeah, you can do some tricks to make VR look better in the VR itself when the graphics aren't that good. Yeah. But it does not make for a good trailer.
When you blow that up, it looks awful.
And of course
they showed. I really did have a feeling of "Are you serious?" when they showed that. It's like they're not sending us their best. That is one of the Trump lines that I feel is imperishable because you can apply it to so many things.
Yeah. So no,
yeah.
This is not a good idea. Yeah,
but you're trying to sell something, right? You're trying to get people excited.
Yeah.
And if you're trying to do that for a VR game, the one thing you can't depend on is the VR experience, so you've got to give them something else.
Yes.
But
yeah.
what was that thing in this trailer?
It was Ass Creed. Wait, hang on.
But it's even worse for the people that do play VR when they saw this trailer, because they used full motion for everything instead of snap cuts.
Which means it's going to be a puke factory.
Yeah, which means what you actually saw, one of two things is going to be true. One, your gameplay experience is not going to be like that at all, because you're going to be using blink motion, teleport motion, or snap motion. Because if you play any game with that much motion in it, at full motion the whole way through, you're going to throw up.
Yeah, the second one becomes true.
I don't know, I didn't throw up when I was playing Rigs, but I did feel very confused and disoriented afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's either going to happen, yeah, or you're just going to get sick playing this game.
Have you ever played Rigs?
Unfortunately,
I don't think so.
I think it might be PSVR exclusive. But like, my goodness, that game, like, it's a really cool concept. I liked playing it, but I just couldn't. Like, I played it once and I never played it again because I just felt so like bewildered about my place in the world after I finished playing. Because it is a full, fast-paced mecha action sport game. Like, it's basically an FPS in mecha.
Yeah.
And it is very fast, very dynamic. Motion involves all different kinds of motion, like, because you've got like jump jets and you can move quite fast in every direction and so on. You play that for a couple of hours and your mind just feels like it's been stretched so thin you can see through it.
Yeah. Actually, that's one of the tricks you can use to reduce motion sickness in VR games is a cockpit.
Well, that doesn't some games just have too much mobility, even with the cockpit, that when you take the headset off, even if you don't get sick, you kind of forget how to walk for a little bit.
Yeah, you're disoriented completely.
Yeah, I took it off when I felt like the world was expanding around me, sort of thing.
I did play.
It was very weird.
I did play a very tame VR game once, which was made from the corpse of what the Creatures franchise used to be. I forget what it was called, but even with that, like, you turn your head too far, and that actually fades the game out, so you can see the room behind you. But even with that, I took the headset off, and I was still 180 degrees around from where I thought I was, and that on its own was disorienting.
Yeah, like back to this game in particular, it looks like such shite. Like,
It does look awful.
if you're trying to get people to buy your game, I'm here to tell you this is not a good strategy.
Nobody gives a toss about Ass Creed either.
Does anybody even own a Quest 3? Is that a thing? Do people buy those?
I think Abo's thinking about asking for one for his birthday Christmas combo.
Get a Quest 2. Might be better off.
Man, people still get Christmas presents when they're an adult? I don't.
He's still. That's because you don't live with parents that you can con into it.
Yeah. Got family.
I don't think I've received a Christmas or a birthday present in years.
The fact that I know what my Christmas present is, and it's also out sitting next to the Christmas tree and hasn't even been wrapped because I chose it myself and just told my brother to buy it for me.
Yeah, I don't. I try to not get Christmas gifts because I hate having to go through the Christmas rigmarole of getting gifts. Because if I want something, I just buy it. I have the money now.
Yeah,
I have a job.
That's basically how you your Christmas present as an adult is. You just tell the person who's supposed to be buying for you, "I want this."
Yeah, it's
like I'm sort of at the point in life where I would benefit from receiving socks.
Oh yeah, socks were on my Christmas list this year. I wear socks out like crazy because I walk around the house in socks.
I could actually use more socks too. Yes.
Yeah. So basically, does this mean is this like? Have we now got our like official stamp of approval that we're all old, that we actually want socks?
When we're not going to be disappointed getting socks for Christmas? Yeah.
Yeah,
but if I look at the things that I don't buy for myself and I want for Christmas, there's things like, oh well, I could use a new shaving brush and some socks, and it's like, how old am I exactly?
Let's see, what was on my Christmas list because they pestered me to come up with something. 2 pairs of mid-calf length socks, or two bags of them, and let's see, some shaving razors, some toothpaste because I was out, some dental floss picks.
This isn't so much a Christmas list as a shopping list.
This is just like the list of things that you forget every time you go to the supermarket.
Yes.
Pretty much. It's like, oh, I've been meaning to get this stuff the whole time.
Yeah, because there's things that I can only remember I need when I'm at home.
So
I never remember them when I'm at the supermarket.
This is kind of showing how much we care about Assassin's Creed, as we'd rather talk about Christmas socks. Okay, that's enough of that. Next game.
This one made me more... It got a more angry reaction seeing it than it probably should have, but it just ticked me off.
It's Oscar bait the game.
It is literally Oscar bait the game. It is a game made for and about deaf people in a musical environment.
Like, realistically, I don't actually begrudge the devs for having the concept. Like, they're free to make that game if they want. Like, there's depth you could mine there. I don't know what the gameplay would look like that would make that compelling, but you could do it. I don't begrudge them. It's a novel idea. At its root, it's a novel idea.
Yeah, they get full credit for a new idea.
But what is it in practice? What is it in practice? It is, and the note that I wrote is that they're basically competing to be Calibri, the best hummingbird-based shooter for the 32X. Like, they're competing to win the best game in the narrowest conceivable category. Like, this game was made for the Games for Impact category.
Yes.
That's what they're doing. They're trying to win Games for Impact at the Game Awards. That's why this game exists. It doesn't exist because the game is compelling. It exists because somebody had a self-indulgent idea and thought that they could win an Oscar bait award for it. And it's like visibly a Pixar knockoff, which is the only thing that this particular segment of the games development industry is capable of making, because it's like Cal Arts for gaming. And they basically have made it about a marginal group in society so that you can't criticize it.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
It's like
like what they showed, strip all that away, and what at its core it looked like a very by the numbers platformer. Little
well, the thing is,
visible.
I didn't see anything in that trailer that I would describe as a video game.
Yeah, there were a
Yeah,
few
It looked
bits
like a
of
Pixar
running
movie.
around, and that was about it.
Yeah, it
It
looks
looked like a really bad Pixar movie.
It looked like your dollar store knockoff Pixar movies song section for one of the songs cropped and turned into a trailer.
Yeah. So at least they're doing a better. They've got a better idea of working with the deaf protagonist than The Quiet Man, if you remember that game.
But when you're selling, when you're selling your product and you're basically your selling point is to say, oh well, we collaborated with the deaf community on making this, as though the deaf community is a thing that exists, as opposed to there just being people in society who are hearing impaired. Like that means that you are just you're marketing on the power of a demographic, which number one feels like tokenism to me, and number two, like you are not making any attempt to say that the game is good, just that you feel strongly about it.
Yeah.
Like to me, the fact that the developer feels strongly about the game that they made is worth precisely dick all.
Like, it could be a great game. Like, the soundtrack was fine.
I doubt
It was visual, but
the soundtrack is fine.
it's fine.
Soundtrack.
I know, right? On a deaf game, but the fact that it's just blatantly there as award bait.
Yeah, so I don't begrudge them if they want to do this. They can do that.
There's nothing stopping them.
No, that's perfectly fine, but don't expect me to like it, because I have no intention of liking it unless it's a good game, and it doesn't look like it is. Because if it was a good game, you would have showed us parts of the game that are good.
Yep.
Yeah, you have come to a video game event where people are here to see video games, and you have presented a dollar store knockoff song snippet from a bad Pixar ripoff.
Oh yeah, Ammonium. It exists.
Yeah.
Next.
Come back when you've got a game that's good.
Yeah, show us the actual game, and then we'll make a decision.
We'll make fun of you for that too. Don't worry. I'm sure it won't be good.
Next is Windblown. We might need to speed these up a little bit because there's a lot of trailers.
Why are you always trying to speed up Rantathon? My goodness.
I know, right?
Yep.
It's more that we're trying to whatever. Anyway, Windblown is the that isometric slashery type game from the Dead Cells guys.
This is one of the very, very few game trailers where I actually was like, we'll see where this goes.
Yep.
But I think that's the most you can really say, though.
Like,
because the trailer is all style and no substance.
There's like yeah. The developer is the big asterisk on this one, I think, because it's made by the Dead Cells guys, and Dead Cells is a very good and competent game now, but it took a long time to really get all that content meat behind it. They early released that thing, and it took forever to finish.
Yeah. Dead Cells, as it is now, is very much worth your time. It will also waste your time if you're not good at that game, so get good.
So
what they show of this one is an incredibly glitzy and polished example of incredibly flat gameplay.
Yeah, we have no idea how that game's going to actually play, and with the speed of the combat they were showing, that can go any way. We don't know how indicative that is of moment-to-moment action, whether that's them bursting all their cooldowns to show off the flashiest moves, or if that's how stuff normally looks. How does it feel to play? Because it's an action game, it's an isometric action game with co-op. There's a lot of, we're going to have to get our hands on this one before we actually know if it's any good.
Yeah.
But
that game is going to be all about feel.
All about feel, exactly.
Yeah. But it at least got me to go, all right, I'll take a look at it.
Yeah. And there is technically gameplay in the trailer.
Yeah. There is. It's very, very early and very rudimentary, but it is there. All right. Second.
Oh. I've just been taking us on a tour through the Ruby Sea while we've been talking. I've had the blimp on auto run, and I've just been occasionally nudging the stick.
So that we don't get stuck in a tree.
I've been bumping the jump button to take us up and down occasionally.
sorry about that. Lunch just happened.
What did you get?
The old classic Australian meat pies with tomato sauce.
Why are meat pies Australian? We eat them here too.
But they're not American. And that's all that really matters.
Oh yeah, they put fruit in their pies, don't they? And
Yes.
pumpkins and stuff.
I don't like pies.
Have you ever had a proper meat pie?
The closest thing I've had is chicken pot pie.
That's closer.
I mean, that's semi-close, I guess.
I do like
Like
chicken pot pie.
Chicken pies tend to be pretty low on the pie tier list because I don't know about what it's like in Australia, but if you get chicken pie in New Zealand, you're going to get a very high gravy to meat ratio.
Typically, the Australian chicken pie is going to have a kind of a white sauce in it, a white gravy.
Well, you mean semi-translucent gelatin?
Yes,
That is
and it also
nearly gravy,
not
quite gravy.
yes, also peas. And it's
Yeah,
supposed to
peas
be
are a staple.
Yeah, they're here too.
yeah,
Although you get carrots as well sometimes.
yep, and carrots.
Yeah,
Yep.
the best pies I've had, there used to be this bakery, a Vietnamese bakery in Tequity, that sold pies, and the contents of the pie had almost zero gravy. Like it was just like massive slabs of meat.
I mean that.
They tended to be pork pies, but they were very good, and it was full of meat.
Yeah.
Like you felt like you were eating real pie there. Well, pie by the Commonwealth standard for pie, anyway.
Yeah.
Like something like pecan pie is basically non-existent in this country.
Pumpkin pie, apple pies, those are pretty American, and they're all nasty to me. I hate them all.
Apple pie is very common, but
I can't stand apple pie. It probably wouldn't be common here if it weren't for McDonald's.
I do like an apple pie, but it's got to be a good apple pie.
I just don't like them.
Yeah.
They're
The
too
best
sweet.
pies, you can
They're
buy
too
the
fat.
really cheap ones in the supermarket. They come in a bag of 6, and they are full of.
You can still get
Yeets.
bags. We can't get pies in 6s anymore, even at the supermarket.
Yeah.
Like they've shrinkflationed them all down to 4 now. The price hasn't changed, but now you only get 4.
Yeah, typically, the only ones you get in the 6 are the ones that are made of tubes and wobbly grey bits.
No, you can't. Even the tubes and wobbly grey bits only come in 4s here now. It's
Wow.
really depressing.
That's
And if
sad.
if you go to like the service station, if you get service station pie, the price is like $8
Yeah, that sounds about right.
for a pie. A pie. It's
But-
only about 15 centimeters across.
Yeah, there is one Australian staple, though, and that is what is the god tier pie. And that is the birthday party cardi pie.
But what?
A party pie. It's just a small meat pie. But they are very small, they are inevitably filled with lava, and they are awesome.
Is this like a bridge pie?
It sounds like a hot pocket.
No, it's
I
a
think we call
very
it-
small pie.
I think we call them bridge pies here.
Could be bridge pie.
I don't know why. Let's see, bridge pie.
Bridge pie. Let's see. What's this Google called bridge pie? Kind of.
I remember that's what they were called when I was young. I don't know if they still call them that. But I would get like 2 or whatever for lunch when I was 5.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently bridge pie is only used in Taranaki,
Okay, it's an oddly specific name for it.
which is where I grew up.
Yeah. But
But why is it called that?
I don't know. But yeah, a party pie is
No.
essentially a beef and gravy pie, and it's only about maybe an inch and a half diameter. You eat it in 2 bites.
A bridge pie is about 2 inches. But the current, it seems like the current speculation is that they were served as finger food at bridge clubs.
Ah. But yeah, so yeah, God tier
This
is
is about
party
the
pie.
Game Awards, by the way.
No, it's not. We're talking about pies now.
Finn is eating,
All
Finn is
right.
eating his pies.
Delicious. Anyway, Thrasher is the next game.
Looks like Rez. Sounds like Rez.
I never saw Rez.
Basically Rez. Rez? You didn't see Rez?
Did I see Rez?
When did Rez come out? That was like 2000, I think Rez came out. 23 years
Yeah,
ago. Probably.
that's an older one.
Let's see. Res.
Let's see. Res Infinite. Oh yeah, okay, I can see this
2001
similarities now. And there's also a game called Res Please, because indie games happen, I guess. Yeah, I can see the similarities now. So it looks like a rhythm game with a space worm and babies. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's another rhythm game / LSD game.
Yeah.
It's basically the game is basically
The game.
It came with a little peripheral which vibrated. It was basically a DualShock rumble unit that was entirely separate from the DualShock itself, and its only purpose was to sit there and go unts.
That's going to go in someone's butt, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that was what was famous for that being the only thing it was used for, was as a sex toy.
Yeah, there it goes.
Some ER is going to have to remove that.
Yep.
From somebody, somewhere.
Hey, the butt box is a real thing. Every hospital has one. Including actually...
put things up there?
I don't know. Actually, if you go play Baldur's Gate, you do go to a hospital, and there is also a butt box there.
I don't know. I don't know why people do that. Like, I don't know. Maybe I've got a different idea of what the butt is for. But
well, you see, I have a theory here. I think it's a pretty sound theory. Okay, you know how there are some people out there that just must have multiple butts because of how much toilet paper they use? Maybe these extra butts serve a different purpose.
Ah!
And the rest of us normal people just don't know what that purpose is, and that's why we feel no desire to shove vibrating controllers as up there or something.
I mean, I have other corollary reasons. Like, for me, the butt serves the dual purpose of expelling waste and also expelling a large portion of my blood, because apparently I have a family disorder. So basically, I consider it to be a incredibly delicate region that does not need any kind of tampering with, especially putting things in it.
Things do not go in the butt. Okay, let's move on. Persona 3, they showed a shiny new trailer that showed absolutely nothing new.
Yeah, I just sort of spaced out with this and started idly thinking about the sort of people that I see playing P5, and I'm like, oh boy, I can't wait for the Zoomers to tell me how P5 is better than P3.
Yeah,
can't wait for them to find a way to ruin P3.
Right.
Because P5 is definitely catering to a more modern type of mindset and a more modern type of conundrum.
Kind of lacks the nihilism that 3 has.
I feel like 3 and 4 are both more poignant questions than, like, because the question of P3 is why live, and the question of 4 is why tell the truth. The question of 5 is me, the adults are mean. This is not really what I would call a question.
Oh yeah, I get it. I'm already going to play Persona 3. I've never actually finished the original game, despite all the times I've played it. And even though I do know how it ends.
I played it with a mediocre level of completion, but I did play it all the way through.
I will likely be playing it out of obligation, but so I'm not going out of my way to look up all the trailers. I used to really be, like, Sony used to be where Devil May Cry is for me, but it's just, they just atlased it too hard.
Yeah, I liked the vibe the most, I think. Probably. And that might be due to the fact that there was less distance between me and high school at that time. Like, by the time P4 came out, the distance had grown larger. By the time P5 came out, I couldn't even remember most of high school. I don't know if that's affected my impression of it, but the weight and density of existence that is conveyed through the story of P3 is way more compelling to me than the sort of like petty teenage rebellion that P5 seems to mainly comprise.
Well, the narrative structure and key themes of the story in P3 are going to resonate with older people much easier anyway than like even P4 or especially for some.
I feel like it grows over time as well, because like in P3, like I said, the theme is why live. Yeah. And the more troubles you see over the course of your life, the more poignant that question becomes.
Yeah, and it makes a big part of its narrative of accepting the fact you will die one day.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah,
you're gonna die.
And like it for thoughtful people across multiple religions, that's sort of like the key sort of one of the things you overcome. Like the memento mori is a key part of Catholic thought, and the sort of fleeting perishability of the world is a key part of Buddhist thought, and the same thing applies to the acceptance of the way of the world is a key part of Taoist thought. Like, it's for people who actually think about the world in a non-shallow sense, this is going to always be the eternal question throughout all the ages. Whereas P5 doesn't ask any questions that are about anything other than modern society. Like, for P5's highest presumption is to contend that perhaps authority doesn't always rest in the hands that you personally think it should. But if they had shown, like, I would have forgiven P5 a lot more if they had shown an execution of legitimate authority. Because I can't think of any situation where that happens.
Yeah.
The only people who are lionized are people who are acting in a fashion that is in one way or another illicit. The structure of society and the necessity of legitimate authority and the exercise thereof is never tackled. And that is the necessary partner to the story that they are telling, and they do not tell that story.
Yeah. So we'll see with Persona 3 Remake. I will likely... I don't know if I'll get it right away at launch or if I'll play through it, even if I do grab it right away. It's, we'll see. I'll have to report back after I poke at it.
I'll see if it's not a trash fire first, and then maybe I'll get it.
Yeah. I'm doing this out of... I'll be getting it mostly just out of my history with the series.
Yeah, we'll see what they change, how much they change.
It's going to be exercise in member berries for me.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sort of curious as to whether they will do the answer or whether they'll just do the question.
Yeah, they're going to have to... If they don't do the answer, they got some rewrites to do.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, are they ultimately going to go the Final Fantasy VII route, where they just tell a different story?
Huh?
Possibly.
I've been fairly good with dodging the media for this game, so that I can take it as some experience.
The thing is that they have decided, for whatever reason, to maintain the fate of Minato, or whatever name you pick for him, as a dangling question, an ever dangling question. It gets raised regularly, and like at least on one occasion in each game, sort of thing. Like, what actually happened at the end? Is this really the end for him? Is
Dorkun still a door?
Yeah, is he going to be a door forever? Is it needful for him to be a door forever? Is it really going to require the sacrifice of a person to always hold back death? Like, they have placed him in sort of a weird messianic position, as sort of like defined by the fact that his final persona is Messiah, but they've never really explored whether or not that is regarded as a necessity within the scope of the game's cosmology. Like, if you come from a Christian, or I suppose Judeo-Christian background, then the necessity of the Messiah goes unquestioned, because humanity can't exist without one. There's no purpose to it in those thought traditions. But they never established that as a truth in the setting of Persona, yet they leave it as a dangling question that they keep bringing it up over and over again, but they haven't resolved it. Are they going to tamper with the structure of that question in this remake, or are they going to ask it again as a prelude to bringing out another game which is going to pick up where that story left off?
Yeah, they do bring it up a lot, but and most of the times it resurfaces as a question. It almost seems just as kind of like a functional way to get Liz to go make a cameo appearance and show up in the story and meddle with stuff. Because she has to. If they want Liz to come and meddle with the plot, they need her to have a motivation to do it, and finding a way to Dorkun's about her only objective, besides just goofing around and doing random crap.
Yeah, but the thing is that she has ascended to a level of nearly godlike power over the course of her travels now, as anybody who ever attempted to fight her would have experienced. And it is sort of implied implicitly that she is getting more powerful all the time as she goes about these travels, learning more things, gathering more abilities. And at some point, that's going to have to pay off. Like, it would be very disappointing of them not to use it. But there are some writers and developers, like, let's say, the people who write Final Fantasy XIV, for instance, who try and pay off everything. Everything that's ever mentioned will not be forgotten about. It just might go on the back burner for an expansion, but then we'll be back as a centre of attention one day. But I don't really know whether or not the writers of Persona are of that caliber.
If it was still like, the Innocent Sin to Persona 4 days, they probably would have the chops to pull it off. But I don't.
Persona 5 is just so shallow by comparison to the others that it makes me worried that that story is just going to be eternally unfinished.
And most of the writing team for those
think that makes it better.
And most of the staff that wrote Personas 2 through 4 are not with Atlas anymore.
Okay. Next was just a very quick one, I think, here, because none of us have anything to say. Dave the Diver crossing over with Dredge.
Both of these games seem to be played extensively by the Hollow Mem.
I can see that. Like, both of
I
them
don't know anything about either game, though.
They're both about trawling the ocean for very deep sea. Well, okay, Dave dives the ocean because he's looking for seafood. Dredge, I think you're just trying to not get your ship destroyed by deep sea fanglyfish. So,
but everybody knows that this ends with two people attempting to solo Cthulhu.
Well, of course it does, because that's what he's there for. But it's not. I think it might end with Dave trying to serve Cthulhu up in a restaurant. But anyway,
there must be a really compelling game though, because people have said a lot of nice things about the both of them.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of it, and Dave he gets the rough end of the stick.
He seems like a nice chap.
Yeah. Alright, moving on. World of Goo 2. Here's another game to make you feel old.
Yeah, this was the holy crap, I'm old game.
Yeah.
I looked at it and I was like, I know I'm supposed to remember this, but I don't know what it is.
I remember World of Goo. I loved World of Goo. I played through it like 4 times back in the day. And this just looks like it's just more of that. It even looks identical. Crappy cutscenes and all. Although it does have a fluid mechanic in there now, so that's different.
Somebody was living in Beijing too long and they had some sinus trouble, and suddenly black goo everywhere.
Just gonna happen. Yeah, I'll be definitely playing that one. That one's member berry.
Yeah, I'll throw that one.
There's a lot of member berries going around.
Yeah. But, yeah, I think World of Goo, it's like member berries from like... Well, I don't want to think about how old that is, actually. Yeah, really good game.
Oh, we're gonna... Now we gotta look it up. Hang on.
We gotta look it up, do we? I don't like the idea of this.
You're not gonna like the answer to this one. 2008!
Yeesh! Okay, actually, it's not as old as I thought it was.
That's still pretty old.
It's still pretty old, but not as
Yeah,
old.
it's like, when that amount of time is not old to you, Fern, that just makes you older.
Well, I was thinking closer to maybe 2003, 2005.
Like, that's the year I graduated high school.
Yeah. Oh, still old. Yeah, it'd be, what 15 years?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Alright, next game is a game that's got a bad case of the Grand Blues. Metaphor re Fantasio.
Yeah, that one's been cooking a while.
Yeah, I assumed this one was dead.
Now, I've seen things of it crop up occasionally, but ultimately I haven't seen anything about it that I'd call compelling. It looks to me still like it's just trying to sell itself to people who played P5 and want the exact same game again.
Basically, yeah. With a different coat of paint, and you guys, here you go.
Yeah.
But the actual, like, what they deliver to you as promotional material, it's like there's nothing wrong with the aesthetics and or the sort of UI design or whatever of P5. However, you got to have more than that. And this is what they have delivered as far as previews go of like story and performance and that sort of thing is unspeakably generic. And I felt like the voice acting here was actually very bad. Like, I know it's just sort of like promo stuff, but it was just like, oh, that's cringe. Couldn't you find somebody better?
It was fairly, yeah, but I can still see myself playing it. As much as there's big old plot holes in Persona 5, I did enjoy it mechanically.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it. I'll give it some time to cook. We'll see. We'll think about it again closer to the time. I think because this is not. It didn't impress me. So there are lots of games for me to play. I don't have to play everything that comes out from Atlas that just happens to look like Persona. So let's just wait and see if it's actually any good. Because if it's got a bland or annoying story or like it's just production wise it doesn't come together, or if it's a DLC mill or whatever, then you know what, I can probably live without.
Okay, we are out of the pre-show now and onto the main show with the Dorito Pope.
The Doritos Pope has arrived! And the thing that now, what I want to lay the groundwork here is that you might not remember, but I started noticing it after somebody mentioned it online because I watched this in chunks. And Jeff Keighley feels this bizarre urge to remind you every time he opens his sodding mouth that he knew about this before you, or he's an insider, or he had information ahead of time, or none of this is new to him, or whatever. Like, it's not enough for him to introduce a person or an announcement. He's got to talk about how in deep he was with them before.
Yeah. Oh, I played
Every
this
time.
at PAX before everybody else. Oh, I got to go in and see this in their studio around so and so date. Yeah, he did that for like everything.
It really exposes his motivations here.
I kind of tuned it out, honestly.
How personal they are. Like, this is entirely a self-aggrandizement exercise for him personally. This is not a show about video games. This is a show about Jeff Keighley.
If he did it once through the entire show, no one would notice. But he did it for just
he does it for everything. Yeah. Everything. He's the center of attention. Everything is about him. I'm surprised they even let them do a pre-show. Because he wouldn't be on the stage. But I guess that's just to give him more time to schmooze backstage with the guys in the green room or whatever.
No. I'll tell you what he was doing. He had to go and rehearse his Muppet bit.
Yeah, he did. He's got to have his Muppet bit.
Yeah, and it's always cringe. But we can talk about that a bit later.
We'll get to that.
But
first game.
The first thing that they do, they give Teal'c the chance to apologise, I guess.
I do appreciate that. As soon as he started talking, they started playing him off.
But how did that conversation go? Was he like, I got too drunk, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done it, I was entirely at fault, can you give me a second chance to make things right? Or was Keighley like, you really screwed the pooch there, do you think that you owe me a favour enough that you can come back and try again? How do you reckon it went?
I'd say probably somewhere in the middle, like, he knows he's goose off and Ken's like, let's just make a joke of this.
There was, it was a bit.
Was Jeff like, oh, this is an opportunity for me to make a forced meme?
Yes.
Yeah, that. I don't think he expected Judge to take the jab at Call of Duty, though.
Oh, that has caused so much fallout. It's been hilarious.
Oh, the salt has been delicious.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, I don't think he expected that. I think that was Judge just throwing shade.
I've got a colleague, a subordinate of mine at work, who is really into playing all of these AAA action games and stuff, and like he was just about to get the new Call of Duty, and then he found out what the campaign was like, and he's been grousing about it since. Like, I was really looking forward to another Call of Duty, but then I found out what a pile of shite the campaign is, and so now I don't want to get it because I don't want to support that crap.
Spoilers, it's poopy.
And yeah, like that's been the chatter at work as well, so I was particularly amused to see it crop up here.
Yeah. So, yeah, well played, Chris. You leaned on the meme and you threw some shade right where it belonged. So
yeah, like you put a gun to the head and pulled the trigger on a target that actually deserved it.
Yep. All he needed to do was say the thing, and he would have been fine. But he didn't say the thing. But that's fine. I guess.
But he endeared himself to everybody though.
Yes.
By
man.
on somebody who deserved it for once.
Well, everybody that wasn't in that room with him anyway.
Yeah.
The whole audience that wasn't there loved it.
They actually cut to the team,
the audience,
to the audience, and the looks on those faces.
Yeah,
I've heard that social media from them has been absolutely blistering lately. Like they are incredibly ass hurt by this.
Yeah. Okay, Chris, we forgive you for waffling on for 8 minutes last year.
I'll take it. You're now on my good books.
It couldn't happen to a better bunch of sellout reprobates.
Yep. Speaking of selling out, the next person they wheeled out was Matthew McConaughey. For why?
Because he's in a game and he's a Hollywood person.
And
so of course Jeff Keighley needs to get him. Yeah, he was completely smashed. He's been in that green room bar fridge.
It must be one hell of a bar fridge.
I think that the open bar backstage is basically how Keighley gets all these Hollywood types to show up.
Yeah.
That's my theory anyway.
Like every time they come out on stage, they are almost universally sloshed.
I don't have any strong associations with Matthew McConaughey. Like, ultimately, I remember him from being sort of snidely mentioned in Homestuck.
Yeah. He's been in a whole bunch of things, but...
Yeah, he's all over the place, but I can't call anything specific to mind right this second.
Yeah. But he's in the next game, which is Exodus. It's a sci-fi thing.
Reheated Mass Effect. Like, I had written down the note that it was a reheated Mass Effect, and then Keighley immediately mentioned that it had Mass Effect vibes after the trailer was over.
Yeah, it smells of Mass Effect, it looks of Mass Effect.
But if Keighley mentioned it, if Keighley mentioned that it was like Mass Effect, it means somebody told him that it was intended to be like Mass Effect. Because Keighley doesn't have thoughts of his own.
Yeah.
So, and the only thing he cares about is insider knowledge.
Yeah.
So that means that they actually set out to make a Mass Effect knockoff.
The thing is, from what I could gather from the story, it was like a time dilation and the effects of traveling at speed of light and however the world goes on without you, or some weird shit like that. But
I couldn't work out how that part connected to the second part.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to tell this sort of like romantic tragedy, right? At the start?
Yeah.
Essentially, and then they segue onto, but now we're explorers and we're just doing cool shit around the galaxy. It's like,
we're roaming around shooting aliens now.
Like, where's the through line here? Why does that first bit matter to the second bit, or vice versa? I don't get it.
What was that?
How the game did have one thing. Mm-hmm. It almost got a perfect score for opening with a non-diversity hire cast. Almost, and then they had an interracial couple. But the male character lead being a generic dude with short brown hair, that's unheard of these days.
Yeah, but it's designed to be an interracial couple. Like this is a thing that you see a lot. If you look at the media, like you never see a man of European extraction with a woman of European extraction in any setting. Doesn't matter whether it's modern drama or whether it's an advertisement on television. Like that's basically considered verboten now because that would mean that they were both racists. That's the current logic of pop culture right now. It's irrational and toxic, but that is the way things are. And if you look at the characters that are previewed in every single one of these announcements and trailers, you'll see the same theme repeated over and over again. But they are just taking their cues from media culture because media culture insists on it. And you will find yourself blackballed if you don't.
Okay. So, anything else to say about Exodus? Because that's...
No, because it looks just like Mass Effect.
It looks like just like Mass Effect.
All that they... Like, I guess, like, my I think I wrote something down about this.
I think you just said it looks like Mass Effect as well.
They're cloning Mass Effect because BioWare doesn't have the money or staff to hop on the remake bandwagon.
What the talent
and the reason... Well, the reason why I wrote that was because I had just written up the notes that week, earlier in the week, for the news for the entire year. And one of those things was that BioWare had laid off 20% of their entire staff.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that they're in financial dire straits right now. So they can't embark on the project that they would otherwise, which, based on like the tone and tenor of the industry as a whole, would have been to remake Mass Effect 1.
Yeah. I know they did a HD re-release, but I thought I heard something.
The thing is, HD re-releases are sort of like the bloom has fallen off that they are.
Oh yeah,
lately.
It's just a blatant cash.
Ever since Capcom did RE2, everybody has been on like full bore on the remake thing.
Yeah. It's not necessary in most of the cases.
There are some things that I think are well served by remakes, but more things are not well served by remakes. Like RE2, I think, is one that benefited a lot.
Yep.
Because simply the mechanics of RE2 were awful.
They were dreadful, yeah. The old tank controls.
Yeah, tank controls.
Yeah. They never
rotate on the spot and fire. Like it's a relic of a bygone era, and it's sort of nice to see it brought up to date. But most things, I think, simply do not benefit from that type of treatment. That those resources would be better put toward a creative endeavor if anybody in the industry is creativity.
Yeah, and we've said it before. Final Fantasy VII is kind of a special case in this amount. It's not really a remake at this point. It's an entire new story, only new game.
Not only that, though, but people have been calling for a remake of FF7 since long before there was a trend for remakes.
Yeah.
People started calling for a remake of FF7 the day the PS2 came out.
Yes.
Which means that there's been more than 2 decades now that people have been wanting a remake of FF7.
Oh, no, then I feel old again. Great.
When it comes to these games from the PS1 era that are getting remake, I'm more forgiving towards it because it allows them to visibly show what more of the setting in a prettier way than we saw with the PS1 block graphics.
Well, I discussed this when I was playing the Final Fantasy VII remake. Like, I've been meaning to pick it back up. I just haven't had time lately. Mm-hmm. But the characterization actually hits real different when they've got facial expressions and voices.
And actual faces, yes.
Like I said, like I was completely disinterested in the character of Barrett in the original. Like he was a completely bland brown-skinned thug character, and that was all he did. And he had a tortured past and all, but it was so ham-handed that it didn't really make sense. Whereas in the remake, you see him as the leader of Avalanche, and he has the sort of character that you would expect from the leader of a sort of semi-well-meaning eco-terrorist group. Like, he's got this sort of manic cult leader fervor that's sort of like at the edge of his personality. That's sort of like, in order to be the guy that leads people to take up arms and go on a holy crusade in the name of the environment, you have to be a bit crazy.
Yes.
And old Barrett was not really that bit crazy. New Barrett in the remake is definitely crazy. Like, you can see that in his character. Like, there's a real person underneath all that, a real grounded person with real concerns and real thoughts and real opinions, but the crazy that actually leads you to become the person that he is actually on display. And when he gives a speech, instead of just being like, you know, oh, well, this is just the dialogue to pass the time while we're on the train, like, you actually get to see him go into cult leader mode and preach about the planet.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, well, this makes sense now. This character makes sense now in a way that he didn't in the original.
Doesn't his daughter or little girl play a much bigger role now too? Because, like, the original, she was there for one scene and that was it.
You see her quite a bit, but because she's like in higher resolution, you get to see her more as this is the child that he's taking care of, and less of a MacGuffin to prove that he's not just all rocks in his head.
Yeah, you go through the original game, and I think showing her was kind of, the original intention was for her to kind of be his grounding. But
she's supposed to be his conscience so that he doesn't become an out-and-out terrorist across the board.
yeah, but
So that he actually has some kind of human feeling.
Yeah, but she's there for all of 5 minutes, and she goes in the basement and is never seen again.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the remake is concerned, though, like I think the character that gets the biggest glow up is probably Jessie.
Yeah, Jessie had nothing in the original game.
She dies basically immediately in the original game. She's a fairly central character. She's a fairly central character throughout a lot of the early game and the remake. And her interactions, like she has probably nearly as much focus on as a character as Tifa does from the amount that I've played, and possibly even more than Eris.
Actually, we'll come back to this because we've got more Final Fantasy VII further down the list.
Yeah.
Now I've got to find my spot. There it is. Next game is Super Colon Blow 5000. I mean, God of War, Ragnarok, Valhalla.
I didn't see Boy anywhere.
Boy! I didn't see Boy in the trailer either, actually, now you mention it. But it's a DLC of some sort of repeating dungeon filler content. It's free.
DLC or like a pseudo... Yeah,
they are charging for it.
Yeah, so it's just a free content drop, basically.
Yeah, is it a content drop or a standalone thing? I think it's a standalone thing.
No, I think it's a DLC.
Yeah.
So don't forget about us. We still exist. We're still a thing.
We had Chris Judge on stage and everything. What do you mean he didn't talk about our game? So yeah, it's like, here's some more God of War to tide you over until the next one, I guess. Have a repeating dungeon where you can just go and fight things. Enjoy. Next game I found incredibly confusing. Big Walk.
What was that? What was that? I will give it this. The trailer did evoke an emotional response for me.
Confusion is an emotion.
No, it wasn't that. It was something entirely different. The immediate thing that came to mind was, "Shut up, you bastards, I'm trying to sleep." Because it just brought to mind waking up in Australia with the sodding kookaburras not shutting up.
I am so glad I live in a part of the country without the kookaburras.
Merry, merry king of the bush is he.
How do you know that?
It was a nursery rhyme here.
Huh. Okay.
It's a nursery rhyme that spread everywhere. Everybody knows it.
Huh. All right then.
Kookaburra sits in the old gum tree.
There's a classic here. I didn't know it spread all over the world though. So yeah, they are noisy mongrel bastard birds.
But that basically overtook my mind. Like the feeling of like they're getting woken up early in the morning by birdsong is something that I deeply resent, and even when it happens here. But when it's kookaburras that do it, it's like an order of magnitude worse because they're laughing at you.
They are laughing at you.
They know that they woke you up from a dead sleep and you're really tired, and they think it's funny. And like the primal rage that came out from the depths of my bowel was just like, I hate you so much.
So aside from bird rage, this game, like the environments are very pretty, and then you see the characters. And like what, three balls and some arms and legs and a newt nose stuck to it.
But Pikmin are literally more detailed.
Pikmin are and have an infinite more personality. These things are like, okay, we ran out of time, let's just throw something quickly together and push it out the door. This is a placeholder character. So yeah, the game itself, I don't know, some sort of co-op puzzle game, I guess, or possibly just a faffing about simulator.
It just looks like a walking simulator for multiple people or something. I don't understand.
Yeah.
The game is literally called The Big Walk.
The Big Walk. You're walking with your big nose.
But yeah, I did not understand anything that I saw in this trailer, and I was just unable to process anything due to the depth of rage I was experiencing.
All right.
I think kookaburras here. It's bluebirds, brown thrashers, and ravens.
But none of them laugh at you.
None of them laugh at you.
They're not mocking you. They're not actively mocking you for the fact that they managed to wake you up.
All right. Before we move on, I think we should take a very quick break.
All right.
All right.
We can do that.
It'll
Where
only be a
did we
couple of
wind
minutes, so let us do that.
All right. Here's some music, folks. We'll be right back. And we're back. And
Yes.
I've got a stopwatch going from now, so we know how long it is, so we need to take breaks.
So the reason why everybody knows the Kookaburra song is apparently because the Girl Guides adopted it as their traditional song. So everywhere that has Girl Guides also has the Kookaburra song.
Oh, I see. Okay. Sure why particularly they choose that song, but all right.
The more you know.
Well, you know. Right, we are back in with the next game, which is Prince of Persia: Lost Crown.
I cannot get over his hairstyle.
Yeah, that's what I wrote down.
Weird hairstyle.
My only note for this was: do these shit boots at Ubisoft not know that Persia isn't in sub-Saharan Africa? This is not a Persian hairstyle. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. It doesn't match, but you never know. They might have a reason for it.
This is just
Probably
your
not.
sodding cosmopolitan people thinking that everybody with dark skin is the same race.
Ugh. So yeah, aside from that, the little bit of gameplay they showed, I mean, it looks like a 2D platformer. What do you want?
The little bit more minuscule sliver.
Yes, minuscule sliver. All we know is that, yeah, the prince is not in this game, and this new kid is, whoever he is.
He's been replaced by some random ambiguously brown person.
Yeah. The prince, I think, has been relegated to MacGuffin for this game.
So I went to university with some Persians, and none of them actually had brown skin. Like, that was not a thing.
Yeah, they might look slightly tan, but they're not.
They're tan because of the sunlight. The place they grew up, they don't actually have like naturally high melanin content. They just look Levantine like everybody else living in that area.
What's the word that Knowles uses all the time? Swarthy.
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 Yeah, well, he thinks he's swarthy, and I don't really agree.
He's a joke because he is not swarthy, but
swarthy brings to mind like incredible mustaches and grease.
Well, he's Sicilian, which is about the greasiest race on earth. So,
yeah, I mean, if it's going in the classic Prince of Persia vein, 2D platforming, I'll be there for that, but we'll see.
Yeah, I hasn't that whatchamacallit, that franchise has been in remission nearly as long as Star Ocean has.
It's been in remission as long as it was in remission before the last time it was dragged out, to be fair.
Yeah, it like the original God of Wars were coming out because it was part of that mashy hack and slash train where we had a bunch of games in that vein coming out.
Yeah.
Didn't they try and stop being platformers for a while to try and be God of War or something?
Yeah.
They had like the Warrior Within and stuff where the Prince had a edgy side he could pull out.
That game was really actually quite bad.
Yeah, but there's a lot of weird stuff happened in that era. Like,
it's very experimental.
The one that sticks out for me though is that I felt like Onimusha just disappeared.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, where did it go? What happened? Yeah, like that was. I was never really a Devil May Cry player because the only Devil May Cry I played was DMC2. And if that's the only Devil May Cry game that you play, surely I can be forgiven for having a bad impression of the series. Like, I preferred Onimusha generally. Like, that was what I liked to play. And you had like multiple characters with different moves and stuff. Whereas in Devil May Cry, my experience is, you have this brooding, silent Dante and what's her name, Lucia?
Yeah, and you have
Did she even appear again ever?
She gets a token mention in the prequel novel to Devil May Cry 5, and then is never seen again.
We know you don't like her, so we're just going to ignore her existence.
She exists for half a page.
Yeah, it's like that was. It was like Devil May Cry 2 was, to me, that was a crappy version of Onimusha. So why would anybody play Devil May Cry? But then Onimusha just evaporated like it never existed.
Mm-hmm.
And it was in that same era where God of War sort of took over as a standard for action combat.
Yeah. And you kind of got... Actually, as Prince of Persia, the Sands of Time trilogy is kind of a great cross-section for that whole era.
Yeah, they really
tried to do everything.
They tried to do everything, yeah.
They tried to jump on every trend bandwagon they could with that franchise. It felt like the first Prince of Persia Sands of Time trilogy, the very first one, was really good, though. I remember playing that and liking it.
Yeah, it was kind of like a 3D adaptation of classic Prince of Persia with the platforming and the jumping and the running. And
I think I played it on the...
Prince of Persia, though, like, it became a thing with a capital T because it was sort of like, at the time, kind of the apotheosis of classic platforming. And, you know, all of us are just old enough to remember when every big game was a platformer, like Monster Bash and Commander Keen and
every little game was a platformer as well.
Yeah, everything was a platformer. Like if you were anybody, you were a platformer, and that was the phase that happened immediately before the Doom clone took off, and everything became a Doom clone for a little while.
Mm-hmm. Platformers, especially back in the day, they were cheap and they were easy to make. To make a good platformer was way beyond a lot of people. But just to make a platformer, you can do that.
And everybody had one, and even the mediocre ones are all right, and the good ones are quite good.
But the bad
so
ones,
everybody remembers like Hocus Pocus and Jazz Jackrabbit and Cosmos Cosmic Adventure and there's so many of them. Like Apogee churned these things out like they were going out of fashion.
Yeah, Apogee was just all lousy with them.
And then there was there was an overlap period where you got Wolfenstein and you got Ken's Labyrinth, which came a little bit before Wolfenstein. It was the prototype. And then you got Blackstone Aliens of Gold, and then you got Rise of the Triad.
Yes.
And then after that, then Doom, and then everything after that was Doom.
Yeah,
until Duke Nukem 3D came out.
Duke Nukem made the jump from 2D platformer to 3D.
Yep, and then everything was Duke Nukem 3D for a little bit, and then Quake came out, and then there was a great fight between, like, is the build engine and rotating sprite-based enemies going to be the future, or is polygons going to be the future, and that basically depended on how many people could buy a Voodoo 2.
Yes. Never mind that all the 3D models looked like they were made of paper mache. Ignore that.
Yeah, and then we advanced to Quake 2, and we had Jedi Knight. There was a really good 3D Jedi Knight game, and yeah, there's that was a sort of progression, but the sort of the boom in games where there was a massive broadening in the sort of number available in the Western PC gaming market, that was platforming, and Prince of Persia sort of epitomized it before it went out of fashion.
Yeah. I'm going to record my little brother jumping around in his pajamas.
There were basically only two games that tried to carry platforming all the way forward, and that was Prince of Persia, and there were PC versions of Rayman that tried it as well.
Yeah.
And
I'm going to
other than that, it was pretty much the domain of consoles.
I'm going to throw one more in there, and that's Another World, where they kind of tried to make a narrative platformer.
I don't even remember that.
It was actually a really good game. Hard as nails if you didn't know what the puzzles were, but yeah, really good.
Did you ever play Word Rescue and Math Rescue?
No, I did not.
These are ringing bells to me.
For me, it was Mavis Beacon.
No, I was not so unfortunate as to have to play Mavis Beacon.
Be glad.
No, Word Rescue was made by the people who made the other Apogee platformers, and it was basically, rather than fighting an enemy, you would tip a bucket of slime over them, and you'd have to do like spelling challenges and stuff.
Was the main character gabbing on about blue stuff constantly?
I don't remember.
That may have been it.
This was many freaking years ago, my man.
Yeah.
Like, all of these things were designed to work on DOS with no Windows.
Yeah, because I remember it was Mavis Beacon primarily, but there was also the point-and-click edutainment games, like Magic School Bus and all of those.
Yeah, and there was also the Humongous games were around then as well.
Yeah, although we got the computer lab. Yeah, we got the computer lab installed it one day with all brand new Apple Macintoshes, and they didn't take the stock software off it, so for a few glorious weeks it was Zork 2.
Yeah, the first computer that my primary school got had the shareware version of Doom preloaded into it.
Nice.
Yeah, it was great.
So yeah, Prince of Persia is kind of one of those franchises that's been around forever.
Yeah, so it was great back in the day, but their forcible attempts to update it have had very spotty results.
Yeah. Like it's not that...
Notably one success and a whole bunch of other cringy bandwag jumping on garbage.
Yeah, like Sands of Time for that trilogy, 1 and 3 were great. 2 no. 2 wasn't that great really.
Other than Commander Keen, platformer I probably spent the most time actually playing though was probably Earthworm Jim.
Yeah, Earthworm Jim. A lot more fast-paced than a lot of those Apogee ones.
Yeah, I was really freaking bad at it, but that was a game that felt to me like a genuine evolution at the time over the classic formula.
Yeah, I kept getting lost in Earthworm Jim in some of its levels. I had a very hard time parsing the level layout in those games.
Earthworm Jim has Path of Pain in it.
Yes.
The entire last level is covered in spikes.
Yep.
Oh, goodness.
Wasn't there a really goofy way to just cheese the thing, though?
I don't remember.
I can't remember. It's long ago. But anyway. So, yeah, Prince of Persia, the new one, could be good. Could be nod. I don't know. It's there.
I am not kidding when I say I am writing this game off just because of his hair. I hate his hair that much.
It is a stupid haircut.
It is
Okay.
a very stupid haircut. What's more, it's an anachronistic haircut.
Yes. Right, next is another terrible idea. Lego Fortnite. Get used to these Fortnite ads. There's
Oh my
lot of them.
goodness. The only note that I put here is I don't think I've cared less about anything since Fortnite, I guess.
I mean, yeah. I'll give them 1 point of credit, and Lego Fortnite looks like what Fortnite was originally going to be before the money happened.
Yeah,
When
like
does-
if Fortnite had never existed and Lego Fortnite was the first thing that had come out, then I would have been a lot more forgiving
Yeah.
toward it.
But no, Fortnite was being originally built up as kind of this open world building type game. And they did the kind of the battle royale there to fund it basically. And then
Yeah,
they overdid it and made all of the money in the universe.
but I had preloaded negativity toward Fortnite going into this Game Awards because my timeline had been spammed up by people taking screenshots, like allegedly amusing screenshots of the Family Guy Fortnite crossover.
It looks terrible, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yes. Some things should not be. That is one of them.
Fortnite does not care. Fortnite, I think, at this point has crossed over with every major media franchise at least once.
Just about, yep.
And they seem to think that this is a virtue. And I'm not sure that it is.
What it is
But
a guaranteed way to print money.
the people that play that game love it. And I've never actually met one IRL.
I've
That's
played
because they were all still in school just a little bit ago.
I played like 3 rounds of it, and I just honestly did not see the appeal at all.
I hate these battle royale type games. You remember that experience I mentioned with the Fall Guys and Final Fantasy,
Yep.
and how somebody in our group of friends lost. Now your only option is to sit here and watch everybody who's still playing play, or you can leave and wait in the lobby to requeue if you want to still play together. Oh, isn't this fun group gameplay? You can play with your friends.
Yeah, no, the optimal way to play one of those games is solo. That way, if you get knocked out, you just go quit, start, done. You're back in the game again in a couple of minutes, if that.
Yeah. And then we're back to more of this enforced atomization in gaming.
Uh-huh. So yeah,
Where
Lego-
it's like the polar opposite to playing a game on a couch with your friends.
Yep. Right, so that's enough talking about Fortnite more than we absolutely have to. Hellblade.
We'll have more opportunities.
Yeah. So the next thing is the musical interlude.
Yes, by Highland. Them drummers, yo.
The music
We
for
were having fun,
They were.
but it was just sort of like weird generic warbling. I wasn't particularly moved.
Yeah, but that's what
Yeah,
Highland does. It's they just make all that kind of music.
I was like, okay, music's the songs, whatever. I am more concerned with watching Drummer Man just go to town and have a blast doing this.
Yeah, he was enjoying himself more than anybody else in that building.
And then it zoomed out and it's like, hang on, there's 2 of them.
Other than possibly that weird unit who stands at the front left-hand side of the stage for the orchestra.
Oh, he was having a great time. Look at him
the
go.
dude that changes instruments all the time and is
Yeah,
just going to town on all of them?
Yeah, like he is putting in way more effort than the rest of the orchestra combined.
Yeah, just look at him go. So yeah, there was a lot of that going with the Highland with the drummers because they were just going for it. But Hellblade itself,
At least somebody's having fun.
yeah,
Hellblade is one of those games that I feel like the Game Awards always want us to care about, but I never actually do.
it would actually
there's
probably help if they, released the damn game.
There's also, I am going to be negatively prejudiced towards Hellblade, no matter what. It doesn't matter how good it is, because the developer made Dino May Cry.
Yeah, that's a big black mark.
Like
Also,
that is.
I don't understand this bizarre trend of having every character be covered in filth all the time.
To be fair, it looks like the entire game is spent in the mud.
Yeah, but there seems to be this trend that a game is more, quote, realistic, unquote, and more gritty, unquote, quote, unquote, if you just smear mud all over the faces of the characters. And you can see it in like even the likes of Skyrim as well, where everybody's just sort of weirdly grimy.
Yeah,
Because they've heard the legend that nobody bathed before the modern era or whatever.
everybody in the Middle Ages was just permanently covered in shit. Yes.
Like, no.
No, they weren't.
No, people were not permanently covered in shite. Like, the people like to be clean. Like that is an intrinsic desire of people. They don't like being dirty. They want to be clean. You
You're
can see
yucky,
that
you're
in
dirty.
every animal. You can see that in every animal that spends half its freaking life grooming.
Yes.
Anybody who owns a cat knows that animals don't like being dirty.
Yep.
Yeah,
There are animals that have a different conception of dirtiness. Like pigs feel clean when they've been covered in mud recently, but generally speaking, animals don't like being dirty. Humans don't like being dirty. Why is everybody in all of these gritty modern games constantly covered in muck?
because they don't know that humanity forever in every culture has either had access to a local watering hole with a source of water that flows out where they can bathe in, or a public bathhouse.
Like you would get so freaking itchy if you had all that dirt on you and it kept drying out. Like
Yeah.
you would just be scratching at yourself all the time. You'd be raw with scratches because of being constantly covered in mud. Absolutely not. Like it's not. This doesn't add to the realism. It just makes me think your character is ugly. But, I mean, the character's sort of like an empowered female lead, so she probably is ugly. I can't tell under the mud.
She looks like a butterface.
How-
I guarantee you wipe that makeup off, she's the butteriest butterface of all time.
I just see a mud doll every time I
she's
look at
just
her.
covered in mud. It's hard to tell what she looks like under it. But how many years now have they been teasing this game at the Game Awards? Like 3 now?
Well,
2 or 3.
they did. They gave the previous one awards, didn't they, or something?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
they did.
the first one was a darling one year.
But that was like 6 years ago.
I don't
that
know
many?
that either. I don't know anybody who did.
Yeah, it was a while ago
But-
now, and they've been teasing
It was-
this one for like 3 years now.
Yeah, and I feel like that they want it to be more important to people than it really is.
Yeah, just release the game at this point because honestly, you
Like,
keep
every
trying to
time-
hype it, and you're only going to disappoint people.
Every
Don't
time I see a trailer from it, it always seems to be full of like what people deepity, things that are supposed to be profound but are just like trite.
They're like ice cream cones. They have deep words on them that if you strung them together with proper context might mean something, but they just don't mean anything at all. It just words.
All right.
Like I
And the
don't
way they
know.
present them?
I'm not excited by this. You keep trying to keep me excited about this, but I wasn't to begin with.
Yeah. All right. There's not a whole lot really more to say about it because they didn't even show any gameplay in this one. At least in the last one, they showed a little bit of gameplay. Right. Do you want to talk about Ed Boon? No? Okay.
Not really. Not really.
I don't know who-
He's more relevant for the next section when we're
Who was
talking
that?
about
I
the
don't even
awards.
remember.
Ed Boon
He's
is
the
one of
guy-
the brainchilds behind Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat. Yeah.
Oh right, nobody's cared about Mortal Kombat in years.
Yeah,
Like
he's-
Mortal Kombat was cool in the '90s and hasn't been since.
Yeah, Ed Boon is the noob in Noob Sidebot.
The last time people cared about Mortal Kombat was like MK4 on the Nintendo 64.
So I've made a note of this particularly just because the pure irony of it is they trotted him out to present best narrative.
Yeah, I don't think MK oddly named one and it didn't win a damn thing, did it?
Nope. I think he got nominated for a couple of things, but didn't win a damn thing.
Well, I mean, nominations mean precisely dick all.
They really
Yeah,
did.
And the fighting
that-
game category
well-
this year was totally free to get a nomination for.
Yeah.
Being nominated at the Game Awards is the only thing worth less than getting an award at the Game Awards.
All right. Next trailer is Kimuri. I don't know what this is about. Something parkour, something yokai.
Well, it's Ikumi Nakamura, who's sort of like a darling of the community because she's sort of a cute Japanese lady type of thing.
She's had
And
way
that's
too
about
much
it.
sugar.
She's always full of ideas, but her track record of actually outputting a game is pretty shoddy.
Hmm.
Like the last big thing she worked on was like Ghostwire Tokyo, which was sort of a damp squib.
Yeah, it was.
But I mean, ultimately, like the whole Hyakiyako thing that they've got going on, it was sort of it's at least visually compelling.
Mhm.
But she's always been good at visually compelling. The thing that she's not good at is turning visually compelling into compelling gameplay.
Yeah.
So it's got everything to prove. But I like the sort of verve that it's got. Like, and that you can mine yokai for days because everything is a yokai.
Yes.
Right. That's like the fundamental principle.
Well,
of-
Yokai Watch
of
happened. Look,
Shinto.
take perfect example of that.
No, I mean like it's the fundamental principle of Shinto, right?
Yeah.
Is that anything that exists long enough is going to have a kami in it, and anything that has a kami in it has the potential to become a yokai ultimately. Like there's always going to be that possibility in that cosmology, and the idea is that all of these things just sort of live on the edge of human awareness and will periodically emerge into the light. And when you get a lot of it at once, then you've got the hyakiyako, which just appears to be what they're going for here. But they didn't show anything. Like she has lucked into the position of having a personality well known enough to attract attention, but has not managed to do anything with it. So I mean, I wish her all the best, but she doesn't have anything to show yet.
Yeah, it's all on up to the showing on this one. So, I mean, if they're gonna have a game like that, great. I'll probably play it if it's actually out. You make it. All right. Next, where were we? No Rest for the Wicked.
The other game that made me raise an eyebrow.
The vibe I got off this one was this is basically the West's attempt to do Vanillaware as an aesthetic.
Mm-hmm.
Vanillaware borrows like the Vigillo Vallejo aesthetic, like classic high fantasy aesthetic, where everybody is like glistening muscles and barbarians and stuff.
Shiny
Like
armor.
that type of like hyper exaggerated, but like it's all in the fine details. It's romanticized, but it's hyper exaggerated, and but it doesn't break entirely with reality type of thing. That Vanillaware has made sort of their trademark, and it seems like they're trying to go roughly for that paradigm.
I hope they get it.
That they're leaning really into classic high fantasy art, as opposed to sort of like the grungy modern Elden Ring style of doing things, where everything is filthy.
Everything the last few years has been dark fantasy, or some try hard parallel of
Dark fantasy.
dark fantasy. Yes.
No, just dark fantasy.
Oh, dirt fantasy.
But,
yeah. Okay.
The aesthetic that Vanillaware has drawn on for most of their inspiration is something that properly belongs to Western pop culture, and it is well overdue that the West actually do something with it, since it's their heritage.
I wish these guys all the best.
Yeah, the gameplay, the little short clips we showed, they gave more of a gameplay feel and pace impression than a lot of the other game trailers we saw, even though it wasn't very much.
Yeah.
So,
to be fair.
Yeah, and it looked, from the little bit we saw, it's I think it's worth keeping an eye on. I'm not exactly hyped for it or anything, but it's made by the people that made Ori, and they have a good track record of putting out actual video games that are good.
Yep.
It just takes them forever.
But they managed to get games out that are both good and are also art.
Yes. I still need to go play Ori, actually. I've been meaning to, and I just
It doesn't really look like my kind of game, but I sort of appreciate its existence from a distance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you don't like creatively solving Metroid style problems in a Metroid style world, you're not going to like Ori.
I do like doing that. So yeah. Right, next, I didn't actually include this on the slide, but let's just quickly mention the Legion Go.
Yeah, I'm sort of like, I was sort of idly looking at this because I've been looking at the coverage on the modifications that have been made to the original SKU of the Steam handheld device, and how they've modified it going forward into the next version, and what they're expecting to do, because they're also doing sort of like early prototyping and concept work for the second version of the Steam handheld.
Yep.
And then you've got your parallel competitors like the ROG one that I can't remember the name of.
Yeah, and I think there's a Razer one as well.
Yeah, this is just another one of those things, and I'm like, every time something experiences a sudden boom like this, there's a very high chance that it just sort of disappears off the map afterwards, like it becomes a fad.
Yeah, so right now we're going through the Steam Deck copycats.
Like, it seems like there's also like, there seems like there's sort of like a if too many of these devices get spammed in short succession, then it turns into a fad rather than a product development process with longevity that happens slowly and patiently in the background and eventually becomes mainstream.
Oh, case in point, the Steam box.
Yeah, like lots of people tried to compete with that, and then it disappeared entirely.
The whole thing
And
ended up in just an awful mess.
You've seen the same cycle repeat, not once but several times with VR gear as well.
Yes.
And it looks like the loop has been closed into fad again, from my estimation.
For now, yes.
It doesn't mean to say that there's no future for it. I mean, the Switch showed that format has legs.
Yep.
But the Switch has killer apps to trade on at the same time. Whereas there is nothing to make you buy a handheld PC that you can't do with a laptop.
Yeah.
There's nothing special about that format. Like nobody's making games that only work for that type of device. Nobody's come up with the innovation that this game just plays better on the handheld. That's not a thing yet.
Not a thing. If they were going to keep it with like the low cost original Steam Deck, where it's locked to Steam, you play your game on that. It's a kind of a closed market, and it's a bit cheaper. That's fine, but Lenovo.
That's never been the way that Gabe Newell does things, though.
No,
he doesn't like the walled garden model. It's not his thing.
No, but I think a lot of these other devices are going kind of too far the other way, where it's a full Windows install.
I think a full Windows install is fine with a little bit of optimization, of course. Like, provided you do your optimization work right, then that's all good. Yep. But the criticisms that I've seen of like the ROG Ally and that type of thing are usually centered around the fact that the optimization is just shoddy. Like the integration of like the UI and your ability to manipulate it using the format compared with the Steam Deck is always inferior.
Yep.
Like, a lot of the competitors do have aspects to them that are superior to the Steam Deck, but the ease of use is almost never one of them.
Yes. Steam Deck, I think, has got that nailed down. The biggest problem, I think, with the Legion Go is its bulk. That thing looked massive.
Yeah, it is. It looks pretty hefty. But I mean, the competitors are all hefty as well, to be fair.
Yeah.
They do weigh a ton. Like, they don't weigh what a Switch weighs. They weigh a lot more than that. Switch weighs.
The Steam Deck, I think, is kind of pushing it, but it's still within acceptable limits. But once this thing becomes too bulky, it's like, well, why not just get a laptop and a controller?
Yeah, my actual beef with the format is actually what bothers me the most is the decibel level.
Yes.
Like, when those fans spin up in those devices, you sure can hear them.
Oh, you know it.
My goodness. Like, I've got a little handheld vacuum I use to clean my apartment. And those things sound like that. I'm surprised you could hear any game sound over it. My goodness. They're really, really loud. If I'm going to have a tiny jet engine that I play games on, I'll just stick with my laptop, thanks. There's more heat dissipation room. The fan doesn't need to spin as hard.
Yep. All right. So yeah, that's a thing, and I just don't see that one going anywhere. Honestly,
I also there's one final addendum to the Legion Go. What's the point of detaching the controllers exactly?
I don't know.
Because I understand why you can do it on the Switch. Because the Switch ones, they have their accelerometers, and all of the games are built with some accelerometer contribution if they are first-party titles and some third-party titles.
Yeah,
but that's not the case on PC. Nobody has an accelerometer on the PC. I don't know why I'm gesticulating wildly in front of my monitor when I don't have a camera on, but I am. But I don't understand the purpose. What is the purpose?
Like, yeah, the Switch remotes, they've got the accelerometers. You hook them into various peripherals, and away you go, and use the wiggly wagglies on them.
If that's the way you wanted to go, just sell a controller, okay?
Yeah.
I never use the wiggly waggly pedals on my my Steam. I'd use the controller for everything. it's covered in dust now because I haven't used it since I stopped playing Rise. But
The controller is just
yeah,
superior, is why.
Yeah, as a game control mechanism, it is better. Those controllers, the built-in controllers, are only good when you're using it as a portable device.
Yes.
I had to, until my Pro controller came in, I had to use the mounting bracket for the controllers to play the game, and it was not fun.
It's not
Did
good.
not enjoy it. It does not feel good at all.
If you have teeny baby hands, you can turn them sideways and play a few games like that, but you need very small hands for that.
I've never seen an opportunity to do that. Like, it's never even occurred to me to try.
Not even the tiniest girl on the planet that I know that has a Switch has ever done that with the Switch controllers.
But you see all the advertising materials for Mario Kart 8 at the relaunch at the time, and everyone on those was doing it. And
but that was the only game that was ever designed for it.
Primarily, yeah.
Yeah.
Anywho. Moving on, Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora, I don't care.
My only note for this was I was a fool to hope that we were over this cringe bullshit by now.
Yeah.
Because there are still people who think that Avatar is cool.
It's not. It's not.
And for those who didn't watch the awards show, we are not talking about The Last Airbender.
No, sadly. But remember back when the first movie came out, the hype people were kicking up because, oh, this looks so pretty, and here we are because, well, you got Crisis.
All it did was look sort of vaguely generically pretty. Like,
yeah.
Other than that, it was just Pocahontas with aliens, and ultimately, like, it was. I couldn't tell if I was being trolled by it or not. Like, if you name something unobtainium, I don't know if I'm being trolled. I feel like I'm being trolled.
I think I'm being trolled at that point.
And basically, the story is about oil.
Yes, basically, well, not even basically, it is about oil. They just changed the name.
The story is about... Yeah, and frankly, I think that the aliens are perverts and the humans were the good guys. So, suck on it.
So, no, I don't care. James Cameron thinks it's his magnus opus. No, dude, you've made better movies than us. Please stop.
Yeah, I have nothing to say on Avatar stuff. I just don't care.
It exists.
It's cringe.
After that, we had a appalling ad for Discord.
Yeah, like Discord, anytime Discord tries to do anything other than be Discord, it's always cringe and bad.
Yeah.
Please stop. Shore up all of the bugs and problems with your core software. That's all anybody has ever asked from you, and that's all that anybody ever wants. You lucked out on existing because Steam didn't pay enough attention to what you were doing.
Yes.
If Steam had done it instead of you, you never would have existed.
Steam very nearly
But
could have.
Don't force me to use crap that I don't need. And one of my friends was telling me the other day that they've pushed some updates to the mobile thing, which has broken half of the functionality.
Oh, great.
So,
again.
Yeah, I just stop messing with success, guys. Come on.
And stop
it's bad enough that you're turning in,
ads.
it's bad enough that you're turning into censorious bastards. Just ease off and leave people to do what they do, and make sure your software works, and lower the sodding cost on your premium thing, and I will definitely pay for it. Like, the only reason I don't buy Nitro is because I think it's overpriced and I don't want to send the wrong message.
Yes.
That's really it. Like, if it was cheaper, I would already be subscribed, but because it's not cheaper, I'm not subscribing. End of story.
We would be happy to use Nitro, the big one, as a tool for the show to do multi-view streams, but not paying $10 a month for that.
It's just too pricey.
No, it's not worth $10 a month. Like, if their premium one was the price of their basic one, I would be subscribed all the time and I wouldn't think twice.
And yeah, they keep adding features to Nitro, but they're not features I can see myself using.
Yeah, the basic one is an insult, and the Nitro one is only as good as its technical benefits. The little dinglings that you stick on top are not important.
Yep. But yeah, that ad was like gibberish. People talking gibberish about some generic castle game, I guess. Why not just, show what Discord can do?
Yeah, it was just like Zoomers trying to do oldie speak. It was the cringiest thing in the world.
It was awful. I couldn't understand a single word of what they were saying. Was it supposed to be funny? Because it wasn't funny. Speaking of not funny, Gonzo turned up.
Yeah, this
Well,
is clearly
the-
why Jeff needs to
classically-
have a pre-show.
Classically, unfunny has always been Gonzo's shtick, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, typically he's got like 3 gags that he keeps dragging out. Being unfunny is one of them. Doing the echo is another, and the chicken joke is the third.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I didn't dislike Gonzo as a character back in the day, but I don't feel like the Muppets have aged well with the times,
They've
such that you could
tried.
jam them into a content like this.
They've tried to keep them relevant, but it just fails at every turn.
Like, the thing is that I don't think relevance is ever going to be a strength of theirs, because classic Muppets still holds up.
It
Any
does.
attempt to update the Muppets doesn't.
Is it?
Yeah.
Although it's sad when you
problem
go
is-
back and watch the original Muppet Show and realize that half of the guests they got on the show are dead now.
The problem with Muppets nowadays, and trying to get them to just leave well enough alone, is they're funded by PBS, and PBS is in turn mostly funded by donations, in air quotes, and the federal government.
Let's not go any further down this road, because I know where it ends.
No, what they?
Let's just move on swiftly.
I thought they
Gonzo
were
is
owned up
cringe.
by Disney now, but that's just as cringe. So anyway,
The only advantage to it being Gonzo is that it means it wasn't Elmo.
small mercy. All right, next they had the Sega showcase.
Yeah, it's like the Sega have been aggressively teasing this, like leading up to the show. They did a huge marketing campaign across a bunch of quote influencers unquote. But like, I know that they see it as the paradigm shift into a new era for Sega. But all I see when they show this to me is they're doing remakes of everything. It's just remakes.
It's
A
hard
lot
to
of
tell.
remakes as
Were
far
they
as the eye
remakes
can
or were
see.
they just a remake or a new entry? It was hard to tell.
But it doesn't. Is there a difference in the types of games that they're talking about?
Considering
Is
it's
there a
Sega,
difference between
no.
a remake and a new entry? No, they're
Like-
the same thing. Like, I've seen what you did with PSO2. I don't think I need that treatment given to all of the classic games.
We're
It'll be
watching you,
fine.
Sega. Like, yes, you've been doing. Well, basically, they've left the Yakuza series alone to do its own thing. They haven't meddled with that, but they've meddled with everything else.
But it's the sort of thing like, well, you can see what happens when you interfere and what you do, when you don't, right? There should be enough examples of this provided by the likes of Capcom. Like, Capcom meddled. They allowed meddling in Devil May Cry, and what did it do?
Mm-hmm.
You got DMC so good they named it twice.
Yep.
You
You sunk your franchise
the-
so bad you needed to make a new game just to fix it.
Yeah. And then tried to forget anything ever happened. And then you look at, we didn't meddle with Monster Hunter. And what did we get? We got the biggest smash hit we've ever had.
Yes.
So, not meddling, we know how not meddling works out. So don't meddle.
Don't meddle. I mean, as far as these games go, I would not say no to more Jet Set Radio, more Crazy Taxi, and even some more Streets of Rage.
But where are the new ideas? Because they are selling this as
They
a new era for Sega.
But they're using
How is it a
old
new era
franchises
for
to do it.
Sega if they've... Yeah, how is it a new era for Sega if they've no new ideas?
Yeah. If they put a couple of these up alongside a couple of new IPs, then we can get
It's like
excited.
everybody remembers that Crazy Taxi was fun, but Crazy Taxi was a product of the Dreamcast era exclusively. The Offspring is not cool anymore and will never be cool ever again if they ever were. End of story.
I love Streets of
And
Rage, but it's
Crazy-
also... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Crazy Taxi exists in that narrow sliver of time where The Offspring was cool. Right? Like, it's very restricted to that time period, but it was what people wanted at that time, and it was a hit. It was one of those hits that's a hit because it strikes at precisely the right point in time, at precisely the right mood, that can't happen before or after. You can't make Crazy Taxi again and get it to stick. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry. You can't live in the past. You have to move forward. You
Sega
have to-
likes living in the past.
You have to use the tools of the past to work with what people want now in a constructive way. You can't just do the same thing over again and expect it to hit the same way. The audience is different. The people who liked Crazy Taxi then are different people than they were when the Dreamcast came out. And you might get a few member berries there, but it's not going to create a phenomenon. That's the risk with these remakes, like I said earlier. It's like you are hedging yourself out of being ever able to make a cult classic, of ever able to become like a surprise smash hit, of ever becoming anything more than a cringy boomer meme. Like if you are using an old idea, the only thing you can ever be is old.
The thing with a bunch of these games, like I love Golden Axe and Streets of Rage, but they're products of the beat 'em up era when those were really popular. And outside of that context, I've gone back and played the re-releases of like the old Streets of Rage games, and yeah, they're still fun. They're still good for a couple afternoons, but they're not gonna leave any kind of lasting impression on anybody.
Yeah, like I said, they can't be a phenomenon. They're not going to suddenly transcend and like there are people in the industry who are still doing that game, like the River City games, right?
Yeah.
Like those are still popular. People like those, but everybody who likes beat 'em ups is playing those, and they have been the state of the art. Like they are what people think of these days if they did not play Streets of Rage. Like that is where that genre exists now. If you then bring in Streets of Rage and make a new one, and no matter how good it is going to be, that is the maximum audience you can ever gather. You will be placed alongside the River City games, and you'll be one of those guys. And the biggest audience you can get is those guys, because those guys have their game to play. They have their section in the market. Like, Streets of Rage is not going to become the phenomenon Streets of Rage that Streets of Rage once was, because that has already been done. Streets of Rage already had its era as the smash hit.
Yep.
You can't just replicate that success. You can't bottle the lightning a second time. You had your go, had your bite of the pie. Now you need to move on. If you want to do something with the IP, then you need to do something revolutionary. You need to occupy some space in the market that has been insufficiently occupied. It's like there's always these games that people don't make that need to be made. That, sections of the market that have been vacated because there was a moment of genius and then nobody knew how to live up to it. I mean, the one that always comes to mind, right, is God Hand. Like, nobody's ever been able to make God Hand again.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever been able to stand in that place. Nobody's been able to fill those shoes.
Who's that with Streets of Rage? Challenge yourselves. As for Shinobi, when was the last time a Shinobi game came out? Mega Drive era?
But this is how you actually move into a new era for Sega. Is that you show that you still have what it takes to make phenomena. Not just games that are the next entry in an IP. People see those all the time, it doesn't excite them.
Yeah, the problem with Sega is, aside from Yakuza, is they've just basically been living in the past. They've been remaking their old IPs, or they've been farming out their old IPs to like make kart racing games or stuff like that.
Well, Yakuza is essentially an episodic game that just happens to have really long episodes.
Really long, very silly episodes.
They are practically a yearly release with Yakuza.
Yeah,
you get one every year to year and a half.
Yeah.
And
but that is in its way. That's a universe people occupy. It's basically like you can consider each one to be like a DLC or like an expansion in an MMO or whatever. Like, it's an ongoing game. It is as close to being the games as a service single player game as you can get.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a story that just rolls onward over time.
Just keeps going.
And that's why that one continues to function iteration after iteration, because people care about that world. They care about those people that occupy it. They want to know what's the next chapter in the life of Kiryu and friends. They want to know what stupid shenanigans those characters will get up to. They want to know what crevice in the street Majima will pop out of next. Like, that's where people live in that place. They want to see what's going to happen there. But that is a specific phenomenon that has been perpetuated over time. One day, the talent will be gone and they won't be able to keep doing it, and it will come to an end. That day will come one day, but for the other titles that they are bragging about in this montage, that time has already come. None of those things are phenomena anymore. You cannot kick off that phenomenon again by doing the same thing you did last time, because that environment, that perfect moment in time, can't be made to exist again.
Alright, so that's that. So yeah, Sega's at least attempting to do something, which is more than done for the last 20 years, I suppose. So Okay. But yeah, it is more remakes. Like we've gotten the new. Lately, we've been getting other remakes from Sega, like Somebody Amigo and Monkey Ball. But I mean, it's just more remakes, or at least new entries in very old, dated franchises.
Yeah,
Like, you need to show that you've got legs as a company now, not that you're going to just live on your past glories forever.
Make something new, Sega.
One day, all of us who have nostalgic feelings associated with those IPs will all be gone.
Yeah, it's we companies in general need to get bit in the butt financially hard enough by this remake train that they start making new stuff again out of necessity, because I don't think they're going to do it by choice.
I think actually kind of a feeling of deja vu, because didn't Sega get up a few years ago and say that they were doing a thing and it turned out to be just living their past glories again?
They always do this. This is a periodic exercise of those.
Yeah, it's like every 3 years or so.
Everybody in our generation remembers what Sega was. Like, because they were not standing alongside like Paradox Interactive and Devolver. They were standing alongside Sony and Nintendo.
Yes.
And that is not the case anymore.
And they shot themselves in the foot, lost out of the console wars, and basically stopped innovating at that point.
Yeah, they should have put a DVD player in the Dreamcast.
They put a DVD player in the Dreamcast. Anywho, next game, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. It's a Budokai Tensei. Tenkaichi. Yeah, can't word.
Yeah, for a moment I was excited because I liked Budokai Tenkaichi, but then I was like, do I like Budokai Tenkaichi, or did I like the fact that it was one of those couch games? Because that doesn't happen anymore.
No.
Yeah, most of my fond memories of the Budokai et al. Series are from Budokai 3. And that was because I could sit on my couch and play it with people.
Yeah,
so like that was the same. That was the thought that I had. It's like, well, I liked Budokai 3. I liked Budokai Tenkaichi 2. Those were the two that I played mainly. But the fun of them came from playing with my friends in the same room and taking turns and watching who would beat who.
A lot of
what ridiculous character.
Key.
Like, I specialized in Mr. Satan.
Oh god, why?
All the characters that had wacky, weird special moves. The input was always punch, punch, kick, kick, key, and so we would always say it out loud to each other in Budokai 3.
Oh yeah, it's more Budokai. I mean, they're saying that it's going to have the historic cast list, but Budokai has always had such an enormous cast list. They're going to have to have 200 characters or something in it. How many Gokus?
Regardless, like, I think I have fond memories attached to it, but I think that those fond memories exist at a particular time and place that I can't go back to.
Yeah. I mean, great for the people who want it, but
Yeah, we can't make the same number of real life friends we used to, because people don't make friends in real life anymore.
Yeah. Even if we did, that's still not a phenomenon that takes place anymore. Even though every single one of these ads that they show during the Game Awards shows people playing together on a couch, it doesn't actually happen IRL anymore.
Not often, if at all.
Like, maybe between siblings in a household.
But that's about play online these days, so
Yeah, I mean, you're sort of constrained to it. It's usually a better experience, right? Because you're not restricted to the letterbox and so on. But there is a certain thing that is lost. That is always lost when you don't interact with people in person. And I bang the drum of societal decay repeatedly on the show because it's a real thing, and people really don't form bonds with each other anymore. People really are more atomized now. But the pop culture that exists and the sort of entertainment culture that exists catalyze that. And you can't have that time again just because you want it. Like, the society as a whole would have to choose to value that as a phenomenon. Like, there would have to be some grand smash hit that basically required you to host a freaking dinner party to execute on playing before that could come back.
Yep. I've lost my spot. There it is.
I mean, when I was in high school, LAN parties were the biggest thing.
That was always a big adventure.
Right,
You
like-
ended up dragging your
like-
desktop computer over your mate's place.
Yeah, my friends and I hosted many of them of varying sizes, from about 3 or 4 up to like a dozen or more.
Spent half the
And-
night trying to get everything working.
I would always bring like as many power strips as I could round up and as many network cables as I could round up, because I knew from experience there'd be at least 3 idiots. I was going to say something a lot harsher, who would not bother to bring theirs for some stupid reason,
Yep.
and there would be at least one person whose computer would get fried by a virus. I was one of them one year. At least one person who had to do a live reformat of their entire system on site. I was one of them one year. Yeah, it always happens. These things always happen.
Yep. The one that no matter what you do and what you try, the LAN will just not work on for no reason.
Yeah, like nobody can understand what's going on. Everybody, including the guy who's really good at networking, has done their damnedest, and for whatever reason, their computer just won't talk
It just
to
won't
anybody
happen.
else.
You did not sacrifice the right chickens.
Exactly.
But nobody does this anymore. This is not a phenomenon. Nobody in high school is going through this process.
Yeah.
It's not a thing.
You don't need to
What-
anymore. It's just jump online.
But there's something special about the LAN party that you don't get online.
Exactly.
There's an aspect of the LAN parties that sticks out to me every time, because when we would do them, Abo was part of them in later high school, and he would show up with this okay laptop for the time. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad, and he would use that. And the problem with it was, and the reason he got it on the cheap, is for some godforsaken reason they put the heat vent fan at the very bottom
Oh no.
of the laptop, so he couldn't use it unless he busted out these little plastic Game Boy cases that you could hold classic Game Boy games in and Game Boy Color games in, and use them to prop up the base of his laptop so the heat could vent.
What a
I
stupid
remember
design that was.
the very first one I hosted, one of the guys that came discovered for the first time the voltage switch on the back of his power supply and wondered what that would do.
Oh no. It ended the predictable way.
Fire literally shot out the back of his computer. And that was it for his attendance at the LAN party. It was over for him.
Your
He spent the
computer
rest
is
of the time
dead,
trying
bro.
to figure out what had gone wrong.
Shouldn't have touched it. Oh,
But
dear.
yeah, see, these are experiences and memories that nobody following after us will have. They can't happen anymore. And this is what I mean by you can't go back to that moment in time. And things might be, quote, better, unquote, now from a technological level, but these are experiences nobody will have anymore. And the same applies to every generation before us, that they would have had experiences that we can't have. But I think that at this point, we're at this sort of level of atomization where experiences almost don't really happen between people anymore to a certain extent.
Yeah, there is no LAN party. Okay, Brian, you and Zach are going to go downstairs and make brownies, right? Yeah, how hard can it be? And we use cocoa instead of chocolate because we were not in the right headspace.
Oh no.
And my mom tried one, and she was sick for a weekend and threw up immediately.
Oh, good times.
Remind me never eat near your cooking.
Yes.
This was like when I was 16. Or go after that disaster. The next LAN party was it was 3:00 in the morning and we were all starving. So we went to Walmart in the dead of night to go buy materials to make nachos with, because you can't possibly screw those up, right?
How many?
And just got bags and bags of shredded cheese and chips and dumped chips all on a tray and all the shredded cheese on it and threw it in the oven.
That's not how you nachos. Also, how many stories that turn out to be terrible ideas start with, we went to Walmart at the dead of night?
A lot of them, actually. They
Yeah.
continue on into college, but they're not LAN party related.
That was actually when I was at university. That was actually the main time we did our shopping. Was at 2 a.m. at the local supermarket. Like that was just how we did our shopping, because we didn't like waiting in queues. And back then, before they raised the minimum wage through the roof, 24 hours operation was pretty normal for supermarkets. That's not anymore, but yeah.
It's never really been a normal thing in any place I've lived.
Well, you live in the boonies.
You live on Mars.
I do live on
I live in the
Mars.
middle of the city.
Yeah, we get people from the city who come out here and goes, it's 9 o'clock and I can't buy smokes.
Smokes.
Smokes. It's always smokes. Because people are very, very bad at planning ahead.
Our last government tried to ban cigarettes.
Yeah, that went over about as well as you might expect it.
They nearly got it through. The only reason that they didn't is because they lost the election. And the new government put the kibosh on it. And now the Labour Party is trying to arrange protests against the abolition of the anti-smoking bills. And this has metamorphosed into a bunch of people showing up to the Labour's protests with the Light Up for Labour slogan. So they're all basically going to Labour's anti-smoking protests and smoking.
Oh, no. Anywho, let's carry on. The next game, Casting of Frank Stone.
For girls.
Yeah, my sister's gonna love this.
Yeah, it's a cheesy horror game. Emphasis on the cheese because it's set the Dead by Daylight universe.
Wasn't last year? Wasn't it Nick Cage?
Last year it was Nick Cage. Yeah.
At least this year they don't have Nick Cage trying to fuse with them.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
I say that because that's what Nick Cage said.
Yeah, to be fair, I think Nick Cage was also quite drunk.
Well, I have a lot of respect for Nick Cage. I didn't used to.
Yeah.
I just think he was a really clown actor, but after he did that recent movie of his, which is the entire movie is about making fun of Nick Cage, I was like, most Hollywood people couldn't do this. They couldn't stomach it.
Dude gets it.
Yeah, he gets it. He knows what Nick Cage means in the minds of the people who follow Nick Cage. Like the fact that he's a clown is part of the appeal.
Yeah. So yeah.
And I think it has that movie has like the best title of any movie about an actor ever.
Yes. So yeah. Anyhow, so this looks like classic slasher horror. I guess it's like stupid 30-year-old teenagers in a sewer or something.
For girls, it's for girls.
Yeah. All right.
Everybody knows only girls play Dead by Daylight.
Next, Visions of Mana.
Well,
I think
all
your
I
notes
wrote
on
here
this were the greatest on there, by the way.
I didn't write very many notes. I just wrote, looks like one of Squeenix's JRPGs. It would, since it is.
Yes, because it is. It is very much the classic classic Squeenix JRPG setting.
It's a mana game, and it looks like a mana game. It acts like a mana game. It probably smells and tastes like a mana game.
Yeah.
Unless it's on one of those new Switch cartridges, in which case it probably tastes foul.
It tastes bitter, yes. But do not eat your mana cartridges, and everyone will be happy.
I love how as soon as the word got out that they'd put a bitter tasting substance on Switch cartridges to stop people tasting them, everybody then went to taste them where they never would have before.
Everyone at least tried it once. Admit it.
I haven't.
Liar. But
I don't. The reason I haven't is that I don't actually know how to take cartridges out of my Switch.
Fair enough. But yeah, you go even through HoloLive, you look through there, and there's like a good dozen videos of all the HoloMems licking cartridges,
which all end with ah!
Ah!
Except in Ina's case, where she didn't really seem to taste anything,
which is kind of weird.
Well, her diet is like approximately as good as mine, so taste buds are probably ruined.
Probably. So yeah, I could see myself actually playing Visions of Mana. I think I'm overdue for playing a classic JRPG.
I still gotta finish the last mana game that came out.
Yeah,
I haven't.
Like
I've never really played any of them.
I could go and play Trails, but that's an investment.
Not really. You can stop whenever you want.
I have a number of Trails games that I have not played.
There's a lot of content there.
The actual thing that stopped me playing is that I got waylaid in my last attempt to play the second Trails in the Sky, and I got waylaid shortly after beating the tutorial, which was really freaking difficult. And because I can't remember the story, that means I've got to do it again, and I'm just not keen to go through that experience again.
You don't want to fight Kurt?
No, I don't.
All right, next.
They acknowledge his meme status in a cameo in one of the big combat scenes in one of the Cold Steel games.
I mean, I beat him, but I had to give it everything I had. He was at least as hard as the final boss of the last game.
Oh dear. Okay, next game, Rise of Ronin.
I was surprised how not fantastical it looked.
Yeah, it's very grounded, actually.
Yeah, like I think it might be actually nice to have a period piece done in like Meiji Restoration era or just before.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a really dramatic time in Japanese history, which is something you don't get outside Japanese media. Like the amount of like important people who just get murdered during that particular stretch of time in order to bring out this big revolution in the way Japan operates. Like it's a really dramatic period, and if you could do a really good game, like a grounded game that's a sort of a pseudo period piece in that era, would be really nice, I think.
Yeah,
rather than always having to lean on fantasy tropes.
Yeah. Or in the case of Great Ace Attorney, silliness. So, I want to get the second Great Ace Attorney game whenever that actually comes to the West, because that is actually set in Japan during that period. Whereas the first one is set in London during the Meiji Restoration. So, yeah. But, yeah, Rise of Ronin, it looks good. It looks like Neo, actually, but it looks good.
Yeah, but Neo's all about monsters and demons and stuff.
Yeah, but this is...
When I made this comment in live, I was talking specifically about the animations for the sword.
The animations,
I didn't mean the aesthetic as a whole.
It's not the aesthetic, no, but...
Well, I think the aesthetic is the important part, because mechanics are just whether or not they do their job well or not.
Does it do the
like
thing?
This is where I diverge from what's his name in MVC Infinite. Like, I think mechanics are unimportant. What matters is how people feel about playing with them. If people are into it, then the mechanics don't matter that much. If people are not into it, then the mechanics will pull them out of it, and they will be really, really upset about it, the whole thing. Like, it can be like Neo, or it can be not, provided it's not too oppressive. People will put up with it if they're really into it, if the aesthetic really holds up.
But the game itself looks really, really good.
I think it would be cool if it's not too fantastical, because I feel like we are spoilt for choice as far as fantasy is concerned.
Yeah, having something a bit more grounded and realistic, and preferably even historically accurate. Maybe a little bit.
I don't even mind if it's historically accurate. I would just like it to be a bit more grounded, because I mean you get that sometimes with Western ultra low fantasy or historical fantasy type of thing, where you know you've got games like the one that what's his name Daniel Vavra made. I can't remember what it's called now. The one that's set in Bohemia. But they always end up like being a medieval peasant simulator.
Yeah.
But there's something intrinsically sort of romantic about the Meiji era and like the end of the samurai caste and their struggle to try and perpetuate their continued existence, the sort of the battle between the shogunate way of thinking things and those people who want to put the emperor back in charge and that type of thing, like that sort of very dramatic phase of history and the various powers that rose and fall in that narrow span of time. It's a really interesting period in history, and doing a proper game that's set in that type of environment where everything is about intrigue and factions and all of that, and then just build a core action game around that would be really great.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're doing. They might just be doing a Neo clone or a Sekiro clone for all I know. But I think that's what I would want out of it, I think.
I hope they are doing that.
More grounded.
I really hope they are doing that, because yeah, I'd play the pants off that. That would be great. Alright, next we have more Fortnite ads. And while we're going, there's one of these every year, and it's usually these guys. It's the cringe streamer compilation. It's Outlast.
Why? Oh, you skipped over Vinbal. That's good.
That looks like basically it's like these people they're cooking their dinner.
Yeah, it's just ethnic self-indulgence by Indians. that you can't criticize because it'll be racist to criticize the fact that it's not a game if it turns out not to be a game.
Yeah, it's just like people cooking their dinner simulator, I guess.
Yeah, no, these games are always like that, always ridiculously self-indulgent. Like, they're made for the creator, they're not made for anybody to play.
Or the auteur. So yeah. Anyway, skipping over that, Outlast Trials. Outlast.
All in caps, I wrote in my note. Streaming was a mistake.
Streaming was a mistake.
I also then followed that up by saying all the people in this trailer are also living mistakes.
Yeah, the big old overhaul streaming compilation.
Like Jim Carrey overacts less than these people.
Yeah, he's paid more too. What were these guys paid? What, a copy of the game?
I don't particularly relish torture porn, so I'm just not really interested in the product.
Outlast is basically shock value the game. That's really all there is to it.
Yeah, was not too big a fan of it when it was on. The original one was on, I think, PS4.
Must be for girls.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say it's for girls. I wouldn't say it's for people who like horror. It's basically one of those games that exists solely for people to react to now.
Well, I mean, that's big business now, apparently.
There's money in it.
We very nearly became React streamers for the Game Awards.
No. We have well, no we don't.
We have dignity?
No.
No, we don't really have dignity.
We have
we have something that resembles in a poor light standards.
Yes. If you squint a bit.
There are our own standards, and no, we probably couldn't tell you what they all are or how they line up in our consistent. But we think they're there, and that's what's important.
Yeah, if you tilt your head, though, it looks more like a bunny.
Yes. Alright, next up, after we skip over that, because they didn't actually really show the game, really, it was just people screaming and carrying on like... It's everybody's favourite time of the Game Awards. It's Kojima time.
Yes, it's where Jeff Keighley reminds everybody what good friends he is with Kojima.
Yes.
And Kojima reminds everybody that he's insane and doesn't know what genre he works in.
Or even what medium he works in half the time.
Well, that's what I mean. He doesn't know what he does. He thinks he's a filmmaker.
But he wants to make games, but he also wants to make movies.
There's a quote from one of Seth's friends, also a YouTuber, who makes some videos. I think it's from his Yakuza 0 video, and he was talking about the parts of the karaoke bits of the game where they cut away to the imagined segments in the middle of the karaoke song. And he just goes, that segment just told me more about Majima than the entirety of a Hideo Kojima script. It does about their characters.
Oh, the bit where it cuts away and he's on roller skates in the pink stage and
it's like
feathers.
That does a better job than anything Hideo Kojima has ever done in telling me what the F the characters of this game are about.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically this is a big long segment to basically fillet Kojima, and everybody's telling the audience that, oh yeah, he's making the most revolutionary game ever, which they all said for Death Stranding that nobody cared about.
It's like all this extra high concept stuff, but really you're basically just a cross-country postman.
Yeah, like he needs to make a game that people like, not just a game that people feel obliged to play.
Yeah.
I did actually do a wiki dive on Death Stranding without playing it, because I realized real quick I'm never going to play this game. This game looks boring as sin. Mm-hmm. So let's see what he actually came up with. And the world he's put together could be functionally used as a world to tell a good story, but he's Kojima.
Yeah, so instead the story takes place in his imagination and he won't tell anybody about it.
Yeah, and so what you've got is this incredibly long-winded narrative with very long and monotonous gameplay that could get its point across and tell a very concise and decent story within the runtime of about maybe 15 hours to 20 hours for a video game.
But instead, you just have to trek cross-country as Norman Reedus for hours.
Yeah, you have to hang out with Norman Reedus and his amazing fetus and go across the land.
Occasionally look at his bare butt. This time around we got OD, which is all they showed was a bunch of people rattling off a test phrase, and that was it.
And a door opening.
And a door opening.
Or at least the reflection of a door opening.
Yeah.
And some screams or something.
There was really absolutely nothing to go on. Like, even the
like
trailers that we
usual.
say have nothing to go on, at least have, like, stuff going on in the trailer.
You can maybe tell the at least narrative genre of the game or the setting in the other trailers. I can't tell you anything about OD.
No.
I'm not even sure it's a horror game.
I don't know. What does this test phrase have to do with everything? Anything? Probably nothing.
Yeah, I can't bring myself to care. He's just going to make another Death Stranding and then, whatever.
Well, this time he's roped Jordan Peele into it.
Who cares who he's roped into it? He roped Guillermo del Toro into the last one.
He did. Look how that
I actually
turned out.
like Pacific Rim a lot. Like, if he'd made a Pacific Rim game where you got to play as a giant robot and smash kaiju, that would have been great.
That would have been
He
exactly what I
didn't do
wanted.
Instead, it was just naked Norman Reedus. So, I don't really care.
Yeah. And OD is even higher concept than that, because they're not even going to show you even what the game is thematically.
Well, it's the exact same position that Death Stranding was in when it was first revealed, where we got to see the amazing fetus of Norman Reedus and a few handprints.
And that was about it, yeah.
I feel like that told us a great deal more than this one did.
Probably.
Because at least you knew that Norman Reedus and his amazing fetus were going to be in the game, and that there was mysterious invisible things around, and so on.
Yeah.
Like, you can mine information out of that. But this is just a bunch of people saying a test phrase.
Yeah. This is the
And
sort of
looking
thing you
weirdly
use to
upset about
calibrate a
it.
camera. So, but yeah, you had the whole song of dance of Kojima coming out on stage, and
He got his own special entrance to the
special
stage with
entrance.
its own entry point that only he gets to use.
The
I didn't
special
see anybody
Kojima
that wasn't
box.
involved. Yeah. I didn't see anybody other than Kojima and Kojima-associated individuals use the Kojima box, so it's his box.
It's Kojima's box. Alright. So let's move on, because really there's nothing to know about that. Jurassic Park Survival, the alleged survival game set on...
This
This
Park.
is the most
incensed me.
Yeah, I was furious about this. This is like the most naked attempt to blatantly exploit member berries, with extra diversity added, of course.
Like, who's
Yeah,
this?
it was literally shot-for-shot recreations from the first Jurassic Park movie, but with the diversity higher.
Yeah, so you got this...
This is just a sequence of callback images.
This new chick runs from iconic shot to iconic shot, does the thing, and then runs on to the next one.
Like,
Yeah.
this is just like they're deliberately just trying to poke member berries buttons. That's all. The only thing that they're doing in this whole trailer is poking member berries buttons and jamming diversity into the hole. That's all.
Yeah.
All. Nothing else is in this trailer.
So if they want to make a game where it's like you're playing as someone who's on island Isla Nebula during Jurassic Park 1 and you're trying not to get eaten, that would be fine. That'd actually be quite good.
No, I don't think so. I
But-
think you should just leave it.
Yeah.
Just leave it. It's done. Leave it.
Jurassic
I don't
Park...
think we need it anymore.
Jurassic Park is honestly one of the those franchises I think that has really jumped the shark.
Yeah, like people, like kids don't think dinosaurs are the coolest thing ever anymore. That was a phenomenon from our childhood.
Mm.
It's not a phenomenon anymore.
That's because
Nowadays, dinosaurs have feathers.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, the feathered dinosaurs are a thing now.
I forgot we got dated.
They're all Mardi Gras dinosaurs now. Like, I just don't care, and neither does anybody else. And every successive Jurassic Park movie is cringier than the last.
It's because at least the first couple were grounded on what was at the time anyway was reality. But now you've got this stupid, like, super genetically advanced Killsaurus running around.
I mean,
It's like,
It's dumb and cringe, and it's like if people wanted Godzilla, they would watch Godzilla.
I would rather watch Godzilla. There's a new
Yeah.
Godzilla movie. We should watch it.
I heard it's
Well,
actually fairly good.
I have heard it's
yeah,
actually
I've
really
heard
good.
people are saying good things about it. If you put a gun to my head and told me to go watch a movie right now, I would probably go watch the Godzilla movie.
Yeah, as long as you don't go onto Twitter because, Twitter. But
There's the best dinosaur in memory is the one in Zone 2 of Zador that shoots great balls of fire.
oh, goodness gracious.
What about the dinosaur that's in the very first desert zone in Final Fantasy XII? The second you step outside the city, and it's 40 levels higher than everything else.
Oh, that thing.
That thing.
I forgot about that thing. I
I've been
didn't remember it being a dinosaur, but I do remember a mob filling that role.
I've been playing too much Ark lately, so...
It might not have been a dinosaur. I vaguely remember it as a dinosaur, but I could be wrong. It's been a very long time.
Yeah, I'm not... My memories on 12 are pretty fuzzy now.
Yeah. But after playing Ark too much lately, having the Dilophosaurus show up and throw its hood up and hiss, it's like, no, just throw a rock at that thing. That's all you need to do. So it loses that impact. Anywho, next is... Oh, God, it's more Fortnite.
The only note that I wrote under Rocket Racing was, is more Fortnite really what we need as a society?
Yeah. Like, I wouldn't say
Surely
no.
it will run out of money one day.
I wouldn't say no to a racing game using Rocket League's wall running mechanics. That'd be fun. But does it have to be Fortnite?
I felt like it was a conspicuously a girl boss beating a white man.
Oh, I saw that. I didn't say anything at the time, but I noticed that too. I'm like, oh, they're having this race, and it's this rainbow-haired girl racing against a stereotypical man with a normal hair color. Oh, you know exactly how this is going to play out.
It's that blank
she's going to
slate
start a little bit.
for all Fortnite stuff.
Yeah, she's going to start a little bit in the lead, and then he's going to pull ahead and try and look how cool he is, and then she's going to one-up him with something just totally BS.
Yeah, but
and
every
what
racing
happened?
game trailer does that.
If it has a female lead in it, yeah.
Yeah. Anywho, so yeah, Fortnite. I don't want to spend any more brain cells on Fortnite than I absolutely have to. Right, next game looks actually kind of neat. Black
Is it
Myth
actually
Wukong.
coming out? I feel like I've been hearing about this game forever.
They put a release date on it. That was what this trailer exists for.
Yes.
To put a release date on it because it is so freaking long.
Yeah, though we all know what Game Awards trailers release dates are.
Yeah. But well, I mean, they've said something now. They've got to at least try and meet it.
We've got to try, at least pretend to try. So yeah, this is well, they call it Journey to the West inspired. It is not inspired. They are just taking big chunks of Journey to the West. But it's like, yeah, you're playing as Wukong and you just going through the weird bits of Chinese mythology.
They could use bits of Journey to the West. There's a long story. There's a lot of material to mine in there.
There's a lot to pull out of there, yeah.
It can't possibly bear less of a resemblance to Journey to the West than Sayuki does.
I mean, yeah. But, yeah, Ari actually said it best the other day. It's like, you're playing as Sun Wukong. That guy's like 11 times immortal.
Yeah, he's like... The problem was they put him in jail because he was more powerful than a god.
Yeah. And he found another way to become immortal and broke out.
They had to sit him in timeout under a mountain because they literally couldn't find a way to kill him.
Yeah.
Like, how do you be threatened as something like that?
Yeah, if you find yourself in a unbreakable situation, you just become immortal again and win.
I haven't read the classic, though, so I don't know exactly how it's put together, how the story makes sense.
It's kind of like that. He just keeps coming across various treasures and methodologies to become immortal, just purely by chance in a lot of cases. Or he's...
In most retellings, he's just kind of a twit.
He is kind of a twit, or a twat, at the very least. But... yeah, a lot of cases he's just doing things because at spur of the moment, he just feels like doing them. Until he gets roped into the whole Tripitaka thing.
And most of the Japanese retellings, it's because he's hungry.
Yeah. I think that's the early bits, is when he's more monkey than anything else. At that point, he's doing things with hunger. Anyway, so yeah, I'm probably going to play that if it ever comes out.
It's another one that I will give it its chance to win me over because you know, I'm half Chinese. I have a certain amount of affection for the mythology.
Yep, it is some weird shit in Chinese folklore and mythology.
I will wait until I see the initial reviews on it before I give this one more than keep an eye on it look. Because it's been in development so long. There's a pretty good chance something gone wrong somewhere. And two, we just can't trust games as they come out nowadays.
That's the theme I'm going to touch on later. For now, a game I have no interest in whatsoever. Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League.
It's like, is the Injustice storyline literally the only storyline there is in DC now?
Yes.
It certainly seems to get a lot of play in the modern sex.
It's the only one that people are actually willing to read, I think, at this point, or participate in.
I think that's more that people don't actually believe in heroism. Like, that's why you get My Hero Academia in the East, but you only get Injustice in the West.
I think Injustice plays to the cynical tone that a lot of the current woke millennial demographic really just eats up.
Yeah, it's like everybody who you think is a hero is actually not. Because if they were a hero, that would make me look less virtuous by comparison. Instead of seeing it as an aspiration, they see it as a judgment.
Yeah. I just keep seeing them try to make Suicide Squad a thing, and it's just not working.
Well, they put a lot of money into it. They need to try and redeem it.
But nobody cares.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the only character anybody knows out of that lot is Harley Quinn, and she's supposed to be a supporting character.
She was literally created for a TV show when we were still alive. Yeah. She does not predate us.
But she is also supposed to be bug nuts.
Yeah, her character trait is that she's in love with the least lovable person on Earth.
Yeah. Although they did have that whole thing where she loses her interest in Joker and goes on and forms a relationship with someone who is probably even more unhealthy, and that is Poison Ivy. That's arguable.
But that's also a modern story. That's not part of her original
character. That's a fairly modern
character.
Story, yeah.
Yeah, that's what.
It's just pandering to the alphabet squad.
Yeah, by having a hookup with someone who is also mentally unstable.
Like the reality is that Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn were both sort of like pseudo second place love interests for Batman.
Yeah.
Like that was their role in the story. It's like, well, can Batman redeem enough sanity in Harley Quinn to get her interest? Or can Batman get Poison Ivy to see some value in humans rather than just only in plants? That sort of thing.
In both cases, the answer was no.
Well, there would be a flirtation with it, though, right?
Yeah.
And that would happen, like, in the back quarter of every story involving the both of them. But, yeah, that was what those characters were for. The idea that they would have any relationship with each other is a modern attempt to pander. But Harley Quinn as a character by her nature is for supporting roles. She is not a lead role. She never had a character developed to the extent that she could ever fill a leading role. People have no particular affection for her because she's a gag character.
Yeah, her backstory ties her intrinsically to the sidekick role. She needs to support somebody else. She has nothing unless you develop it post fact, at which point you're losing all the value of using an established character, so why bother? Where she could go off on her own and make her own decisions. Because her whole shtick is she's influenced by other people like the Joker so heavily that she can just get completely bug-fuck nuts and go fall in love with him.
Alright, next! Because I don't care about Justice League and I don't want to. Warframe! It's more Space Ninjas.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Warframe. I never really got into it. I tried once, but I just didn't really understand what I was doing.
Yeah. They, after a couple of years running around, they did do a big pass where they went through and straightened their lore out. And
my problem with it was that there was a basic tutorial on the mechanics, but there was no like I know that this is sort of like baby stuff, but there was no like guided new game experience, and the game was already so expensive when I started that I didn't know which way was up.
Yeah, I think there's still a good element of that.
They really need somebody to come in there and say, okay, we can't just unlock the entire UI after the tutorial mission.
Yeah, it's a bit overwhelming at this point. There's so much going on.
And I've seen people who are good at it play, and like I don't think I've got the capacity in me to play like that. Yeah. Where they never touch the ground, they just fly constantly at ridiculously high speed through every level, killing everything and getting everything.
Space ninjas. But yeah, I like Warframe. I'm terrible at Warframe, but it's there. Alright. Starfield.
Starfield. Basically, they put up a whole lot of high review scores on screen
as nobody heard of.
As a cope to deal with the fact that nobody actually likes their game. This is the most cope trailer I've ever seen.
Yeah, they all these awards,
I like how
9 out of 10s and whatevers.
Or stray quotes, and if the quotes always have ellipses, they're never complete quotes.
They do, because a lot of those quotes will be immediately followed by but, and that's what Starfield is, but the game.
Anything that comes before a but can be safely ignored.
Yes. It's, Starfield is, I suppose it's fine. It works, it's functional, but what
You're
it
gritting
could
your
have
teeth
been.
awfully hard while you say that.
I'm trying to give it the little bit of credit it deserves, because what I played of it, I enjoyed. But the moment I put it down, it was gone.
Well, you say you enjoyed it, but I mean, like, you got to put this in context that this is supposed to be a next generation state of the art game, is it?
It is absolutely not. 100% no.
While you might have enjoyed it and been able to get through a first playthrough, I could not even make a token attempt to get past the first chapter without busting the mods out. And even then, I was like, screw this, and went and played something else.
Yeah, it is McDonald's the game, basically.
My bladder's about to explode.
Oh, okay.
I started the timer when we got back. We're almost at an hour and a half.
All right, we should then take a quick break then, because Starfield just...
All right, here is some music, folks. We'll be right back. And we're back. And the drinking light's on.
Yep, as it turns out. There it goes.
Yeah.
That was the energy drink.
I'm on my 3rd energy drink, and I've had 4 beers so far.
Oh!
I have 6 more beers in the fridge.
Your bladder is going to hate you.
Why do you think I needed to go for a break just now?
Alright, let's get back to it then. No, I'm not going to talk more about that. Hang on. At Starfield, I don't want to talk about Starfield because...
Okay, the next two announcements, the only comment I wrote was, "Dunno what it is."
Yeah, I couldn't parse either of these.
Yep. Let me find the right spot. The lists, there it is. Okay, so Banishers Ghosts of Eden. It's another one that they've been throwing trailers for a while now. It's something Ghost World, something. One of them's dead, but I don't know which one. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't know what was going on. Like, it's another interracial couple story, I guess.
Yes.
But I don't know what they're doing, or who you play as, or what the genre is, or... Like,
Yeah.
This seems like they're assuming we know something we don't actually know.
Yes, one of them's a ghost, except sometimes they're not. Sometimes the other one's a ghost, but sometimes they're not. I don't know what's going on. Alright, and Ready or Not is... it's a SWAT game. That's all you need to know.
Is it?
I guess.
Because it's kind of hard to be sure. I mean, that was the impression I got. But I thought that the current cultural zeitgeist was that cops were evil and you shouldn't pretend to be them.
Okay, so it's a SWAT but wearing a different hat. But
I don't know.
I don't know.
There's no information contained therein.
I saw like modern tactical shooter nonsense and just zoned out in.
But isn't everybody who plays those games already playing Tom Clancy?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, it was just like, nah, bored, moving on.
But Ready or Not's a weird game if it's a serious SWAT sim.
Yeah.
Like, why would you give it a weird, unserious title like that?
Mm-hmm. Alright, next, they did the Fart Sniffing Award, we'll skip that. Tales of Kenzera Zhao, the one where the guy in the Matador cape got up and cried on stage.
Was that what it was supposed to be? I couldn't work out whether it was like my note just says, the hell is this guy wearing? A flag? A tablecloth?
Oh, I was calling it a matador cape because of the way he was standing.
The way he had it shut.
It looked like it was just getting in the way of his hand every time he tried to gesture.
It's something from his native homeland, I guess, but I don't know. So yeah, it's
his native homeland. That would be from his native homeland if it was Spain.
Maybe,
but
I don't know.
He could be a Moor,
I suppose.
But
I don't think he is. But
aside from all of that nonsense, because he kind of waffled on for a while. It looks kind of like, I guess, a shamanistic theme, Metroidvania 2D platformer type dealy.
I am so... I had a weird emotional reaction to this, because it's obviously a woke pandering game. Very obviously a woke pandering game.
That's the theming, but I got a feeling like this game was slightly more earnest than the other woke pandering games. Like, they just took an ethnic backdrop, and then they put a fantasy spin on it.
Like,
yeah,
I don't think they would have tried to keep it more grounded in the real world if woke pandering was its primary goal rather than a secondary one.
Yeah, like if they've gone to whatever the origin of country this was from and said, okay, let's just use their folklore and make a game around that.
Yeah, they are using totally fantasy folklore here.
Yeah, that's cool. I like it when they do that. It's when you start sniffing your own farts and making it seem like you're better than everyone else just because you're doing this is when you have a problem.
It was mostly because Matador Man kept saying things like "my dad's people" and his heritage and all that.
I'm wondering if that was just some marketing people got up and thought had a good idea.
Yeah, like, he says that he made this game, but I don't think he made this game. I think he is the face for this game.
But the gameplay they showed, it looked passable. It looked like you could turn some. Yeah, it looked like you could make something good with that.
It was nice and colourful, and the characters themselves didn't talk about them being oppressed or whatever. So,
So yeah, the game itself, we good.
if I was any good at platformers or Metroidvanias, I'd be willing to give it a chance and see where they're going with it.
Yeah.
I'm just not that interested in that type of game, is all.
Yeah, like it's nothing we really haven't seen before, but yeah.
But it's a new IP and it could be competent. If it's not, if they avoid the woke pandering and it's not centric on destroying the white man the way they like to do so much, then I'm sure that it'll be a perfectly competent game if it just deals with their folklore and like the I don't know where this guy's from, but whether he's from like the African continent or whether his origins are from the Caribbean or wherever. In either case, they have a cosmology that is full of a jillion different gods and spirits and powers and whatnot that you can write stories around that type of setting.
Yeah.
That where you've got lots of competing powers and all of them are out to get a slice of the pie, sort of thing.
Yeah. And they're all completely nuts, and I love just having those rich folklores that you never get to see. Because everyone, whenever they're going to make a media about a folklore, it's usually like Norse or Greek, maybe Egyptian if you're lucky.
Norse has been the big popular one lately. Greek, it was Greek
That's only
before
because
that.
of Marvel.
That's like Marvel, yeah.
It was Greek and Roman before that, and the Egyptians had a bit of a spat somewhere around there too.
Given sort of like the cultural zeitgeist, I sort of expected that Caribbean would get more play than it has.
Yeah, like you had that game back at the E3 blob where it was like the Caribbean Cajun folklore. It was all that voodoo stuff, and then the protagonist showed up.
Maybe they just
interest fell off.
Don't really want to. Maybe they just don't really want to have that discussion since the Haitians actually committed white genocide. So they will have difficulty maintaining an exclusively victim narrative in that case.
Oh, talk to Netflix. They've been making a whole lot of stuff about that these days. They just ignore the inconvenient bits. That's all.
The strangest folklore that took off for a while was in the mid-teens, 20-teens. We had a very short stint of Celtic mythology popping up.
Yeah. And
then Marvel released Marvel, and Norse mythology came in like a freight train and ran it over.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Celtic mythology has retained sort of like the same sort of level of interest in places other than the mainstream West. Like it crops up all the time in like Eastern pop culture, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
But like probably not quite, but nearly the same frequency as Norse. And probably more than Greek. But, yeah, in the West it doesn't really get much play, I think, because it's a little bit too... You'll find that the Eastern European peoples will often accuse the mainstream Western European peoples, which excludes the Gaelic people, but since they don't see themselves as part of that group. They accuse them of being a little bit too systematic in their thinking. And one of the characteristic traits of, say, the Greco-Roman pantheon and the Scandinavian pantheon is they're very highly systematized. Everybody has their place and their role in the great tapestry. Whereas that's really not as much the case in the Gaelic mythologies. In those cases, people wear a lot of masks and do a lot of different jobs, and there are lots of like shared identities between different characters depending on who's telling the story and that type of thing. There's a lot more sort of like ephemeral nature to everything. It's like depending on the way the story is told. In some stories, this person might be a fae, and in some stories they might be a god, and in some stories they might be a human hero, depending on who's doing the telling. And it's not as systematized, so I don't think that it's going to have the same appeal to a mind that is looking for a systematic mythology.
Yeah, anytime there's like another smaller, lesser known mythology that someone wants to get up and kind of put in the spotlight and say, look at all this crazy stuff. Look how cool this is.
The Witcher pull a bunch of random Slavic crap in?
Yeah, they did. So yeah, The Witcher was a good example of that. It's like brought all that Slavic stuff in. So yeah, I'm all for it.
Slavic mythology is another one of those things that much like I said, the Eastern Europeans think of the Western Europeans as over systematized. Eastern European mythology has those same type of properties where a good spirit in one place might be a bad spirit to another culture in the area, or they might be a hero, or they might be a god, or whatever, depending on who's telling the story. And the Witch is told mainly from the Polish point of view, which is sort of Central European, as opposed to sort of like a Russian Slavic point of view or a Balkan point of view, which might be totally different.
Yeah. That's all. It's really interesting when you start digging into all that stuff, isn't it? But yeah, I'm not down on this game. That looks all right. Could have done with not quite so much crying on stage. Fine.
And please don't wear a Matador cape next time.
All right. Next game is the obligatory Life is Strange type game because it's made by the Life is Strange people. It's the Lost Records.
This was the second most naked exploitation of 90s kids' childhoods after the Jurassic Park one.
So yeah, I zoned out on this one because I saw like it's made by Life is Strange people. I still don't know what happened in Life is Strange.
Yeah, I saw like the first 20 seconds of this trailer and then went up and went to the bathroom.
Yeah, Life is Strange is something time loops and it goes completely bonkers from there. Beyond
I haven't
that,
watched. Oh, go on, Fern. I'll get back to this later.
Beyond that, I just can't get invested in any of the games in that universe, or really anything they put out.
So I haven't watched it, Ari. But have you looked at all at Connor Tomlinson's argument for why Life is Strange is actually conservative?
No, I did not have any interest in hearing his argument on this.
I thought it was such a bizarre contention that I was tempted to watch it, but I haven't got around to it.
I thought it might be interesting when I stopped to think about it for a second, but then I thought, I'm going to have to sit here and listen to this guy talk about a video game.
And then you realise that Connor Tomlinson thinks that Billie Eilish is cute.
Yeah, like, okay, this guy couldn't tell a cute girl if it smacked him in the face.
I actually have watched the story recap of Life is Strange, and basically it's like chick who can time travel, watches her friend die, time travels back, saves her friend, and then the world goes to hell because her friend was supposed to die. So she goes back and actually lets her friend die again.
So this is, would you go back in time and kill Hitler the game?
I guess.
I like that story better when Red Alert told it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
I like the story of Command and Conquer Red Alert is the man's life is strange.
Like
but with
it is also the most fun story in any video game. All three of them.
Ice.
It's got parachuting Tesla bears. I mean, what more could you want?
When you have a video game where in a good 3 or 4 line reads, Tim Curry can't stop himself from laughing at the script in his best take, you know you've got a winner.
Tim Curry and George Takei locked in hand-to-hand combat.
Like crumbs are flying everywhere because he can't stop laughing while chewing the scenery.
So good. So dumb, but so good.
I'm so sad those game servers aren't up anymore. EA, why'd you do this to us?
There's ways, but yeah, it's a pain to get those things to work.
Well, yeah, we demonstrated it one week, and then we remembered we don't know how to play Red Alert because it's been down for so long. Yeah. And we spent the entire stream trying to read unit trees and descriptions, and it was the worst filler show we've ever done, and one of the very few ones we cut.
Yes, because once we finally got it working, it was like, hang on, what does this button do? What does this button do? Why are there rocket waifus everywhere?
Yeah, well, we expected the rocket waifus and the zeppelins and the bears and the et ceteras, but what we didn't expect was, hang on, we gotta sit and read this, and it was just a ton of dead air the whole time.
Yeah, it's just, hang on, why isn't this working? This should be working. Why isn't it working?
Man, what you guys should just play RTSs the way I do, which is to randomly click things on the screen because they're shiny.
That's what. There is a game actually out at the moment. It's basically being made as a fan game called Beyond All Reason. It is beat for beat a recreation of Total Annihilation. Except they are the Armada and the Cortex.
I'm not good at RTS, but that's largely due to my playstyle of clicking random things on the screen because they make a funny noise or because they sparkle.
I mean, that's kind of how you play Total Annihilation is like set factory to send unit over there, then just start clicking things.
Yeah, I have a toddler's mentality when it comes to RTS.
Yeah. Anywho,
make more Soviet bear. Send
I
bear
would be
and
putting
tackle
things in my
enemy.
mouth if it were possible.
that's what snacks are for. So we've had the obligatory Life is Strange game. This is the obligatory Souls-like, I guess. Dark Fantasy Souls-like. It is first person.
I never played Dungeon Fighter, so I don't have any particular investment in it ahead of time. But I think that the cell shaded look does work for it.
It does.
Like, I liked how it looked.
Yeah, remember how cell shading looked back when they first started using it?
Yeah, I played Dungeon Fighter way back in the day, back when it was still a browser game.
So I bet you played it on like a school computer then.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Oh, why? Greatest game I was able to get running on the school computers in that regard was RuneScape.
It did not take very long for my school computers in my high school to all be infected with my copy of Warcraft 3.
Yes.
And so we were eventually all just playing Dota.
I mean, of course.
I was already at university by the time Dota was invented.
So, yeah. I don't have a whole lot to say. It looks fine, I guess.
Yeah, I don't have any attachment to Dungeon Fighter itself. I played it, but when I say played it, I mean it was a thing you turned on to kill time. I never made any significant progress or really sat down and learned how to play the game. So I don't have very much attachment to the franchise, but the gameplay they showed looked interesting. If it's good, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it does. It looks very Souls-like, except I like the look of it a lot better than a Souls game. Like, I will generally prefer a cel-shaded look to
For a change, everyone is not covered in crud.
realism. Yeah, like I don't. Unfortunately, the likes of Dark Souls and Elden Ring and all that, they fall in a particular crevice in my taste that I just don't particularly like all that much. Like, I like the sort of like grimy but sort of hyper real, heroic aesthetic that you get in 40k, right? Where everybody's just a little bit larger than life. Where things are dirty, they're a bit dirtier than they should be, and where they're clean, they're a bit cleaner than they should be. And everything is just dialed up to 11. Like, I like that style. And I like the sort of the more idealized style that you get with cell shading, where everything is like, it looks exactly the way it is supposed to for that particular context. Whereas the Dark Souls and Elden Ring ones, they go for a little bit too realistic for my tastes in the fantasy sense. Like, it's all like deconstructive aesthetic, where it's like, oh well, if in a fantasy situation where you got this, it would actually look like this. So instead of having cute puppet waifu, you have grotesque puppet waifu, for instance.
Yes. Okay. We're nearly towards the end. I can see the end of the list from here. It's still ways down though. Oh boy, they have so much stuff. Next up, they had the song for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
That was a very Uematsu song.
Yes.
Like, I could hear strains of several other famous songs. Like, it's near the beginning, it's like, oh well, this is just Eyes on Me warmed over. And then later on, it's like, oh, this is Fisherman's Horizon warmed over. It's like, it was not the most creative piece I've ever heard, I have to say. It's okay, given what I can see its role is, but I've heard much more impressive things from Uematsu in the past.
Yeah. And beyond that, we've already talked about Final Fantasy VII, so it'd be good. I've got to go back and play the first one half yet before I play this, but yeah.
Yeah, I need to resume playing that. Like, it was enjoyable enough, it's just that I don't think the combat system suits Final Fantasy very well.
Yeah, it's starting to really stray away from its roots, isn't it?
I think I would be much happier if they just went back to orthodox turn-based.
Do I actually have the remake somewhere? There's Intergrade. Good lord, you want how much for Intergrade? That's $115 redos.
It's expensive when it's not on sale.
Yeah.
There's a reason it's still sitting on my wish list.
I got it bought for me. I did not buy it myself.
Yeah, I'm not
My brother
paying
bought
that
it for
much
me for
money
Christmas,
for
I
it.
think.
Thank you very much.
Like it is visually impressive and it looks real good when you're playing it. It's one of those games where a lot of the beauty of the detail is lost in the frantic pace of combat if you're trying to make the game work for you. But mostly I ended up frustrated at the mechanics. Like it doesn't quite do what you want. Like in a turn-based situation, when you tell it attack, you get the attack that you paid for, basically. In a action combat game, when you run up and attack, you get the attack that you managed to execute, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a halfway house between the two where nothing ever seems to go the way you intended.
The game just kind of does what it feels like, and your input is secondary.
Yeah, you're just trying to cooperate with the blessings the game deigns to bestow upon you.
It's not like playing Devil May Cry. When you press the button to swing Rebellion, you're going to get the same swing, depending on the timing of your button presses and what other buttons you have held down.
Mm-hmm.
But it's going to be context specific, depending on what's going on.
But it's predictably specific. It doesn't just
Well, I think that's Vol's thing with it is it doesn't appear to be consistent in how specific it is.
Everything is very well. It's not. It would be not quite correct to say it's context specific. It's at least not all the time, but it does not feel like you're actually in control. It has. It's like you're playing an action game, but you're still ordering people remotely to do it for you, type of thing.
No, that's sometimes
like nothing
have a better idea.
feels. Your line between you and what's going on does not feel as direct as it ought to somehow, and they place a lot of artificial constraints on what you can and can't do and when you can and can't do it in order to retain a lot of the things that were natural to a turn-based format but are not natural to a action game. Like let's say you want to cast Cure, right? If it were an action game, then you could spam Cure as fast as you could get it off without getting hit.
Yep.
But of course you can't do that, because that would unbalance the game. Provided you have enough MP, you'd be able to save someone from the brink of death with Cure easily. There would be no value to having Cure 2, or whatever. But since they want to maintain some sort of like structure that resembles the turn-based game without actually being the turn-based game, they have to add a bunch of constraints to prevent you from doing what you want to do, even if you've got the resources to do it. And that's basically the running theme for the entire game, is the game getting in your way to stop you doing what you want to do. So yeah, and this is something that is constrained purely to the mechanics of combat. Like, everything else about the game is like, it's beautiful to look at, and while the story, I don't know necessarily how great the story is, since I haven't seen enough of it really to gauge that, but the execution of portraying the characters and the things that they do and the type of people that they are is quite good. It's just that the combat is strictly a downer for the game, in my opinion. There are some people that like it, so it could be a matter of taste, but I don't relish it. It's not my thing.
Fern crashed out in Final Fantasy. Is the internet dead?
No, I did that. I need to start digging under Final Fantasy, and I need the desktop real estate.
Oh, okay.
But
I was just taking y'all on a tour around the Ruby Sea.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that's actually going to drop me when I log back in. It probably is going to dump me in the ocean, so great.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Be fine. Alright, so that was that. Next game, Honkai Star Rail. They've announced their fresh crop of waifus.
Yeah, I just can't help but lament that it wasn't a normal RPG, because I would have bought it at full price in a New York minute if that were the case.
Absolutely.
Because it's a gacha game, I'm just too scared to dip my toe in.
Yeah, it's too easy to spend money on these things if you get attached to characters. I'm not going to do it.
My hope is that, and I feel like I won't live long enough to see the day, is that people will get enough oversaturation from gacha, they will get burned enough times, it will become recognized as sufficient degree of social melody that people will stop banking on gacha to be the way to make money and start returning to more traditional models.
I think it'll happen eventually, but who knows how long that's going to take.
It might actually boil down to laws getting passed in China to stop people gambling.
Yeah? China or elsewhere.
Well, China's always going to be the first place to pass a law to ban something. So,
When it comes to gambling, I wouldn't be so sure.
No, they will pass laws to disincentivize or outright ban just about anything before anybody else, and then it'll be the Eastern European bloc or like Germany and stuff.
It's true that the EU tends to pass a lot of laws regulating gambling and similar things, but China will just go straight to banning particular types of games.
True. All right. Next is Skull and Bones. Now, this is an interesting case, this one.
You're skipping over COD? How could you skip over COD? And what about the Fortnite thing before that? You skipped over Fortnite.
Do I need to say why? Do I really need to say why? There's absolutely nothing to say about COD. Even the games on here that we've got nothing to say about, I will still say something. COD, I've got even less to say about it than those.
Yeah, Skull and Bones, the first thing I wrote was like, wait, did that come out at some point?
I thought it got
because
canned.
I thought that they were... Yeah, it turns out no, it hasn't actually come out.
No, I thought it was canned completely. Because when it was going to originally come out, I thought it was just trying to go and try to compete with Sea of Thieves. Good luck with that.
Yeah, I didn't see anything inspiring enough to suggest to me that it can compete, but I don't know.
Yeah. There was absolutely no indication that they could, because at least, like, yeah, you've got realistic pirates, but Sea of Thieves have silliness and charm. They've also got.
I mean, you could always,
Island.
rather than Skull and Bones, you could always just play, Ass Creed Yo Ho Ho.
Ass Creed Yo Ho Ho is probably the last good Ass Creed, so you could probably go and play that quite happily. But then it was like going to be a PvE game, and then it's gone through so many different identities. I don't know what the game is actually going to be.
I don't know that the developers do either.
So what we're going to probably end up with is some horrible mishmash mess, and it's going to be just... I would love a good single-player pirate game that doesn't take itself too seriously, that is not a clone of Sid Meier's Pirates. I guess
I never played Sid Meier's Pirates.
It was Risen, but that was a clone of Gothic. And warts and all, that was a clone of Gothic.
I thought Risen was a Gothic game.
It wasn't.
I didn't realize it was supposed to be separate.
After Gothic 3, I think it was, the team schismed, I guess, and split into two parts. One went on to make Elix, of all things, which was...
Isn't that... Didn't Seth do a review of that?
Yes. The game's bad. And the other half, I think, kind of went on and did Risen. Which
I don't know if he accused it of being bad. I think he accused it of being German and exploitable and broken.
Oh my, yes, it is broken and exploitable. Also German. So, yeah. If you want pirates, you can go and play Risen, which is Gothics except pirates.
I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, bugs and all. Gothic is nothing if not buggy. How do you make, 4 or 5 games, still make it a buggy mess? I don't know. Anyway, so yeah,
Skull and Bones. I wonder what this is going to do to Vol's screen if I just log out with the blimp with him still in it.
Science! I think Vol's going to get dumped in the ocean now.
I'm sort of curious as to what's going to happen.
Alright. Then?
And goodbye, blimp.
You have been thrown from the mount, returning to home point.
Where's it actually putting you then?
Put me in the nearest entry point to the zone.
Oh, okay. That's not too bad. Yeah, better than the WoW thing where it just dumps you.
I wish it just dumps you.
Actually,
yeah, if you get dumped in WoW, though, you always end up in Stone Talon.
Most certainly, because back at the 0-0 point. Alright, next. Keep things moving, because we've been on this topic for a long, long time. Blade.
Poor Blade.
Poor Blade.
Yeah, I don't think it needed a reboot.
I don't think it did.
I feel bad for Arcane because they had to make Redfall, even though they're totally unsuited to making a game like Redfall. No wonder it sucked.
Yeah, it sucked, and it fell flat on its face.
But Marvel, I know that Marvel wanted to reboot Blade. I just don't know why they wanted to reboot Blade, because I think everybody of our generation basically sees Wesley Snipes as Blade.
the Wesley Snipes Blade movies, I'm not going to say they were good, because they weren't.
They weren't. They were definitely not, but they are iconic.
They are iconic,
But
and they are fun.
They are extra iconic when you just have the TV on in the background, and the first Blade scene you ever see is the very first Blade movie, when Blade cuts the final vampire dude in half, and you see his torso pull itself back together from the blood chain between the lower body and the upper body in terrible, terrible CG.
Hey, that was probably state of the art back then, man.
No, I don't think it was, but
That's one of those like bad sort of superhero pseudo horror movies of that era that they're all atrocious, but for some reason you can't help but have a soft spot for them because they're trying so hard.
yeah, like Blade's always been kind of a D-list hero. He's just kind of there. Those movies really made him popular for like a week. But
I actually really liked the Hollywood version of Constantine. Like, I don't actually really like Hellblazer, but I liked the Hollywood Constantine.
okay,
Constantine was my dog's favorite movie.
okay.
He would when we first came over to this house, I just had the TV on downstairs, and he came inside through the basement, and he's chilling with me, and I'm just organizing the basement, and Constantine's on the TV, and he just hops on the couch and just watching the TV.
Okay.
So I'm like, oh, I guess he likes that movie.
Yes.
It's a bad movie, but I kind of liked
It
it.
is a bad movie. But sometimes bad movies are the most fun.
I think it had one of the most iconic portrayals of Satan as well in any movie.
Anyway. Yeah, because Marvel and Disney are on a vertically downhill slope, and they are making the Blade movie, and the
the best African American once said, "Go F yourself."
yeah, I don't have high hopes for this. Even if Arcane does, make a really good game, it's a Disney property, and I expect them to stick their knob in it. Because that's what Disney
Why is
do.
it set in Paris?
I don't
When
know.
did Blade even live in Paris?
I don't know. Didn't he always live in, Chicago or something?
I thought it was just like explicitly an American hero, like
I
most
thought
of
he
them.
always was, yeah. But why is he in Paris? Is it just an excuse to have him chop French people in half? I don't know.
Yeah, I had a lot of spicy caps
I
commentary.
know
on
you
this,
did,
so.
but I'm not going to read any of that. All right. Before we get ourselves completely fired. Last Sentinel.
I don't remember what this was because this and the next one I didn't really record much about because I didn't feel like they showed us anything.
It was a big, grand cinematic piece that showed zero game. It's like there's robots. There's a police. They're trying to arrest a robot, except these people
right,
are
yeah.
robots.
But what is it about? What do you do? What
I
type
don't
of game
know.
is it?
Maybe
What genre is it?
I don't know. Something robots.
Why do these kids think these robots are their mothers? Like,
I don't know.
what?
If it came up said produced by David Cage, it would have suddenly become clear. But it
Yeah,
didn't.
well, it didn't though.
It didn't.
I guess it doesn't. Technically, that doesn't mean it's not produced by David Cage, but
That would explain so much, though.
well, except for the fact that David Cage would definitely slather his name over it.
Because he can't help himself. Same for the next game is, the First Descendant. It's something jetpacks, angel robots.
It just reminded me of new PSO2 for some reason.
Oh, that's bad.
Sort of like hyper clean, hyper green environments.
Yeah, and then we're going to blow them up with jetpacks, I guess.
Because reasons.
So, yeah, no idea what that game was all about either. Alright, we're back to Hoyoverse. It's Zenless Zone Zero.
I thought it had already come out. I
Yeah,
didn't realise it hadn't come out yet.
I've seen that pink-haired girl on all over social medias whenever I happen to glance their way. I assumed the game was already out.
Has it been out in Korea and it's only just been coming out here now? Is that what's
I
going
don't
on?
know.
It's not out here yet. This trailer had a release date on it, I think. I don't remember what
I think
it was
it did. But yeah, okay. So yeah, more waifus.
But it's like this one's centrally focused around action. So this is sort of like, I suppose it's functionally a sort of a in the same rough vicinity as Honkai Third in terms of genre, but yeah, it seems to be very focused on action combat.
Yep. But, Hoyoverse is going to be gacha.
Yeah, it's definitely gacha.
Yep. Next, Mecha Break. It's a mecha game.
I was halfway paying attention to the screen and I thought it was Armored Core.
Yeah. I made the same comment.
We made the same comment, and so from some other angles, it looks like there's bits of Gundam in there, and it's like
I could have sworn that I recognised various weapons and chassis from pictures that Ari had showed me of his robots.
Yes,
but it turned out that I was wrong. I guess
because we were thinking watching it, we're thinking, is it a Armored Core Gundam crossover or something? Both
of you have played Armored Core, and you still made the mistake.
Yeah,
especially the UI and the way the weapons fire. I was like,
very Armored Core.
Like this is given mega strong Armored Core vibes. Clearly, somebody played Armored Core and thought this was a good idea.
You showed me a little bit of Armored Core gameplay, some months ago, and I was like, oh yeah, so it's got the circle reticule, and oh yeah, I get it. I remember this, and I look at the screen, oh, this must be Armored Core DLC.
Nope.
No.
It's just we're just gonna copy Armored Core and throw in a bunch of other mechas in there while we're at it.
Yeah, it started to look more Gundam as time wore on, so I started to be suspicious that it wasn't, and then at the end they just gave it an incredibly generic name. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, I guess it's something else. But I like mecha, so I don't really care.
Yeah, it is more mecha. I am never gonna say no to more mecha. Alright, Helldivers 2. They're at least pretending not to be Starship Troopers this time.
I'm okay.
Except they're not trying very hard.
No.
Like this is 100% like an attempt to replicate the aesthetic of the Starship Troopers movie.
Yeah, like the first game didn't even try to hide. It was like, yeah, we're just gonna ape Starship Troopers. At least this one, it's like they're fighting humans, I guess.
Oh, there's robots. There's robots.
There's robots. Yes.
I'm willing to give it a few pass points. Just because, as an American, the more you say the word freedom in a trailer, the more I like you.
They did say freedom a lot.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be in that sort of naked propaganda way.
Yeah, the kind of tongue-in-cheek jingoist.
Yeah, that was the thing, right? Though, like when they made the movie of Starship Troopers, it was the director was trying to sort of like make a mockery of American jingoism and patriotism, but instead everybody got really attached to it and thought that it was cool.
Yeah.
Like, talk about an own goal, my goodness.
Yeah, like everyone outside the States saw it for what it was, but in the States, nah.
Well, everybody outside
we just don't care
for what it was supposed to be, but nevertheless, the reality is that there was still a charm to it.
Oh yeah, absolutely was.
Especially in, a very nihilistic culture that we've got now. Like, it might be propaganda, but at least they're trying to do something,
But it put a nice unique spin on it, because, like, none of that stuff is in the books.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's because the director just took the books and tried to make something out of them. I have mixed feelings about Heinlein's work, since I think it's fundamentally nihilistic. And that most of his ideas are generally quite appalling, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't an astute commentator on certain things.
Yeah. It's why, actually...
Like, his sort of view of where technocracy goes is pretty much on the money.
That, if you look at Steam, there's two games that came out fairly close together, which is Starship Troopers, I think, Terran Command, and there's another one. Both of which are very different in tone. Even though they came out, and they're both Starship Troopers, they came out in different times. One is set on the books, and the other is set on that movie. So, yeah. The movie one has all the jingoism through it. Alright.
I don't know. Isn't jingoism kind of forgivable if your enemies are like invading insects to keep massacring your cities?
I mean, I guess. You're trying to pep everyone up.
What are you going to do? Sign a peace treaty with them?
Well, they kind of did through the medium of lobotomy.
That's not the normal medium for a peace treaty.
But, I mean, when you've got a gigantic brain bug, it's about the only option available. Anywho, next game, Spasmarin 2.
I'm just disappointed how far away it is. My goodness.
Did they put a date on it
I
yet?
want. They did. It was like September next year or something like that. It's like miles away.
Come on. Stop advertising these
Deeply
games so far
disappointed.
out. Yeah, they got to start the hype train rolling, but do they really need to get it hyped rolling so far out? So yeah, we've already talked about Spasmarin anyway. GTFO, I've got nothing to say about it.
I forget
Yeah.
this game exists until it gets brought up, and then I forget
yeah,
about
that-
it again.
Oh,
the
right,
the
that's
only
it.
time I remember it is the Game Awards.
Yeah, whenever something like this is announced, it's like, oh, right, that's a game that exists, and immediately forget about it.
And Abo spent the whole time trying to bait Fern
but
into
you-
saying
you-
what it stands for.
I know, I ended up just
For a
feeding
bad
him
joke.
so he would go.
You skipped over the musical interlude.
Oh, the old
Oh,
Gods of
right, he
Asgard,
did
right.
too.
I did too.
The only good,
I
the only
did not
good thing.
understand what was going on at all. Like, I was, what the hell is going on here? I don't get it.
I don't know why they decided to do this weird original song I've never heard. Maybe it's from Alan Wake 2, I don't know. But the Old Gods of Asgard are the only good part of Alan Wake 1 and the only good part of Control. Yeah,
Yeah.
where they do the ash tree maze. Like, they are the only reasons to play either of those two games.
But I did not understand what was going on. It was
Yeah, I didn't know what the heck this mess was that they did on stage.
Yeah,
I don't know who any of these people are, or what they're singing about, or why this has turned into a Broadway production, or like what?
What is going on? What are they doing to Alan? Why is he even
And
here?
what was Keeley smoking when he came up with this? Like,
And this was hyped up the whole show. Every break would mention we got the Old Gods of Asgard coming up.
Yeah, and then they put on whatever the hell this was.
This totally impenetrable nonsense that maybe even if you played Alan Wake 2, you still don't know what the heck's going on.
well, I haven't played Alan Wake or Alan Wake 2 or Control, so I was completely at sea. I had no idea what I was supposed to be experiencing here.
Yeah, it's just what happened. Oh right, we forgot to actually mention when Blade. We're talking about stuff that happened on stage. Remember when they announced Blade? They brought out those two guys. That one guy who was unapologetically French, and then the other guy who was one metric unit executive.
Oh right, yeah, him.
Yeah, him.
Yeah, he's the NPC meme.
Yeah. Oh, you could have just did it with the French guy. At least he was a person.
But he was French.
Well, okay.
I beg to differ.
He is French. But yeah, the other guy is like, oh, you've never left a boardroom in your life, have you?
Yeah, he was delivered on a boardroom table and has stayed there his entire life.
Yeah. Alright, so where were we next? Den of Wolves by the GTFO guy with their awful sound mixing. Oh. As that trailer went on, the feedback and the grittiness, I'm not sure if it was just my end of things, but it had that much interference in it, it was just white noise by the end of it, and it was painful.
I was farming on FGO at the time, so I don't remember.
I remember not liking the music from it.
The music, yeah.
I don't remember anything about it other than the only comment I wrote was Cyberpunk Payday.
I guess.
Well, I mean, it looked like Payday, and it seemed to be Cyberpunk. That's all I got.
Yeah, I'll give you that. What's about these guys who are making games that I just don't care about at all? Sorry, guys.
Well, it sounded to me like this was his sort of auteur project that he was into,
yeah,
that he really wanted to do.
Plugged his audio output into his audio input and just let it sloop.
I'm picking up some background noise from you, Fern. What is that?
That's probably because I'm leaning back under the ceiling fan. I am not going to turn any fans or anything off here because it is 43 degrees today with like 80% humidity.
Australian summer.
Summer. Australia, you go outside, you die.
It's 14 degrees here.
That's not summer.
New Zealand summer.
And raining?
It is raining, yes.
Yes.
That's just how we do summer here, okay?
You do it moistly. We do it moistly,
Yeah.
but also in a different way.
I don't know what 14 is in Fahrenheit.
It's like
Not much.
-2 or something.
Not much. It is
Or
a
70 or 60 or something like that.
yeah. That'd be a pretty cool day. I'd still be out in a jacket.
I'd be bundled
No,
up
it
in my
has to
winter
get
woolies.
it has to get above 90 for me to get outside and maybe consider taking off the jacket.
I am removing my jacket, but only under protest.
Anyway. Exoborn, another game I just don't care about.
No, not another game. Another pre-rendered cutscene.
Another pre-rendered cutscene,
Yeah.
I should say. No gameplay.
Where incompetent white male has to be saved by girl boss of color.
Yeah.
With hideous, that same hideous haircut they all have, where everything is shaved except for a bit at the top that flops down.
Stop doing that, please. It looks awful.
No woman has ever been attractive with that haircut. Stop doing it. Also, I need somebody to explain to me what the hell an extraction shooter is, because everybody talks about them like I'm supposed to know.
I think it's get stuff, get out, and lose the cops.
It's basically,
I don't know for sure.
Yeah, it's usually get in, get the MacGuffin, get out.
Because I know that lots of people have been talking about how there's too many of those and the market is totally glutted with them.
Yeah.
It's totally outside of our normal wheelhouse, so I have no idea.
Yeah, it's nowhere near anything we usually play, so. But it also looked just, generic as all get out. So, Alright, Asgard's Wrath 2, it's a VR game, and for a game called Asgard's Wrath, it had an awful lot of Egyptian mythology in it.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what was going on.
There was a prequel one to this one that, or I don't know if it was a proper prequel that came before this one, or if it was this is a spiritual successor to it. But I do remember there was something of this vein from this developer in VR that I think I remember hearing was okay, but I didn't play it, whatever it was.
Yeah.
What, like Asgard's Wrath 1? I don't know.
Perhaps. But, yeah, I couldn't honestly tell you what was going on in this. It was like, okay.
Yeah, it was just a montage of weird shots of crap that I didn't understand what I was supposed to be interested in. And the only comment I wrote was, I don't know anything about this and I probably never will.
As with all VR games, it's got the problem of trying to sell a gameplay system that's all about game feel with a trailer.
Yeah.
That can't even show you the proper camera sights you'll see in the game because you can't.
I think everybody who's going to play this is already playing it.
Yeah. And also, another game was filmed on the Nexus 3, so it's, yeah. Alright, next up was the Fallout TV show.
Only comment I wrote here was, the world never asked for this.
And no, we did.
The poor guy they trotted out on stage in the power armor.
I mean...
You mean that wasn't Abo?
That wasn't Abo. But, I mean, credit where it's due. It's a good Power Armor cosplay. And I did see a cut, actually, of someone dubbing over the bit where he tapped that guy on the shoulder and pointed some guys in the crowd. Or pointed to Tom Howard. Just saying, that guy over there only got one nomination. So, yeah, anyway. I don't have high hopes for this, partly because it's being made by Amazon, and they have the fecal Midas touch. But also because they've already shown that they don't, either they're going for the biggest bait and switch going, or they don't know very much about the Fallout lore. Like,
even then,
they're portraying the Brotherhood of Steel to be the good guys.
Look what they did to Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, look at what they did to Lord of the Rings.
Like, the thing that's weird about doing a Fallout, I say this as though Amazon cares, which they don't.
They don't.
But or any of these companies, I think they can get a quick buck with by licensing their IP. But Fallout, while Fallout has more misses than hits, the franchise in the world is very much so. It feels like it leans itself towards being a video game in a world you can explore and see the sights in. And you can't do that with a TV show. You might be able to tell a competent story within that world in a TV show, but the world is clearly built to have just a whole lot of weird stuff that's been morphed in weird ways because of the radiation and junk. That you need to go explore it to fully experience it.
Yeah. The Fallout games have always been go out, explore, find the weird. There's a lot of weird in the Fallout universe. And then, run up against the Brotherhood of Steel, who will murder you for your technology just because they don't think you can have it. That's what the Brotherhood of Steel do. They murder people. Like a lot.
And I thought sweating it out in outrageously uncomfortable robot suits was Abo's thing.
Yeah.
It was his thing for a day. He only did it once, and he would complain to me all day when he got back about how terrible it was.
Well, doesn't that mean that there's some guy whose job it is to wear that every working day?
According to Abo, that guy loves his job and will do like the Fortnite dances with the kids and stuff. And he's a big hit.
I mean, more power to him, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if he's making people happy.
But I was secretly hoping that guy in that power armor would just pass out on stage.
With that power armor, if he did, how would you tell?
Well, he wouldn't be vertical for very long because he was probably having to try really hard to stay vertical the whole time.
I don't know. I think that armor suit would just stand up on its own.
It's just this big old suit of armor. You just see it freeze for a second, and then it just goes lunk.
Who would be the second hardest person to get to go off stage?
Yes, after Chris Judge.
This was a theme this whole Game Awards, by the way. Anytime there was a presenter for an award or on the stage that wasn't named Hideo Kojima, they started the play him off music real early.
Like, they got 30 seconds. They got exactly 30 seconds, and then they was
It was way less subtle than normal as well, because I remember noticing, even though I was only halfway paying attention, at least one time where they started the "please get off the stage" music, and then immediately cut the music and went to different music as soon as they started going off the stage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, could you be more conspicuous about trying to shoo somebody away?
Just get off this damn stage.
You just told them that you appreciated them, and now you're telling them to F off.
Hey, take your reward now, bugger off.
Just get the shepherd's crook at this point, really, people.
Just...
Da, 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 da.
All right. Next game is Parlia. It's one of those comfy Stardew Valley type dealies.
Is that not a game? Like, what can you do in there that we can't just do an FF?
I'd say ride a dragon, but you can ride a dragon.
You can be the dragon.
You can be a dragon if you really want to.
You can fight on a dragon.
You can fight a dragon. But yeah, Parlia is just one of those, faff around, get your friends in, we'll grow some crops and make a little thingy.
It's a woman's game.
So yeah. Next up, they cranked out Paolumu and bullied him for a little bit. Then they cranked out Sean Murray.
Oh, Lumu.
Yeah. I mean, it was a good trailer for Monster Hunter Now. You beat up on Paolumu.
In Monster Hunter Now trailer, when they had Jeff Keighley talking about Monster Hunter Now and prepping the ad, they had this Zenogre overlaid on the screen,
just chilling down there
with a green screen effect on it that looked so weird.
Yeah, but he was just chilling. Don't mind Zenogre.
I do mind Zenogre. Zenogre's the bane of my existence.
Well, they just put him into Monster Hunter Now, so that's what that was in aid of. He is the first new monster they've added.
Zenogre is one of my bugbear monsters that I just have difficulty fighting.
More of a bug wolf, but anyway. A wolf with bugs, I guess. So yeah, anyway, that's all that was in aid of. Here's Monster Hunter Now. Let's beat up on Paolumu. Okay, then they did a showcase of No Man's Sky and all of the patches they've released, and I had not realized they have released so many.
And then immediately gave somebody else the ongoing game award.
Then yeah.
Poor Sean Murray is still just as awkward, even after years of media practice by now.
Yeah.
Some people just are that way.
He doesn't need to wear the brown pants anymore, but yeah, he's still awkward. And that's fine.
It's not his job to be on stage.
It makes him seem a lot more genuine than anyone else on that stage, that's for sure.
Yeah, like, there was definitely more sincerity coming out of him than most of the other people that trotted across that stage.
Yes. So he's announced their new big thing.
Over-ambitious title and second opportunity to fail to get a game to work for the first 10 years of its existence.
Yep, Light No Fire. It is a fantasy exploration game thingy on one giant planet instead of lots of planets.
A lofty and noble goal, but let's see if they can do it. Because it took a very long time for No Man's Sky to get to where they needed it to be.
Yeah, and after watching a few of the cuts that they've used, it looked very much like the No Man's Sky 1.0 trailer.
Well, it would. They do what they know.
It's the same engine also. But it's an MMO, but there's been MMOs in the past where like they've just dumped all the players in one world and let them go and do their own thing. There's a bunch of them out there. But
they go toxic very quickly.
They go toxic very quickly, and generally you log into the starting area and it is just built up and completely impenetrable. I'm not sure what this game's going to do on that front because it does have unlimited space. At least so it says.
This game is like 5 or 10 years away.
It probably is. It probably is. And as long as they've learned their lesson and don't take Sony's money again, because that's a lot of where No Man's Sky went wrong.
People always blame that on them, and I'm not saying it's not their fault, but to be fair, what No Man's Sky promised was ridiculously ambitious to begin with, was definitely going to take a very long time to get there. Like, just because Sony was involved and made everything worse, didn't mean that they wouldn't have clowned up their launch.
Oh no, absolutely. It took them 10 years to get to the point that they had promised. But,
I mean, it's definitely noble and proper of them to have given the dedication that they ought to have to their project and delivered on what they promised. It was the right thing to do, and everybody who plays that game appreciates them for it, loves them for that, and will give them their faith in their next project. However, they still fucked it up. That was their fault.
Yep. So yeah, you've got my eyes there for it, Sean Murray, but yeah, you got a track record, okay?
I don't know if I can, like, it's not my thing, like, that's why I don't play No Man's Sky. I don't know if I can do that without a compelling narrative. Like, I yearn for narrative more than anything else. I want the story to be told.
There's a few main stories through No Man's Sky now, but the primary one is... and that's the best way to describe it. So, yeah. So, it also is trying to be high concept, but it's really not. It's like... I
don't really want high concept, though. I want the good guys to win and the bad guys to get pwned. That's where I live.
The evil dragon gets smote at the end. That's all that needs to happen. Right. Alright, Stormgate! It's the ex-Blizzard greats making an RTS that is basically half matched together.
I hesitate to say this, but to me it looks cringe.
I mean, yeah, does a bit.
It looks like an imitator, and it worries me.
I mean,
because I would like to see RTS come back. I would like to see it be a thing again. Because I don't think that there's any reason for that genre to die. It was just mishandled by a series of people in various different ways. But what they are putting forth here, like, it's not without potential, but it looks a little bit too much like it's trying to be somebody else.
Yeah, it's looking like they are trying to lean too much on the old StarCraft.
Even if it does, though, the entire RTS genre has been collectively on ice. Even the ones from different companies, well, like Command & Conquer's effectively dead. Subcom effectively on ice for good, and what else? You can go down the list. StarCraft on ice or dead. We're not sure.
I know.
Warcraft,
ditto.
Warcraft, dead and then sodomized after death.
Yeah. So the RTS genre has like nothing in it right now coming out. Nothing of note. So even if it retreads old ground a little bit and has a bit of the same gameplay feel, I think people will still be jonesing for a fix.
Yeah, just a bit of old classic RTS. Like, you've got Beyond All Reason in there. You've got this one coming up. I gotta find it.
Why does nobody want to remake Generals?
Does nobody want to take it? We need more
because it's
generals.
hilariously
Yeah,
politically
because-
incorrect.
Yeah, because it would be the biggest Moaisism that the Twitters had ever cried.
Like it nakedly does not care. Like the Americans are all like jingoist caricatures of themselves. The Chinese are all like ridiculously imperialistic stereotypes. The kebabs are kebabs. Like, I mean, what are you gonna do? Everything in that is appalling to the modern eye and ear.
I'm trying to find this game. I can't remember what it was actually called. Damn. Anyway, yeah, there is a Supcom game in the works. Not a
What
Supcom.
about
it's-
Dark Rain? Nobody's making Dark
They
Rain
made the
anymore.
first one and then absolutely did not make a sequel. That's what happened to Dark Rain. There was only ever one game, and I will fight anyone who says otherwise.
TA Kingdoms?
No.
Screech! 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 Screech!
Good lord. Yeah, TA Kingdoms had so much wrong with it.
I still played the crap out of it.
Oh yeah, it was fun, but it was balance was nowhere near it.
Unspeakably stupid. It was so bad, but I still played it.
But it tried to take itself seriously. It just couldn't.
Yeah, like that. It's not quite as bad as Heroes of Might and Magic 4 for trying to take the stupid serious, but it's pretty bad.
Here it is. Sanctuary Shattered Sun. There you go. That's your big Supcom one. So yeah, more RTS, yes please, I think, isn't... Oh no, hang on. Age of Empires was mentioned, but it's also being mentioned... It was mentioned in the same breath as mobile port.
Yeah, there's not even an RTS category. Once upon a time there might have been.
Yeah.
Like,
It's probably mashed into Sim now, or the RTS Sim.
unfortunately, Tim Curry is too old.
Sadly, yes. But,
I bet he's still got it though. Tell me he's still alive.
he is. He's still alive.
Okay, I just needed to check because people keep dying without me realizing it.
Tim Curry.
But, yeah, there are RTSs in the road. Like, we got,
Holy crap, he's old.
yes, he is.
He's almost 80.
Yeah.
I chiefly remember him for some reason from Home Alone 2.
I mean, yes.
The concierge.
Concierge.
Yeah. Like that, it was just an incredible role for him. Like the perfect balance of sort of like a smarmy, slimy person, but he's still trying to be like bowing and scraping and serving the customers, but he's clearly incredibly up himself.
Clearly resents it.
Yeah. It's the role I think of Tim Curry in, other than Red Alert 3, is actually the Disney Three Musketeers movie from the early 90s.
I don't think I ever saw that.
He was Cardinal Richelieu.
Was he? Oh,
I don't think I ever saw it. I don't think I ever saw it.
I remember really liking that movie as a kid. I watched it a lot.
All right, we're nearly at the end of this, so let's get this out of the way, shall we?
Wait, he was in Spamalot?
Yeah, he was in Spamalot. All right.
He's the lead in Spamalot?
Next up, we had an ad for Clash of Clans, which, frankly, I'm not sure why.
Something.
That's the Mr. T one, right?
The one with the Mr. T riding a pig.
Yeah, they look like Mr. T. Well, I think of it as the Mr. T thing.
Yeah, the thing is, with Warcraft Rumble just come out, wouldn't it make more sense to throw up Clash Royale instead? And push that?
Making sense. What are you talking about, sir?
I know, right? Like, here's this game that's basically that game, except with a lot more content. Alright, next, Guilty Gear Strive. It is Guilty Gear, and it is style.
Yeah, new characters, new 3v3 game mode. Okay.
It's
Cool.
more Guilty Gear. I do like me some Guilty Gear, even though I'm awful at it.
I still don't have Strive. That's another one that's been sitting on the wish list because it doesn't go on deep discount very much.
Yeah, but damn, they are making those fighting games look good. Guilty Gears always look good. Yeah.
Well, yeah, Arc System Works has a way of they perfected the art of the anime fighter stylistically now. The problem is they don't know how to monetize for crap, and they fell into the woke trap with Guilty Gear and Bridget. They stuck their dick right in that one, or rather, stuck Bridget's dick in it.
Yeah. Next, we had an ad for Ark Survival Ascended, also known as "We blew all our money on hookers and blow again. Please buy our game." Wildcard and their financial shenanigery is becoming legendary. They've actually cancelled and are potentially selling off the assets to Ark 2 now, by the way. Which may or may not include...
How have they managed to screw that up?
They did really silly things like blow all their money, get another investor, invest in electric cars, blow all their money again, and repeat. So, yeah, it's basically been one bad investment after another, and why? Like, they made Atlas and then pawned that out, and that game is basically languishing in half-complete state it's stuck in. Ark 2, I think they gave all their money to Vin Diesel and then forgot they needed a budget to make a game after that. And now that's cancelled by the look of it. So, yeah. Next is Final Fantasy 16, which I want to get hyped about because they're adding more content, but we still can't play it.
We can't play it because it's exclusive until the end of the year.
What?
I don't know whether or not that means that they have a whatchamacallit, a port ready to go, or whether they're going to start making the port then.
I assume they'd have it ready to go at this point. They've got a whole year to work on it.
I don't trust them to be competent when it comes to managing things. Squeenix, the publishing company who will be in charge of what can be done and released when, are notoriously incompetent. Yes. Just because Creative Business Unit 3 is good doesn't mean that Squeenix is.
Yes. Also, worst name for a division. But, yeah.
I think it's so bad that it's become almost iconic.
I think at this point, yeah, it is. So, yeah. I'll play Final Fantasy 16 when I can. When I'm allowed to. Alright, next. The finals. Original concept. Do not steal. It's a fast-paced FPS based on a TV show.
Is it? I don't know anything about this. This is the first I've ever heard of it.
That was it.
And the creator kept saying that it's like unique, and I'm like, in what way?
It is not even remotely unique. What are you talking about, you silly person? There are a dozen games out like this, and they've been making games on this theme since the 80s. What are you talking about? So, yeah, it is... Yeah, you fast-paced FPS being presented as a consumer sport. That chestnut.
But that was Unreal Tournament as well.
That was. That was also Smash TV back in the 80s. Yeah, you're not original. Shut up.
It doesn't even look interesting. Like, it looked the same as everything else that's been... It looked like Fortnite. That's about the nastiest thing I can say.
Ooh, that's dirty. Not inaccurate, but dirty. Alright, we got the accolades trailer for Baldur's Gate 3. Enough really said there. Unlike the Starfield one, I don't think they actually paid for those. Or some of them anyway. Next was Bellwright. Some medieval RPG, I guess.
That zipped by so fast I couldn't work out what it was. It looked like it looked really bad. That was the only impression that I came away with. It looked like really, 3 generations ago bad.
Yeah, it was very vague about what it actually was, and it didn't really...
Yeah, it looked like Mountain Blade 1.
Mountain Blade 1 was fantastic, though.
Yeah, but it looked like that level of technology went into it.
So, yeah. Alright, and the last game is finally a game we can actually get hyped for. Well, but not too hyped, because it doesn't come...
I don't want to get hyped for it. It's like a million miles away. I want to pretend that they hadn't announced it.
It is over a year away. Monster Hunter Wilds.
I would be happier if they had just not announced it.
I mean, it's nice to know that it's coming, I guess.
Like there were two things that I noted about this trailer, and only two. Since as soon as that date came up, my hype for it died away instantaneously.
Yeah.
First thing I noticed is literally no monsters were hunted in the making of this trailer.
It is
AKA
right.
no game exists yet. Exactly as much of this exists as exists of the next Elder Scrolls game.
Yep.
Well, they got the dog thing.
Yeah, your chicken dog.
Chicken dog.
Chicken dog.
No monsters got hunted. And the second thing that I noted was that Jeff Keighley feels the need to remind us not once but multiple times that he knew about this before we did.
Shut up, Jeff. Also knew about this.
This guy really gets off on this job.
Yeah. But beyond showing chicken dog and a couple of big hairy, I guess that was hairy slagtoths, I don't know. That was... Oh, and Rathalos is in the game of two.
And there were spiny slagtoths too.
Oh, yeah, spiny slagtoths. Yeah, we don't know
They're
a whole
like
lot...
slagtoths wearing the really tall accessories.
Yes. We don't know a whole lot about it. It's like, maybe it's like open world or something. I don't know. Maybe it's just got really big zones. We don't know.
Normally they have really cool ecology and stuff, but if you're like the spiky slagtoth in that you're like the alpha spiky slagtoth in the spiky slagtoth herd, you've got the tallest spike. Doesn't that mean that while you're out on the plains, you're just going to be the one that gets hit by lightning first?
Yes. You are the spikiest
Because there's lightning
slagtoth.
creatures everywhere. If like Kieran wanders by, you just die. He's not even hunting you.
What about a particular
But you've got the tallest
Gigante?
spike.
Yeah.
Like, there's just a lot of bad things can happen to you if you're the slagtoth with the spikiest spike.
Yes. So, yeah. All we really know is there is a Monster Hunter game in the works, but we already knew that.
Yeah, because there's always a monster. Usually there's two Monster Hunter games in the work at any one time.
Yeah, the main line and the side game. There might be a stories in the works now as well. We don't know.
Realistically, like the main line and side game seem to be getting closer and closer in scope.
They do, don't they? But
like I could if I had just like time, like just a surfer of time, then I could go back to Rise and World and find a gajillion new things I haven't done to do any day, because those games are just freaking enormous.
They are huge. So if Wild is anything along the scope of World or Rise, I think we're going to be in for a good time.
Yeah, it's going to take 2 years for them to get there.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I really hope that it's a production at minimum on the level of World, because I really relished how much like a World those stages felt, especially compared to the traditional side game stages where, you know, they're very restrictive and very arena linked to arena by a path.
Like, the zones in World were big, but yeah, if they want to take the next step, all you got to do is really just keep embiggening the zones.
Like, to the very end, I never felt like I really, truly knew how to get where I wanted to go in the ancient forest.
No. Because it was so winding, especially up the back there.
Yeah, and multi-layered.
Multi-layered.
It was always that windy thicket brush at the back that goes underneath the tree and into the little cave system, and the little bits around that, and the little ditch, the two big ditch areas back there that I would always get lost in.
Yep.
And I would always stop to just murder Great Jagras, no matter who else I was supposed to be hunting. Like, you're there, Great Jagras, and I'm sorry, but that was a mistake.
Yeah, you shouldn't have been here. Alright, and with that, I think we are... How are we for break?
I started the clock late, but we are... I started about 20 minutes late, so we're about an hour and 15.
Okay, so we're about due for a break, and that is also the end of the trailers. That was a lot.
Yeah, but we learned surprisingly little.
Surprisingly little.
Like, as a quick flip through of stuff that any of us had any kind of reaction to that wasn't, what is this? There was no gameplay, or this is just woke pandering nonsense. We have Pony Island 2.
Like, what the actual fuck is this?
That gets a special mention because it was, what the absolute fuck is this?
Yeah.
Instead of just, what is this? Windblown, with a big ol' asterisk on that one too. P3 ain't new, so I'm not counting that one. I'm scrolling. I'm scrolling.
Yeah. I was impressed by their little Karibo impression for Dragon Ball Sparking Zero.
Yeah, it's not Linda Young doing that voice. Linda Young has been replaced as Frieza for a long time now.
Yeah, but it's not Chris Ayers either, because he's dead.
Did Chris Ayers die?
Yeah, pretty sure he died. So maybe it is little Karibo. I don't know.
I don't think so.
A bridge Frieza is now canon Frieza. Fight me.
Are you real?
No, yeah, he totally did die in 2021.
See? So yeah, who's doing that? And why are you just basically doing a little Karibo?
Oh, I better not say anything about that.
Well,
'cause holy crap.
to be fair, I mean, Team 4-Star may have gone off the deep end, but their voice acting is kind of iconic to Dragon Ball in English now.
It is.
Whether or not anybody likes it, that is the way it is. Like, their Vegeta is better than real Vegeta. Their Nappa is definitely better than real Nappa. Their Frieza is better than real Frieza. Their Cell is special.
He's perfect.
It's perfect, yes.
The most excessively homoerotic Cell anybody could possibly imagine.
Their Goku is better than Japanese Goku, at least.
It's not hard.
No, Japanese Goku is appalling.
Yeah, well, Japanese Goku is a product of a much, much earlier time.
Much earlier.
And it was cast with the Masako girl that does her or doesn't when Goku was a kid.
Yeah, and wasn't she already ancient back then?
Yeah, she's got to be like a gorillion years old now.
Eesh.
She's
still
really
working.
Old. If she's alive, I don't know. Is she alive?
Bad props either way. But yeah. What else did we see? No, that was it. Yeah, Mecha break. Mecha, yay. Mecha always good. No.
Okay, it looks like Damon Mills is the new Frieza voice.
Okay, I dug around last night and I couldn't find it.
I don't. He has a lot of minor roles, but nothing in anything we would know.
All right.
Masako Nozawa is 87.
Ow. Good for her.
How old's Linda Young? I looked this up the other day, actually.
She'd be getting along a bit too now, to think of it.
Linda Young has got to be really, really getting up there now. Let's see here. She is got to be in her 70s. She's 70 now.
Yeah, so she's getting on a bit too.
We're also old. Like, I'm nearly 40. Vern's probably nearly 40.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in my mid-30s. I posted in live show chat, but I found this picture of Linda Young. It's just like one of these things. It's not like the other ones for voice acting roles. Yeah, old lady, old lady, old lady.
Old lady with pink hair, old lady with pink hair, old lady with pink hair, Frieza.
Yeah. Giant dildo space.
Right, you mean Frieza's not an old lady with pink hair?
Well, not in this form, he's not. So what else? I'm going to say something. I'm going to look forward to Skull and Bones, but for all the wrong reasons.
I don't care. I just don't.
I'm fully expecting that to be a colossal dumpster fire, and I'm here for it.
I don't care even if it's a dumpster fire anymore. Like, I might have cared if it had managed to come out 2 or 3 years ago, but
yeah.
Oh, okay. So Masako Nozawa. I don't know where the emphasis is. I'm not good at Japanese names. Actually holds the two Guinness World Records.
Oh.
Longest video game voice acting career and voice actor who voiced the same character in a video game for the longest period.
Those are the same award for the same thing. But, yeah, she's been Goku since the beginning. Alright, we should break again.
Yep. Here's some music, folks. We'll be right back.
A little bit quick there. Yes, we're back.
And we're back.
So we're going to take a break from the Jeff Keighley show, and we're going to play a little bit of the new and improved Grim Dawn.
Yeah, well, we say Grim Dawn. What we really mean is we're going to jerk around in the Crucible and just kind of mess with randomized classes with Fern and his Wheel of Names.
Wheel of Failures, yes. So, also, it is snack time.
Can you link us to the wheels that you're using?
No, actually, because of the way this wheel
he
works.
He can roll for us. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I can put it up on screen. The way
it's not like he can sabotage us or anything.
Yeah, it just saves it all locally, so I can't actually link.
Okay, because we'll have to wait for your stream to catch up that way.
Alright, so we're just going to do a bit of Crucible. There's not a whole lot of point spinning the wheel until we actually have some level to invest.
Yeah, so, well, that'll happen like, immediately.
Works, so.
Once we get to round 10. Now, they've changed a lot of things. The biggest change you notice immediately is they've gotten rid of potions. Now you just have a cooldown on your hotkeys.
Yeah, the potion cooldown is exactly the same as it was before, but now you don't have to carry them around with you.
Mm-hmm. You have effectively infinite potions, though. So, which means that round 10 of the Crucible is going to be easy.
Yeah, we can actually heal.
Yes. All right. So do the. Yeah, I know. As much as I love this game, I still haven't actually played it since they did the big update. So there's so many new little things that we haven't seen yet.
I was waiting for the big update before really chewing back into the game again, because I thought it wasn't coming out till the new expansion came out. I didn't know it dropped early.
Nope, the expansion comes out in January with the new class and all the new content. But the big systems patch, as well as the graphical shinying, came out like a month ago. Admittedly,
how's the latency for y'all?
Not bad. It's all fine. Yep.
Really tell. I don't have projectiles yet, which is the easiest way to measure it. So
yeah, we do have dodge buttons now though, so you can try dodge something.
Oh, you can use it to jump around mostly.
Mostly, yeah. Unfortunately,
the dodge response is client side, but what actually happens is server side. So it's sort of hard to tell still.
Unfortunately, the brand new run of the Crucible, the first rounds are because you don't have any buttons to press.
Yeah, it banks all our experience until the end of the round, right?
Right. You get a little bit of experience, but then at that point, and then it's dependent on whether or not you choose to cash out or continue on.
Okay, these stupid eyeball things have got to go.
Spot.
Remember, you have a potion button.
Yes. Eyeball thing is kind of hard hitting.
Yeah, knocked out one or two of them. Now I'm trying to get rid of the dogs that are chewing my face off.
Yeah. Jeez, must have made quite a few back-end improvements as well, because everything just feels a little bit smoother. Nice.
It's also, regardless of how much better it is still technically a significantly better connection that we're on right now than when we usually were playing together with me hosting.
Yeah.
These guys explode when they die. This is going to be fun.
So, for that. Yeah, the old multiplayer also had quite a few bugs, and most of them were harmless. It's like if you'd walk away from another player and they change their inventory, you'd come back and you'd be in your own pants. At least as far as they could see.
Oh, is that what caused that bug?
That's what caused that bug.
I remember, I think me and Vol were trying to figure that out one day.
Yeah, it's just like sometimes the game would ignore your gear and just, you're in your underpants now.
That skeleton dude had a lot of HP.
Yeah, they do. Why?
I love this new you can display health percentages above enemy heads. So much easier to read than the stupid bars.
Yeah. I don't have that option turned on. No. I got the old school bars.
No, crossbow skeletons, my arch nemesis.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay, I'm
It's
over here.
got the ice skeletons as well.
Are you gonna come play with the fire skeletons with me because you don't like the ice ones?
Yeah, they're bully.
All right. Gonna very slowly hit these things. They don't do a whole lot of damage to the ice skeletons, but yeah.
They pulse that frost nova effect.
Doesn't hurt so much. It just... Ooh. Alright.
Still got a few more waves of the no skill auto attack waves.
Yeah. No, they make for excellent snacking time. I know I plugged the Red Rock Deli chips at the start. I'm also going to plug the Red Rock Deli dips because they're delicious.
No, I'm being bullied.
Stop your magic missiles.
You can come and play with the giant mosquitoes.
No, I'm playing with the magic missile skellies and the birdmen.
Fine, I'll play with the mozzies.
Why is my health dropping so fast?
Using the big no-no zone, and you also get the damage.
Oh, I couldn't see the no-no
Amplification,
zone. It's
that's
underneath terrain doodads.
Yeah, go stand the no-nos.
Oh, these guys can make no zones too if they're the right type.
Yep.
Yep.
These are literally just Tyranid gene stealers, aren't they?
Legally
Simply can't.
obliged to say no.
Legally distinct.
Legally distinct TM. But actually, with this potion mechanic, I'm wondering how far you can actually go without leveling up in Crucible.
We're not doing that.
No, we're not doing that. That's a do it on my own day type of challenge.
Yeah, there ain't enough hours in the Rantathon for that.
No. And frankly, it would be kind of boring to watch. I know at least the first couple of rounds it starts it can't actually spawn bosses. It spawns a placeholder instead.
I think, yeah. The named bosses have set waves they'll show up at.
Yeah.
I don't know if one shows up on wave 10 or not.
One does, yes. But when you're only level 1, it doesn't actually spawn it. It's the Earth Golem from the end of the that big cave under the bridge.
Oh.
But yeah, it just spawns a regular rock golem for when you're level 1. Which I think is actually a bit tougher than the regular rock, the big boss golem, because the big boss golem telegraphs everything to avoid.
Also, if you look at the mini-map in the top right-hand corner, you'll see stars to tell you where all the enemies are. Crossbow skellies!
Nope, there's the boss, not boss.
Hang on, we have bigger problems called a horde of crossbow skellies.
Oh, this guy has so
Anybody
much
that
health.
has played this game, as you're going through the difficulties and you realize how rare piercing resistance is and the damage that crossbow skellies can do to you in hordes, understands what I'm talking about.
Would you like to be a pincushion?
You'll be a shish kebab.
And you would just beat this health pinata, would you?
I was busy getting rid of the crossbow skellies.
Wow, this potion really trivializes this phase.
It does, doesn't it? Like before the first round was very hair raising. You could just, well, if you didn't dive into your.
Okay, we can pick a discipline.
Okay.
Or the wheel can pick a discipline.
We're
Yes.
going to ask the wheel. So cash us out so we get all our experience.
Oh, you want me to cash it out? Cash it out?
Yep, you can cash out. Oops. Never mind, we're going again.
That's not how you cash out, Aristeele.
I didn't push a button. That was Fern.
That was me. I clicked on the green thing.
What? Why would you do that?
Because apparently I hate us.
I mean,
We have to do 10 more levels of this? Why would you do this?
I don't think we're going to even... yeah, we're not going to last one level of this.
Yeah, I'm just gonna commit Sudoku.
That was me doing it dumb and clicking the wrong thing.
Yeah, and there goes all our rewards.
Eh,
Good work, Fern.
we lost one level.
Actually, no, we can still pick up a bit of placeholder loot.
Yeah, we still get most of it.
A
You
bit
lose the big golden chest at the top,
mediocre.
and you lose 10% of your experience or something.
Right, we need to consult the wheel.
You need to consult the all-knowing quill.
Yeah, I don't even know what to put my base stats into until we spin the wheel.
All right, who wants to go first?
All right.
It doesn't really matter. It's not going to be modified by anything that we do.
Yeah, just I'll spin it for me, Fern.
All right,
And
well,
don't-
instead of actually picking a class, we're just going to randomize it. So we have the Wheel of Infinite Knowledge. I'm going to click it and see what Ari gets. So we spin.
I
Yeah,
think
but
the
I'm
only thing it really knows is the names of all the classes.
That's
I
all.
don't know if that qualifies as infinite.
It's infinite within a very finite set. Ari, your first class is Necromancer.
It's infinite while being very finite.
Yes, it's infinite within the finite.
I'm watching the spin on the stream now,
Is spin?
and it stopped on Necro
Oh,
or
Necro.
Cultist. Necro.
Necro Daddy.
I'm not watching the stream, so somebody will have to tell me.
Alright, Vol, I will spin for you. I will take Necromancer off the wheel. And
What are you stuffing into your face?
Hackers with dip. Delicious.
I should have bought some dip.
We spin! Sweet chili and sour cream. It's
Oh right, they reworked all the passive skills, so you don't gotta toggle them anymore.
mm-hmm. Vol, you got Soldier.
Soldier. Oh, the blandest of them. Okay.
The blandest, the hittingest of things.
Soldier. Let's see. Oh, what should I do? The blandest thing, of course, would be to just dump it all into passive, but
Yeah, but that's also kind of boring. What do I get?
yeah.
Oh no. I got Oathkeeper.
Ah. Yeah, but we've got two like bland hitty people things. Let's see, what can I do? Like, soldiers all like passives that just make you tougher. I'm trying to work out what I'm going to do here.
Yeah, and not a whole lot in the way of actual direct defense. So, which means the problem is not knowing what our second specialization is going to make this a whole lot harder.
Well, that's half the fun.
That's half the fun. So I'm going to go. Well, I do them, and I'm. And half of my.
I don't know how to play soldier. I don't even know what these abilities do. I've never specced into soldier before.
Okay, so yeah, they still reserve your mana, but they yeah, you don't need to toggle them. They're just on. If they're permanently on, though, you'd think, why not just maximum mana? I know that's what reserving effectively does, but even so.
Hold on, are those activated at the same time, or like I don't even understand what I'm looking at here. Can activate with order. So if you have two abilities that proc with normal weapon attacks. They are not mutually exclusive, right? I'm not gonna like overwrite one with another.
No, they can and will proc at the same time.
Right.
I guess I can just dump into physique for now. Yes.
Should I convert everything to elemental?
You potentially could.
But I don't know what I'm going to get though.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're going to get. I might not get anything that benefits from that because we don't know what loot we're going to get. So
Yeah, we got a piddly paltry amount, but you always only get the first round. Okay, I have my setup. It's a very simple, very unplanned setup.
let's see, what does that do? No, let's not do that. What does this one do?
Okay.
No, I don't care about that. That's just boring. That just gives me health. I
I
don't
think
want it.
that's about as good as I can get it there.
This all seems to be just about giving me health.
That's kind of what soldier do.
Is that an activatable? Is that activatable? I think that's an activatable. What about that one? What's that? That's not really all that relevant anymore now that everybody has a dodge. I don't really want to use a shield. I'm not really a shield kind of person.
Well, I've got Oathkeeper now, so I'm kind of pigeonholed into using a shield.
Yeah, what is that one? I don't really want something that reduces my damage.
Isn't there a big cleave in there somewhere?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the cleave. Or a cleave of some description. What's that one? That one increases health regen. But I got a auto potion now. What about that one? Requires a shield. No, thank you.
Problem with soldier is there's a lot of stuff also that can build off auto attacks, and that's kind of a bit dull.
It's not the most exciting form of gameplay, not necessarily.
No, it is incredibly practical, but not necessarily the most interesting.
There we go.
Health regen is good, but yeah, infinite potions kind of changes a lot of the calculus, you know?
It does, doesn't it?
Because there's no reason not to just hit it on cooldown and treat it as health regen if you're in dire straits perpetually, the way you are in whatchamacallit, Crucible.
Buy some gear to fill.
You know
some
what?
gaps.
I don't really know. Let's just pick a bunch of stuff and we'll see how it goes. Because I'm very
Yeah, the respec ladies over there.
right. Incidentally, how do you get devotion points in Crucible?
Devotion points are earned just as you cash out or as you complete waves.
Oh, have I lagged out because I can't hear anything?
Uh-oh.
Pickle.
Can you hear me?
Pickle.
Nope, we can't. We can hear you.
Pickle.
We can hear you, but...
Pickle?
Okay,
I'll
yeah, you
Pickle.
balked. You'd send him a message.
Pickle.
I think
Pickle.
Discord's having a derp. Hang on.
Pickle. Why can I hear nothing? Pickle.
Why can you hear
I don't
nothing?
know.
Bang.
Discord is having a derp.
It's having a moment.
It do derp do.
Yeah, I'm just looking through the vendor over here, trying to see what type of stoof we got.
Lost him completely?
No, I think he's still here.
Oh.
Bagel.
Pickle?
Ah, yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, there we go.
Right. I'm trying to remember what do you put points into as a soldier?
Generally,
Physique, and physique.
Basically physique.
Yeah, but physique doesn't do any damage. And we've got a tank.
Yeah. So you can go cunning otherwise, which is, yeah, basically straight up damage. You get a little bit of health, little bit of mana from it, but like every point spent,
Because
even though it doesn't say
Soldier's sort of unique in that you can just get your health from other places if you want.
Yeah. So you're going to be a health sponge no matter what you do, really.
Then again, it feels sort of wrong not to spec physique.
I've got a tank. I'm a tank. Apparently tank. With my
All right, we'll get it.
grey quality shield.
We'll go cunning. It's not like it really matters all that much.
Not
I'll
really.
just go cunning.
Alright, everyone got their gear from out the back?
Yeah, I'm checking the vendor.
Oh, vendor. Vendors are a thing.
Yep, over the side for the gear vendor.
Are there any shoes on the vendor?
Let's just sell all this mystic tomes and crap. I can't do anything with that. I don't really want to buy anything. Let's actually bind some abilities. Fern is in vain trying to make us more virtuous.
I am going to try, and then I'm probably going to get a cultist and be forced to spec into acid shields. Which is not very virtuous at all.
That's a good way of protecting yourself.
Don't need
Certainly a good
skin,
way
that's fine. Oh no. Are you not wearing weapons, or is this the underpants bug?
Underpants bug.
Underpants bug, okay.
Yeah, I just went to the vendor and bought a whole bunch of crap.
Right. So it's actually showing your clothes, but you're just slapping things, so yeah.
I have a crossbow.
Yeah, you're just slapping the air. Stop that.
You're throwing arrows at people.
I guess. Alright. Do the honors. Let us do the next round.
Alrighty.
I'm not going to buy anything. I'm just going to use whatever drops.
That's generally a safe bet anyway.
No checkpoint available. Yes, start from the beginning.
Well, hopefully it'll go faster this time. Because we've got anything at all.
We have things. We can do stuff. Bonk.
Apparently I can't hit anything though.
Oh, that's not good. Alright. My shield doesn't bounce, it just bonks.
Yeah, you gotta get a few levels before it bounces. It bounces every 4 ranks in it, I think?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe, either way. Yeah, you gotta level it up, and then you get some Captain America style bounces.
I think there's another talent even further down the tree that adds even more bounces.
Yeah, there's also gear pieces that do it too. So yeah, you can actually go a full bouncy shield spec and just do everything around the shield.
Yeah, I
I
have
feel like I'm just missing all the time. I don't know if that's because of my latency or because I can't hit anything.
Do you? You're still using a grey quality weapon, are you?
It's green.
Oh, okay. No, it should be okay then.
Well, it depends on what his offensive ability is right now versus the enemy. Yeah, this guy's blocking everything. Oh no. Crossbow skellies.
Crossbow skellies. So poo-flinging skellies.
Okay, Fern, you're not allowed to talk to Dude Face anymore.
Fine.
What happens if just one of us dies?
You get up at the end of the
dead
wave.
until the end of the round.
Yep.
Not 10 rounds.
Not 10 rounds, just the current wave. You get back up at the end of that. I have one button and it goes bonk.
Bonk's a pretty good button.
Bonk is a really good, well, it's not when it's bonk, it gets really good when it's bounce. For now, it's just bonk.
Right now, I just have Bone Wave.
How do I tell if something counts as a default weapon attack or not?
Is it,
If you can slot it onto the left mouse button attack socket, that's a default attack.
So if it can't go on the left button, then it doesn't count.
Right.
Correct. Oh, I just
I've
heard a
got
whole
two
bunch of
then.
crossbows.
I've got 2 default weapon attacks then, because I didn't know what the difference was.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's a kind of waste.
I think it actually only counts if it's socketed on that slot as well. Like, some attacks you can socket in there, but you really shouldn't. And some you should only do it after you've taken the side talent.
Well,
Okay.
I probably already clowned my build then.
Doesn't really matter. Alright. That went a lot quicker.
I hope so.
Alright. Can I buy a decent shield yet? No. Okay, we can level up.
What's this talent do?
Can you respec in here?
Yes. The respec
Yeah, I
lady
think
from
they're-
this map, I believe, is over on the right. There we go. Now bonk becomes bounce.
So I think that there's no point in me having two whatchamacallits, 2 primary weapon attacks right now. That seems kind of superfluous.
Yeah. Where is she?
So,
Oh no, she must be over this side. Oh?
transmog dude, blacksmith,
Book. Yeah, over here.
bank.
Also, ball for me is kind of stuck
dude.
in one place, so that's an interesting
I'm
bug.
also not. I'm not moving though.
Oh. Try moving?
I'm reading my skills.
Oh. Because that's...
Yeah, he's moving.
That's a weird pose.
He's moving fine to me. He's in the middle now.
Yeah, no, he's not for me. That's interesting. Which means I'm going to play the game and just watch stuff fall over where it's nothing attacking it. So that's alright. I love you, Grim Dawn, but you do have some shoes.
All right, stat points. Physique.
Uh,
I'll drop a point in cunning just because I want to be able to use ranged weapons.
Try that ability. I don't know what that does, but we'll soon find out.
Man, coming full circle to Grim Dawn. I remember the first time I played Grim Dawn was on the show, on the Rantathon.
Yeah?
This was 2 or 3 Rantathons ago.
Yeah. Which is kind of worrying when you think about how long Grim Dawn's been out.
Well, it's got staying power. I'll give it that.
It do. And,
All right. Continue on the waves or cash cash out the...
we kind of blitzed through that.
Yeah,
So-
let's continue.
We can cash out now and get our second spec, or we can push on and get something better.
We'll cash out the first wave one more time, and then we'll keep trying to push.
Alright, well, let's get our second specs then. Cash out.
Oh no, the wheel gets to have its way with me again.
The wheel does! Don't,
All right.
maybe just hold off on your loot for the moment. Alright, so let me bring up the wheel again.
Ari, I'll do mine first again. What is it?
Alright, spin! Spin, and you get... I played. That's actually a really good combo.
It's a fairly standard one, yeah. If
Yeah.
you go in cold damage.
You go on cold damage, you go Necro Nightblade, yeah. That's actually, yeah, solid pick. Vol, you get spin.
I get what?
You get spin. That's what you get. You get Inquisitor.
Inquisitor.
Inquisitor
Is
Soldier.
there any synergy there at all?
It's Inquisitor. It synergizes with everything.
That's kind of Inquisitor's whole point. It just goes
Yeah,
with
but
everything.
you basically, if you want to use it with Soldier, you lose all choice and have to just play pistols.
I believe the Inquisitor's dual wield also works with melee weapons.
Doesn't they like disable half their abilities though?
A lot of them, but at least everything attached to that. There's a couple of dual wield, a couple of pistol only procs.
Ranged only, ranged only, ranged only, ranged only. I can use the heal.
You can use the heal.
Uh,
And what do I get? Bet you it's a cultist. Whee!
oh man, this is disappointing.
It is.
It's basically nothing that I can do unless I go pistols.
Yeah. Oh, it's Arcanist. That's not a good combo.
What's your other one, Myrmidon?
Oathbreaker, Arcanist. Oathkeeper, not Oathbreaker. Oathkeeper.
Mm,
Oathkeeper, Arcanist.
Yeah, I think you can change some of your damage types to synergize better with
Yeah, but that's a jank combination.
You would have to like turn Aether Ray into fire damage to get synergy there.
Yeah.
And I don't think it can. I think it changes to like something else weird.
Where's Aether Ray? Aether Ray changes to Chaos.
Yeah.
Chaos and Vitality, yeah. Let me see. Wrath of Agrivix becomes... No, it's knocked down. I could just go pure Elemental. And that would work, kinda. But, yeah, that's...
You're not going to get as much bang for your buck if you do General Elemental, though.
Yeah, that's right.
Alright, but we got chests to open to see some gear.
We do.
I can't really find anything that I really want to do here because everything is like ranged weapons only or weird spellcaster crap that doesn't synergize with anything.
Yeah, you're going to get a lot of that, unfortunately. Yep. Oh, there's a shield.
Iron drops sure are higher.
Sure are. Zeke. There we go. Okay.
I will take that shit. Okay, I got some boots that are useful.
Gun, hat.
Hit damage, fire damage, cold damage.
I can kind of make those pants work. Maybe.
I think this has been to trash. I'm not rolling very well today. No, sir, I am not.
That is, I guess, fine. Right. Okay. Well, I guess that's as far as that gear's going to go. But at least I got a shield out of it.
Into the vendor with you. Is there a stash here? I want to dump off some of this crap.
Yeah, there is. Oops, I need to check. Visual back. Go.
Okay. Here we go. Let's see.
What is this?
How should I do this? Maybe I can, in order to give it a bit of flavor of being an Inquisitor, I could just take something or unskill something that I've taken from Soldier and take the Inquisitor version instead.
Yeah. A lot of
Get
stuff in
rid of X.
Soldier which I think needs shields specifically, but everything else can be used at range.
There's a few things that need to be used. Well, I don't want to go range. I've got tons of characters that do range, so I kind of want to just muscle my way through melee.
Okay.
As unwise as that is.
Yep. Incidentally, our specs are I am a Templar, you, Vol, are a Tactician, and...
What kind of tactic?
let's just hope this works type tactic.
Oh man, this doesn't synergize with anything either. That was not really... Oh crap, I accidentally put 2 points in it. Ah.
Yep, and Ari's a Reaper, because edge meets edge, of course you're going to get edge.
You know what? We're just gonna flail our way along. It's just really bad at what I do. I can't make this any worse than it already is.
Alright. You got all your treasure?
I'm pretty sure I did. Let's just check, just to be sure. Just to be sure. Yep.
Okay, we should be able to blitz the first 2 rounds quite comfortably.
Oh yeah, you're jinxing the hell out of us too.
Yeah, you do know they scale with our level, right? So.
Oh yeah, they do. But we have buttons now, and abilities.
Well, I still only have one active button.
I have 2.
I didn't go
1.5, I guess.
I didn't go the pet route. I have Bone Wave. It's got a lot of points in it, though. I put like 5 points in it.
It's a big bone wave. That's a serious bone wave, actually. Yeah, look at it go.
I'm about. I got enough points in the tree in Necro to take it to Super Bone Wave.
Nice.
So we can just be me Mega Bone Wave, and then I'll get some Nightblade stuff to go faster with AoE explosions.
I'm just running around after them, trying to reach them before they will die. Not successfully.
Yeah, you're still stuck in place on my screen, so you're just standing over there.
I'm not successfully hitting anything either. And when I do, it does like 15 damage. I think my speaker's broken.
I think so too. Oh, these mofos.
Yeah.
Okay, it took damage when I hit it from behind and crit it with the Bone Wave.
Bone wave solves all problems.
There's a fire zombie in there that has like no HP, but I'm not gonna go run in there to play with him.
Tank gum.
You know,
Gum. Tank. Like... Oh, you're moving again.
Am I still in my underpants?
You are still slapping the air.
I don't know if this glowy mark I'm putting above people's heads actually does anything.
It reduces their defenses, I believe.
Well, somebody can benefit from that. Probably not me.
Oh, you got like Word of Pain or something?
Yeah. I was like, this has got text.
Yeah.
Maybe it does something.
It is handy on my main character, who's Arcanist Inquisitor.
As
I figure that I can't benefit from it, but you guys probably can.
Yeah, Inquisitor's kind of weird because a lot of its ability descriptions aren't particularly helpful. They're just a whole bunch of flavor text. Oh, he's a boss now. There we go.
Oh, Fatty is here!
Oh, hang on. That's a lot of crossbow skellies.
Okay, I'll just tank.
Yeah, well, you guys do that. I'm gonna deal with the crossbow skelly problem.
I do Oathkeeper things, I do Oathkeeper things.
I will just swing and miss repeatedly. That's how I do.
Smack, smack, smack.
Very intense music for this little rock man.
All right.
To unskill some things.
You gonna change some things?
Yeah, I'll keep going down Word of Pain just for the novelty, I guess.
Just to eventually figure out what it does.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to. Oh, it slows down enemy attack. That's good, I guess. Does
It's good on
trivial amount of
bosses.
damage.
It's a debuff you can throw on bosses to make them not smack as much and make them easier to kite.
Yeah.
They won't smack you as much while you're running them around.
Maybe I should go for the lightning tether thing instead. Didn't you toy around with that?
Oh, Stormbox of Elegoth?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. And it really doesn't work unless you've got multiple enemies you can hit with it.
Well, the Crucible's good for that, at least.
Yeah, the shoe is those enemies have to stay next to each other for the double tether to jump between both of them.
Yeah, which doesn't always necessarily happen.
Yeah, I have not had a particularly great success with it.
Yeah, because I can't find anything in Inquisitor that does anything for me.
Yeah, well, try the Stormbox, see how you go with it.
A Stormbox does do damage. It's worth putting points into, but
I would have to build towards it though, and there's no reason to put lightning damage on anything else. Or ether damage, because Soldier doesn't use any elemental damages.
Nope, it's all physical. And a little bit of vitality.
I think they do bleed and trauma too.
Yeah, they do.
I don't
But they're
remember.
kind of the subset of physical.
I might bow out of some of these abilities for the time being until I can come up with an idea, and I will just go for passives that I can actually understand.
That's how these things usually go. Like the wheel tends to screw with me. Us. Like, we've got one actually really good spec and then 2 jank ones.
Well, we got one usable spec. I don't know the first thing about Nightblade, so I haven't put points in it yet.
Yeah.
I've just been making the Bone Wave.
I mean, the Bone Wave, you can't go wrong with the Bone Wave.
Like, I could have gone traditional Necro with all the pets and stuff, but I figured that would just get confusing with multiple people here.
Yeah, especially considering that a lot of your pets might be the same monsters that are attacking us.
They are cross.
Whenever I play with pet using characters, I seem to spend an awful lot of time fighting my allies' pets accidentally.
Yeah, so I just went Bone Wave, and right now all my points are in Bone Wave.
Get them Bone Waves.
Most of mine are in Mastery presently.
I'm going to do what Oathkeeper do best and build a not die spec, I think.
I don't even have to put auras on my bar anymore?
Nope, they just turn on.
They just turn on.
Okay.
So
that means I can at least take auras.
Yes.
And thereby be of some benefit to the team when I can't do anything useful, because the only thing I have is auto attack.
That's okay. Right now we're mostly relying on Bone Wave.
Right, next wave. Wee.
Hey, it's your boys at Cronley's.
The Conley boys. You gonna drop my TNT? No.
I'm so glad you can buy that in later expansions.
Yeah.
I was getting sick of farming that stuff in Act 2.
It was the worst.
Like, the farm isn't that bad for it. It's just there's a couple caves you can do it in. Or you can go in the hideout and try your luck at a really big haul of dynamite, but man, it's a pain in the butt.
It's just tedious, yeah.
You need so much of it. Especially if you want crafting materials where you have to use a dynamite every single time you want to blow up a high value item.
Yep. Right.
Ari's DPS is like 50 times what mine is. I'm not even contributing a measurable amount. Because 90% of my strikes don't even hit.
Yikes.
Yeah, I have a bunch of numbers in the Bone Wave.
Oh my goodness, I can't even see the damage I'm doing to this thing.
They're a pain.
Yeah, we're gonna have to find a way to remove these.
Oh, you got.
Oh, you're gonna screw with my targeting, aren't you, Mr. Elite? Because you're gonna summon dudes.
Yep, you do that.
Miss, 59 damage, whoops. Miss, 80 damage, miss.
I was not watching my health bar.
You stood in the no-no zone.
I also stood in the no-no zone.
No is a suggestion.
I mean, it will be later, but I'm not there yet with my spec. You spec out a Nosekeeper properly, and it's like, no-no zones are just cute.
It's a Shaman Soldier, I think, is the build that has the literally infinite life and can even tank the super boss's damage.
Yeah.
And they do it through just raw health regen.
Yeah. Nosekeeper does it all through mitigation rather than regen. And mitigation can be bypassed.
Oh, they changed the way the damage calculus works for mobs, especially elite mobs now, didn't they?
Yes.
They did something where they apply a debuff to you that makes you take critical damage if you get hit by a mechanic.
Yeah. You get your cheese punched now.
Yeah, instead of the generic debuff or resistance debuff down, you just if you get hit by the same attack twice or something, you take a colossal amount of damage. I think it was specifically they did that to kill the meta of overstacking resistances.
Yeah, to kill the unkillable.
I mean, you can still make a really tanky, nigh unkillable character, but it's
yeah, If you do goof, you are going to eat floor. Zone.
Oh my goodness, this is so emasculating. I can't do anything. So, sometimes I can reach 3-digit numbers.
Oh, you're actually hitting harder than I am.
Yeah, my bone wave does like 600 damage to things that aren't resistant to it.
All right. How did you guys feel about that? Are you comfortable to keep going, or do you want to bank and?
Well, I'm not doing anything, so it's down to you guys. I'm literally a non-contributor here. I can't do anything.
All right.
I need to find what can I put points into that will allow me to actually do something.
Let me think. What's good?
Because I'm not actually getting any mileage here. Like, I'm such a non-contributor.
Let's see. Ask ye old internets.
And don't give me a build that requires me to use pistols, because that's every Inquisitor build.
Yeah. Basically, one of the biggest builds seems to be get a 2-hander and spam Force Wave.
Spamming Force Wave, eh?
Basically, you're doing what Ari's doing.
Well, I mean, I can spam Force Wave. Let's not take the one that is minus 85% damage. That would be great. Oh, but that's the one that allows you to spam. So, is it really spam Force Wave?
Yeah, looks like it. What's the catch?
Oh, but then,
Hang on.
Force Wave doesn't trigger any passives.
Yep.
So spamming it basically means I've wasted all the points I put in passives.
Gear, don't care about gear. Gear's not help. Also took Stormbox, of course. Weird. The problem is you got to look at the build websites, and a lot of them are dependent on endgame gear, which comes
Yeah,
with
like
responsibilities.
they'll build around like one weapon or something that you don't have ever.
Yeah.
Don't worry too much about it. I'll just derp around.
Yeah,
You guys will be
around.
fine, right?
Derping is fun. Don't get wrong with derping.
Alright, I'm gonna put this point in physique.
I'll take normie Force Wave and just spam it on things.
Yeah.
I still haven't put any points into physique. I'm just dumping everything into cunning in the hope that my damage will one day appear on the graph.
That's fine. Force Wave should do that for you.
We'll see.
Alright, round 3.
Let's do it. Hi.
Oh, we got charges.
Charges.
Yeah, and there's goop on the ground somewhere in that mess. Somebody's doing something that's not me, because I did not get very many bone waves off on that pack.
Well, the Force Wave doesn't seem to be doing any damage. Yeah, just 22 damage.
Huh. We're doing more than that.
No, the tooltip says it does 22 damage as well. I've been sold a bill of goods.
I think it scales off your main hand weapon damage, so if your main hand weapon's old, it
Poopy.
yeah, it'll be poopy. And
That did no damage.
it also might be one of them skills that needs skill later down the tree to whoa!
Whoa, dudes!
Where did you find those guys, man?
I think the boss poops them out.
Oh.
I'm just gonna
Oops.
run in circles and throw bone
Oh
waves.
my stars, they hit hard.
They do hit hard. Owie.
Dodge button, go!
I dodged into the mass instead of away from it.
Go, Bone Wave, go!
You watch you guys run around in a circle.
Thanks to the latency, I'm not hitting anything. I need to lead my targets a bit in the hopes that the latency will forgive me. We're never going to get a numbers advantage here because it's just going to summon more.
I know, but if I let them get too close, they're going to shoot my face off.
Unfortunately, I'm just whiffing every strike. Because if it's moving,
Actually,
I can't hit anything.
get the guys in the middle.
Well, if I... Ow.
There you go. You got the summoner. A summoner.
Why is it chasing me? I haven't done any damage yet.
Just run.
It changed its mind.
How does aggro work in this game?
I think they just pick a target to go play with, and then when they get bored, they pick another one.
Yeah. Yeah, you got rid of the little bugs, but now you got the bigger bugs to deal with.
Dodge button, go.
Where did they come from?
He summoned the big bug.
Turns said we kill the summoner.
Killed
But I'm pretty
a
sure the big
summoner.
guy's the summoner.
Yeah, you killed a summoner. There you go.
Summoning still appears to be a thing that is happening.
Alright, now I've got to learn not to be greedy. Infinite potions makes me greedy. So it
I
really
wonder if I'm
shouldn't
desynced or whether my damage is actually this bad.
be a sync issue. Oh,
These things are getting healed.
There's a healer in there somewhere. Yeah, where is he? There he is. Okay, dunk.
He just dashed out of my bone
really?
wave.
How are there more of these things?
More bugs.
I think it's just the baby bugs this time.
Yeah, and I don't think there's a summoner involved this time either. Oh wait, I got a new button. I should be pressing that. Is that actually firing or what? Got Frostwave, but it doesn't seem to be doing anything.
Know that feel. I can't even kill the regular mooks.
Oh no, it's Tempest. It's the wrong one. Damn.
I feel like I must have received some bad advice at some point.
Probably did.
I still can't hit with most of my strikes. Like, it's just miss.
Yeah, you need plus offensive ability for that. We should probably cash out and get gear after this.
Yeah, I think so. We're starting to fall behind the curve there.
Yeah, if I'm not using spells, I'm missing everything.
I'm not missing, but I'm hitting like a wet noodle, so.
Go, Bones, go.
Go to Bonds.
No bones about it. Actually, there's lots of bones about it. You having fun with that, boss?
Yeah. Just pop him on the noggin. Pop. Arse. Ah! Oh, this guy. Yeah, he's going to drop big old crystals around the place. Stay away from the big old crystals.
There's a parade of dudes over here I'm trying to Help Bone Wave. Does your wave stuns them?
Yeah, once in a great while.
You're on your own, by the way, Ball. I believe in you.
Yep, you got this.
Are you freaking kidding me? I'm the most. I will die if I take one hit. Like, I don't know what you're expecting.
Yeah, that boss was hitting hard.
It's one zap from its crystal killed me because I have so little physique.
Yeah. All right. Do you want to go one more and then we'll take a break, do the next bit?
Yeah, we can try one more run until we fall over.
Yep. What do I want to do?
Let's see, I've got.
Ooh, I want to smite things. Yeah.
This is chest armor with cold damage. Are you going cold, Ari?
Right now, I'm going whatever damage.
Well, I can't wear this. I can only wear white gear because I don't have enough physique.
Yeah, you're gonna want to put points in physique.
I forgot that about this game. Is that if you don't speak physique, you can't wear anything.
Yeah. There is in spirit and dex gear, but bulk of its physique.
Yeah, I've already
Stack as much whatchamacallit, offensive ability gear as I can find.
Yeah. Oh, I've got an axe that might work for you, Vol. Do I have it?
Probably doesn't have the physique to equip it.
It needs 155 physique, so probably not.
I've got 212.
Okay, yeah, you should be able to do it.
I'm a soldier. I get more physique than most classes just for leveling mastery. So
Yes. Oh, yep, there you are. Here you go. Try that.
let's see if it's better than. It's 1 damage better than what I've got,
Success!
but it does fire damage. It
Yeah.
converts my physical to fire, which I can't really do anything with because all of the soldier abilities boost my physical abilities, not my fire damage.
Not your fire damage.
So I would just be losing out. We don't need a rifle because no one's going ranged.
I'll take whatever I can for a ranged weapon at the moment, but I've got a level 5 yellow.
Okay,
Well, I haven't really been building a ranged weapon, but I really should, I guess, in case I need it. But
yes.
normally if I'm running away, it's because the situation has already gotten as bad as it could possibly be.
A bunch of yellow guns. Probably not going to be up for you.
Ooh, that could be useful.
I can't wear this. What about this, Ari? Do you want that?
Oh, maybe. Let's see.
It's got cold damage on it, so...
Can't equip it yet. Cunning, Night Chill. Yeah, it's level 20, so I can't equip it for a while, but I can hang on to it in case I decide to lean into cold.
Oh, this has got offensive ability. Will it help me to offend people?
Resist health. And there you go, that'll do.
What am I going to put points into? There's going to be something that will help.
You should have a lot of iron, by the way, so you can buy missing slots from the vendor.
By missing slots?
Missing
like,
gear items.
Yeah, if you're missing a gear slot, you can check the vendor and see if they've got anything.
So do they have any...
Oh.
Yeah, I just bought a new weapon from the vendor. I got a gun.
Hooray for gun. Two-handers don't really... I don't know, I think the weapon I got at the moment is going to work best. Not very great, but it'll work. I've got something in my stash. Hang on. It's low-level junk in my stash I really should get rid of. That might work. Willie's razor.
All right. Oh, need to get a medal of any medal. What's the best one for me here?
Oh, there we go. That'll work beautifully.
Hmm.
Lifesteal Nova. Lovely.
Where should I put point? I keep wanting to put just 1 point into passes because the first level is so big.
Yeah, in a lot of
Probably not a
cases,
bad
it's
idea.
worth dropping at least 1 point into it.
Alright, I have to figure out what I'm going to do with my passives. What was I doing? I was working on Nightblade. Trying to get to something, anything.
Go for trauma damage and just traumatize everybody.
Hooray.
Where can I get more trauma damage? Maybe I should just spam that passive. That passive seems to give good payoffs. Yeah, let's just dump some points into there. It'll be fine. I'll traumatize some people.
It's fine.
Because I need to at least try and lift my output enough that I'm not actually dragging everybody else down somehow. I wish they'd come up with a way to merge tooltips with their passives.
And having to do all the maths for you.
Yeah,
Yeah, that would be nice.
but maybe they feel like that's part of the game, so tough.
Ooh, that
I know
could be
what I'll do.
handy.
Let's see. Me and
Pretty
Transmog
sure
guy.
I'm too low of a level to use any of the stuff that I have left over from my other playthroughs. Let's just stash those.
And it's more doubling down on Necromancer, but
Let's go with
we can
that.
spend all night. Can spend all night thinking about what to build, or we can just build the game.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I've just been clicking whatever, so.
All right, y'all ready?
Yep.
Yep.
Do the thing.
We'll think about builds when we start getting thrashed no matter what we do.
No, don't have to talk to him to start it.
Wee.
I have even more points in Bone
You
Wave.
have even more Bone Wave.
Moon!
And I have a new weapon. Nope. I'm just going to...
Hey, it did a trivial amount of damage, but I could at least see it.
Okay, where's that healer?
The healer was able to self-heal faster than I could kill it.
Nice.
Because that's how low my damage is.
Controller? You okay? There you go, controller.
Ooh. Hello. I got all the touchies.
Oh my. Ooh.
Bone wave.
Still not contributing to the damage, but stopping them from moving seems to help Ari land his Moonwave.
It do.
It do. Oh, I'm stunned.
Don't hit me, I'm not doing you any damage.
And he dead. Yay. Forwards.
Yeah, it's all good and well. We rolled a second spec, but this early in builds, it's kind of hard to get to the point of where you're a high enough level to really
There's not
invest in
enough
that second
points
spec.
to go around, really.
Yeah.
Especially if you put all your points in Bone Wave.
Hey, I got enough mastery points to get to the first upgrade in Bone Wave.
Burn wave.
Is there diminishing returns on CC?
I believe there is. It's not. It decays pretty fast though, so you can reapply
That's just to
stun.
prevent stun locking.
Basically.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just to prevent stun locking. It decays pretty quick, so you can restun after about 5 or 10 seconds.
Animators first. This guy. There we go.
Well, at least he didn't kill you this time.
That's because I got out of the no-no zone. Donk donk.
Bone Wave also has a chance to make my enemies run around with like chickens with their head cut off. And for these Yetis, that's really funny when they do that because they're very fast.
Deal with these guys. Nope. Nope. Apparently not.
Burn Jiggy Eyeball
Bite
on.
off more than,
I
he bought a bit off more than he could chew.
I got pew that. My physical mitigation is great. Magical mitigation, not so much.
Yeah, remember you got a dodge button.
I do got to remember I have a dodge button. There we go.
If my crossbow could actually hit the enemies, it would do more damage than my pitiful Drain Life ability, but Drain Life can't be blocked.
Yeah.
No, don't stay near that.
Oh no. Red no crystals.
The red rocks of doom.
Ooh.
That's what killed us all. That's what killed us all last time.
Close. They were the boss's purple rocks of doom. Just as nasty. I'm going to keep this bug over here. You got its friend?
We got a whole lot of it, friends. Okay, you got the big scary bug?
I got the big scary bug. That went a lot better.
Dodging, running, fleeing. I'm not sure where that bone wave went.
Alright, I don't know. Vol's stuck again on my screen, so his character's just up in the original position, and every now and again it force waves. It just throws out a force wave, it's fine.
What's that icon over the doggy's head mean?
Defense? Uh-oh.
Oh, that breath attack hurts.
That breath attack really hurts. Fine. If I die with you, and you guys don't, then I have done my job, sort of.
Problem is, I don't do damage, so.
And I'm slowed, so I'm not doing damage very fast. Dang it! The stupid Skelly just go away, Skellies.
This is the way Crucible usually goes when I play it. It's like you get to about this point and things slow down for a while until you can get some really good gear. Because everything just starts hitting really hard.
I'm just running away and pushing the bone wave button. Run away, push the bone wave button.
Maybe I should lean into CC since it's apparently all I'm good for.
CCs are actually quite good in it.
Oh, Rockies. That's a lot of Rockies. Don't catch them boulders to the face, they hurt.
Yeah, these Rockies aren't that great.
I just took one of the boulders to the face. They seem pretty granite to me.
No, don't take the boulder to the face and you're fine.
Boogs.
Boog. Oh, hello, Boogs.
Pig.
Snake.
Snack.
Oh boy.
Alright. Here we go. Where's he going to put his crystal?
Everywhere.
Oh, there they are. Run away.
He has some very intense music.
It is. It's good boss music. Did he just... Oh, there we go. No, come back. Get away from the crystals, you. I can't do anything to you while you're in the crystals. Oop, nope. No, I can't.
The bone wave!
Or you can just bone wave him. That's fine.
Right, let's see. It's apparently the only thing that I can do that actually works is CC. Maybe I should do that.
Well, let's go one more wave, and then I think we'll take a break and keep going with the Rantathon.
Right.
So I wouldn't worry
I think
about
I'm just going to keep going to Bone Wave Town.
go bone wave down.
More points for the Bone Wave.
Bone!
We're now at 10 points in Bone Wave.
Noise.
And 4 points in the first upgrade.
I'm spread a little bit thinner than that, but I'm getting there.
I'm spread at 1 point in a lot of things. Might explain why I'm not really contributing anything very much.
That would go a long way, yes. Okay. More physique. I am all about that physique. Oh.
I've got a
And then
little
there's
bit of
also-
physique, but mostly I've got cunning. And it doesn't seem to help very much. I still can't hit anything.
Oh, I guess I need a new chess piece. That's probably not quite so
All right.
castery.
I should probably replace some of this white gear. But I can't because he doesn't sell any that's not white. Okay.
Usually he does.
Not for the slots I need. They're all white gear.
That fits.
He shuffles after every round, I think.
Yeah, he does.
Or we might have to full reset it for all I know, actually.
That one. Okay.
I know when y'all ready.
Do the thing.
The Bone
Yeah.
Wave.
Bone wave. Ooh, mutators.
New
Right.
mutator. What does that mean?
Monsters have
Uh,
greatly
yeah.
increased health.
Oh, great. So my contributions percentage-wise have dropped again.
Or you could say they've gone up infinitely since you're already doing no damage, and now you're more valuable since we need the stuns more than ever.
Chop, chop, chop. Phew.
Oh, hello.
Oh, you made a friend?
Oh, he charged at me and did a big, scary looking move that did like 2% of my health and damage.
Oh, yeah.
There goes the usefulness of CC.
Multiple crystals.
Piggies!
At least this is more fun than playing this as an Aether Ray Mage for the first several waves.
It's just beam.
You literally just stand and play Magical Turpit.
Bingo beam. Yeah.
Krieg!
Three?
Krieg.
I need...
Ah. Yeah, Krieg
Come
does the
out.
Krieg thing, by the way, so watch out for that.
I don't remember what the Krieg thing is.
You knock him over and he gets back up again for the next wave. The next wave actually starts when he falls over, not when everything else is down.
What does that special border I got mean?
That's something new. I have no idea what it means. It might be the new boss thing.
Oh, that if I take another hit, I'm going to die?
Maybe. I'm not entirely sure the specific mechanics they settled on.
Yeah.
Now we're doing Delubrum Regine.
Yeah, that's what they said initially. I don't know if that's what they settled on.
I think that is what that is because I took a hit a mechanical hit and had that.
No,
Oh, no.
Yetis.
Oh no!
Got Krieg with his Acer shotgun in there now.
Somewhere.
He's in there somewhere.
Oh, right. He has the crossbow that fires a gajillion bullets, doesn't he?
Yep. Ow! He also hits like a truck when you get up close. Oh,
That's
what is
Rihanna
going
somewhere.
on? What is happening? No. Damn. I can't remember these two coming out while Krieg's up. I thought they came out like 2 waves after you took him down. Maybe they reshuffled things a bit, I guess.
Well, I can't do damage, and these things can't be CC'd, so I'm back to being a non-contributor.
Well, as long as you keep aggro on the green one. Oh, no.
Team for a
But
walk.
it's not like I can choose to keep aggro or not.
No, but if you're doing it now, so it's buying me time to bone wave.
Take him
If
for a
I
walk.
stand
Yeah, he's just going to keep shooting that pillar, isn't he?
Yep. Not very bright.
Ah!
I will
That was
just
nearly all
keep...
my health.
I'm just going to keep kiting the red one. It will fall over eventually. It's at 70. Oh, I crit the red one. Finally got a good hit on it. Oh, no.
Oh, no. You guys have way too much health.
Did we do something wrong?
No, we got the modifier that gives them bonus health, remember?
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
And these guys already
We
had a
played
lot of
ourselves.
health.
Why we play ourselves so hard?
Ugh.
I'm making progress. It's at 35%.
It is slow progress, but it is progress.
Krieg has taken occasional bone wave chip damage. We will get there eventually. I'm glad I picked up some gear with health regen on it.
Yes. Stamina only gets you so far in this game.
There's one.
Yeah, there goes the red one.
We're only on wave 37.
Probably worth it to kill Krieg since he took the most chip damage between the two.
If you take Krieg out, I think I get
Oh,
up.
Vol, you're on your own.
Oh no!
Oh, come on! I don't do damage!
I believe in you.
No.
You shouldn't. With my latency, I can't hit anything most of the time.
It's just like the Wabanaki Blood Dragon.
Oh, Krieg is healing.
Not very much. He's going net negative.
Yeah, the green thing's healing a lot.
Unfortunately, I've got way too much incoming. Way too much incoming to deal with this. Oh my goodness, I can't get anything to stick with these guys.
This is not a good boss combination.
Why did Krieg come with friends?
He doesn't normally. Well, not these friends particularly.
Infinite potions and a silver bullet.
No, they are not.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, I took
I'm
three
just
of them.
not hitting.
I took 3 of them crossbow shots to the face all at once.
Yep, that would do it.
Why does nothing I do hit? Nothing is sticking. Like, there's no numbers coming out for anything. I'm doing no damage. I don't understand why. I think it's latency. I think it's latency.
All right.
I think they've changed their net code.
They maybe have.
So unless I stand and face the enemy after firing a shot, it doesn't land on them.
That's really weird. All right, just let them die out, and we'll call this wave here then.
Vol is making progress. We got him down to 19.
I'm not seeing his health go down at all.
He's at 15. 14.
Oh, there's a desync.
Oh, you hit the yellow guy that time. Now its health's going down.
Alright. So because Vol's desynced on my screen, I can't even see the damage you're dealing. That's interesting.
13. 12. 11.
Come on.
And you can do it.
I need him to stand still for just long enough for me to actually land a hit without, killing me in the process. Since the latency appears to be really freaking awful.
10. Something you do must have a dot effect on it.
I told you I was speaking trauma.
The dot stat. Big
Fortunately,
rubbish at nothing.
It's just really hard to land anything. That's the problem.
8. 7.
Oh, need to. I'm taking poison damage.
Oh, no, up, down. Get what the wave
6.
boss was.
I mean, on my screen, I hit him all the time, but no!
Ah, so well.
I was just hammering that button, and I had like the tiniest black sliver of recharge time until my health potion came back up, and it was not playing my way.
Going. Oh well.
All right.
Let's
cash it in.
Let's take a break.
Why you bully me so hard, game?
Let us go grab our loots.
Cash our loots, take a break, and then we'll come back and do the awards, I guess.
But either there is a really vicious, a really vicious accuracy requirement for my abilities, and I just can't land them, or the latency is basically making it impossible for me to land a hit.
It could be a mix of both.
Your base hit was doing nothing. It was your dot damage that was taking him down. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to be doing there. Well, just for kicks, 16 out of 16 points in Bone Wave.
You have all of the bones now.
You have all of base level Bone Wave.
Yes. I got an ancient heart out of it. I can use that on my other characters. Always need more hearts.
Yep. Alright. Take us out, let's take a break.
Ooh, that's it's an occultist gun. Sag. Alright, folks. Here's some music. We will be right back after a break. And we're back.
Yup, with possibly the last section of the show. We're coming up on 8 hours by the time we're done this.
It's usually down to Fern. He's always the one that wants to quit first, so
Yeah.
he's also got the most noise and chaos in his household. So
Also, yes. Also, my throat's starting to hurt.
This is part of the reason I busted out the alcohol.
I don't drink. I don't have that crunch. So, yeah. The, aside from all the trailers, the awards themselves happened, and, yes. Also, Vol, Google is now saying you're a liger. So, congratulations, you're a genetic abomination.
a vile half-breed.
Yes.
That's okay, friends and honor.
I am still the otter. Excellent, I am superior. Do not mess with mustelids. They are savage little buggers.
I made my house out of you.
Yes, you did. Okay, so where should we start? There is a bunch of awards here that we don't give a single flying toss about.
Yeah, I was going to be more creative with my markings this year, but as usual, for this Rantathon was sick and could not finish what I intended to start.
Yeah, and frankly, esports are not worth the time, really. It's
there's a whole bunch of esport awards for games we don't care about.
How do you even decide if one is better than another?
I don't think you can, honestly.
Yeah, this just seems like either who was the most popular or who did the judges like the best or who paid Jeff the most money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You also had
the majority of the weighting goes to their panel of quote experts unquote. So
yeah. You also had the content creator of the year. The only one I know about is Iron Mouse, who won, and then you had the article from Forbes saying Game Awards gave Iron Mouse too much time to talk, 30 seconds, but didn't say anything about labour shortages in the games industry, and got called out big time on that.
what a waste of everybody's time.
Completely, yes. There's too much time. 30 seconds is too much time. It's like, Mousy basically just had a pre-recorded message because yes, thank you for the award. Bye!
Isn't Iron Mouse one of the ones that has like a farm's thread 1,000,000 miles long?
She's in the general VTuber thread. I think she has her own thread.
Probably.
I could check.
All right. Anyway, well, while you do that, we'll go on the list we've got here. We'll start at the bottom and work our way up, which means we start with best spurts. Where is spurts?
You could not get much
who
more.
plays these?
Yeah, you couldn't get much more out of our wheelhouse and still be a video game than sports games.
Honestly, yeah. Like they include racing games in these as well. Who actually won it? Forza, because of course Forza.
Also, like the single most moneyed racing title, racing IP.
Yeah, and Forza wins it every year, regardless of what's going on. Forza will win it.
Well, they can't really give it to like an EA Sports game because everybody knows those are like
Awful
money farming abominations.
Yes.
Well, oftentimes they have historically often been quite competent as sports games go, but the reality is that all of the recent ones have been designed purely to exploit people.
Yeah.
Like they're just booster packs.
They've been unashamed about that.
They've been banned from several countries about that.
Yeah.
She does not have her own thread. However, if you search her name just generically, there are 8 pages of 30 posts each that return hits for Iron Mouse in the generic VTuber thread.
Okay.
I see.
Yeah, there's bigger drama whale VTubers than Iron Mouse, admittedly.
I mean, realistically, I would have voted for Iron Mouse anyway, simply because when VTubers win these things, it makes people mad. So
Yes, it does. She's a cartoon character. Why did she win? No, she's not a cartoon character. She's an actual person who just uses a digital avatar.
Oh, she may be a cartoon character, but she's less of one than you are.
You're a freaking Looney Tune. That's an insult to the Looney Tunes. Looney Tunes are great. Alright, we don't actually have a pick for spurts because we don't care.
I picked Hot Wheels. That should have won. I don't know anything about it, but I like Hot Wheels.
I'm not going to give it to Hot Wheels because I still haven't forgiven them for that abomination they put on the PS4, which even Brian Blessed couldn't improve.
I forgot about that.
Yes. So awful. Next game. Next category. The Sim/Strategy.
And as with all genre and subgenre awards, these judges don't have a clue what the genre name actually means. And most of the time, to be honest, the community doesn't either.
Yeah.
But they certainly know how to cram games in there that don't fit.
A strategy game is any game where you strategize, and a sim game is any game where something happens in simulacrum of something else.
Or it just has simulator in the name.
Literally everything falls into that category.
Yeah, literally every game is a sim. So they gave it to Pikmin 4, which is, I guess, a strategy game. I guess.
I would call it it sits more firmly in the collectible adventure series for me. Even though you do control a series of units, that's not what I would call sim strategy.
It's really not. It's like yeah.
It's more. I think of it more as like a sort of a weird pseudo puzzle game in a way, because I don't play Pikmin, but I think of it as basically like similar to Lemmings, in that you've got a bunch of little gribbly things to exploit and ideally keep alive.
Yeah, they're not quite as idiotic as Lemmings or suicidal, but at least not always. But yeah, basically, your Pikmin are your tools. They are your weapons, and they are completely expendable. But you don't really do much commanding of them. You basically pick them up and chuck them, and when you're not chucking them, they're either standing around or following you, and that's about it.
Or you press the right stick and make them do funny dances and move them around.
Ina seems to get pretty mad when her Pikmin die.
Ina gets too attached to things that are easily disposable. But
the Pikmin will happily die for you.
Yeah. Okay. Advance Wars, I guess, is a strategy game. It's a turn-based strategy game, I guess.
It's a remake.
It is also a remake. Cities Skylines 2 is a sim, yes. Isn't
that basically what people play instead of SimCity nowadays?
Yeah, SimCity crapped the bed so hard they blew a hole in the floor. So everyone's moved on to Cities Skylines. I like Cities Skylines, the sequel. They've done a lot right, but it still feels that little bit underbaked. So,
like it's still a rip-off of SimCity?
Well, every city builder is basically a rip-off of SimCity. Even SimCity is a rip-off of SimCity. Because the greatest city builder, SimCity 4, has already been made. But, yeah, it just feels like... Maybe it's just because I've gotten used to Cities Skylines 1, where there was all this extra content added in later on, even though I had to pay for a lot of it because it became a DLC mill, but never mind. So, yeah, coming into Skylines 2, it just feels that little bit limited coming from that. It's still good.
I stopped paying attention around SimCity 2000.
SimCity 2000 is awesome. Company of Heroes. What is Company of Heroes these days?
Oh my goodness, SimCity 2000 came out how long ago?
I was in No, hang on.
30 years ago? 30 years ago?
Primary school.
30 years ago?
I also conned my teacher into letting me borrow the floppy disks from the school and taking it home and installing them.
Just bury me now.
Oh, my mom had the floppy disk for this, I think.
So at home, I had the educational version of SimCity 2000, and the binder that came in was colossal. But anyway, I don't even know what to talk about, because a lot of these games, it's like, yeah, okay, they're broadly speaking a sim or broadly speaking a strategy, but they've really got nothing to do with each other, do they?
Yeah, this is the same conversation we have every year.
Yeah, so let's just move on, because the next category is also another game that we have the same another category we have the same argument about every year, and that is Best Family Game.
At least this year, I can kind of understand how you could get the vibe of Family Game, at least from all these nominations.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like Party Animals is more of a game to play with friends than with family.
It's in the title. It's a party game. But yeah, it's like Family Game, I think, has become like the category that you can play on the couch.
When I think Family Game, I think of games that I could play when I was a kid with my dad. That has all the asterisks included. Yeah. Because it's my super religious Protestant dad.
So Monopoly.
Oh, good grief.
Yeah, like it can't have a whiff of anything controversial in it.
Uno.
Oh dear. So yeah, let's see. Party Animals is one of those goofy party games where you play a jiggly creature and you do silly things. Sonic Superstars
We have
is old school
Abnormal
Sonic.
controls.
You have what?
Party Animals, half the game is trying to negotiate with the control system to make it do what you want.
Oh yeah, it is. But there's a bunch of games that are basically copy paste to Party Animals, really. Mario Brothers Wonder is the one that won it. I've played a decent amount of Mario Wonder now, and I like it. You can play it multiplayer.
What is it? What type of Mario game is it?
Classic
I don't
2D
actually
platformer.
know. Okay, so it's normie.
Normie, except when you pick up the Wonder Flower, it's like this is the time that the developers started snorting illicit substances and just do whatever.
So the flower releases suspicious pollen.
Yes, very suspicious. Very hallucinogenic pollen.
Should have been a mushroom.
Bring
Bring the joke full circle.
I think that's putting the joke a bit too in the front.
That would be a bit too on the nose there.
Way too on the nose, but it's good. Mario Brothers Wonder is really good, and even when you're playing solo, you can turn online, and you can have other players running around and even occasionally helping you out. You can, if you're playing Hot Seat, you can Goomba stomp your friends into a pit, which is always a good thing.
And basically the only thing that will ever happen in family multiplayer.
Basically, yeah, you can work together, but that's about it. Pikmin 4, the multiplayer is a sub mode, so no.
I mean, a lot of the games that I played with my family, the multiplayer was a secondary mode.
Yeah.
Like when we played Star Fox 64, like the 4-player multiplayer is not the main game at all. It's a toss-in thing that was clearly just baked in at the last second.
Yeah,
but because there are 4 ports on the device.
You gotta have them.
Yeah.
Gotta have them.
Yeah. So I mean, you can have your modes be kind of token modes as long as the family can still play it together.
Yeah. So yeah, again, 4 very disparate games. Hard to pin this one down. I haven't played Disney Illusion Island because it's got Disney in the name, but Illusion Island is basically a remake of a game on the, I think it was on the Super Nintendo. I think it was originally called Illusion Island as well, but that was a co-op between Donald and Mickey trying to make their way around. It was really, really fun. But I haven't played it, so I can't really say anything about it.
Yeah,
I haven't played any
either.
of these. I don't really know anything about any of these.
Yeah.
Because they're just not in my wheelhouse.
So we've got no opinion, no real pick for those either. These bottom picks, we're not really gonna have a whole lot to say on them because they are filler categories until we get up higher. Oh, I forgot I put that there last year, so I'm just gonna leave that there. Best game with punching in it.
Oh dear, what have you done, Fern?
Well, this is from last year, right? Because fighting game last year was like 1 fighting game, 2 brawlers, and a tactical game or something. That only just had tangentially had fighting in it, and a Smash Brothers clone. I don't know about God of Rock or Pocket Bravery, but we've got 2 fighting games, 1 Smash Bros. Clone, and 2 others.
This might as well have been called Best Fighting Game named Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, the pickings were not good this year for fighting games.
Oops. But yeah, it was of course Street Fighter 6. We don't have an opinion, so put that there.
Because realistically, when people say fighting game, only really Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter are going to come to mind. And of those, it's not really a difficult decision.
Yeah. Like, Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, the first one only came out last year. It's a Smash Bros. Clone to its core. The new one is the same game, but now with voice acting.
There's a lot of contention over whether a Brawl game really even counts. Like, if Street Fighter is on the docket and a Brawl gamer took the win, there would be a riot.
Yeah. Yeah. If it was Mortal Kombat or Tekken that beat it out, fair enough, but yeah, Brawl games...
Yeah, they'd have to be. If they were better than it, yes. Street Fighter fans are very hard to pacify when they get their dander up.
Oh yeah, they are.
I mean, they don't necessarily drive a car through a Taco Bell, but they're still pretty bad.
Yep. Okay, next up, I don't actually have a slide for VR AR game because now really, but
It doesn't. Yeah, it's just the Resident Evil Village VR won it, but it's just a tacked on VR mode to a game that's not built for VR.
Yeah.
The VR pickings were, like the fighting games, pretty slim this year.
I think the only games, like we had Gran Turismo 7, which it's an option. Call of the Mountain is a VR game. Humanity is not a VR game, I believe. I believe that's an optional. Resi Village, also an option. And Synapse, I believe, is also a VR game. So you got 2 actual VR games in there. And one of them is Horizon. So,
but neither of them did. None of them, in fact, did anything that made anybody pay any attention to them. Like, there was no furore about any of these at any point during the year.
We've said it before on the show that VR is on its kind of downward swing of its cycle at the moment.
Yeah, somebody needs to make it like really work before it's going to take off, and they just haven't done it yet. They're still at the level of interesting toys, and I do not know whether or not they will ever rise above that.
It's kind of getting there, but you still need a jump in technology, and you need to drop the price like a lot.
Yeah, you've got it, especially nowadays. People don't have the disposable income for that. People don't have the patience to, after they spend all that money, do the wackadoodle setups you got to do to make VR optimal and fully enjoy the experience. Not only that, but a lot of people, like, if our generation and the generation coming up, most of us will never be able to own a house. They will not be able to put together an area which is suitable for VR because they have to rent at an exorbitant price a tiny apartment, and that'll be all that they ever get because that's the way the West has decided it's going to go. And so that basically rules out VR. Yeah, and you need space to move. You need at least a 10 by 10 foot square block to really appreciate VR. 6 by 6 at absolute minimum.
Yep. Okay, next. Best memorable game. We have Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis, Hello Kitty Island Adventure, Honkai Star Rail, Monster Hunter Now, and Terra Nil.
I could give you one guess which one won it, and the first one doesn't count.
Yeah, yep. It's the old Honkai Star Rail because honestly, I think
it's objectively the best on the list.
I'm pretty sure Hello Kitty is only there for the meme.
Yeah, well, I mean, people cheered like it was a meme, so yeah. But it's objectively the best game, and none of the others even approach it from 1,000 miles away because Honkai Star Rail is made to be a premium offering. None of the others are. They're all made to be cash-ins.
Yeah, like Terra Nil, it's fine, I guess. It's a terraforming game, but it's also very limited. And once you play through it once, well, there's really no need to go through it again.
The Monster Hunter Now is only got any attention because it's going to be 2 years till we get Monster Hunter again.
Yeah, it is also very much in its infancy at the moment. It's lacking a lot of content.
And we know that Niantic is going to bomb it because they bomb everything they touch.
They can't help themselves. So I'm going to enjoy it while I can, but I do not think it's best mobile game of the year.
Because the best mobile game was actually Blue Archive, but we can't. That didn't come out this year.
It didn't come out this year. It came out a long time ago.
Yep. All right. So where were we next? Oh, let's skip that category.
For eggplants.
Games for eggplants. Anyway, that game won it because it's the only game on this list that is a game.
And backed by Sony directly.
Yeah. Like, I think Volcano
of course it was going to win. Realistically, it doesn't matter. What are you saying?
Yeah, I'm just looking at these, like visual novel, toy, visual novel.
I thought Goodbye Volcano High came out ages ago.
Didn't it come out last year? Yeah, I thought it did too. Yeah.
Because that damn thing keeps cropping up on Steam all the time. And it has been doing for a long time.
It's also a visual novel, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's not really a game, I don't think. It's a visual novel for rainbow people.
Yeah, so it's a visual novel, either way.
It caters to the gay furry demographic.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So T'Challa, the one about the Polynesian girl who turns into animals. So, yeah, it's a game. It wins by default. All right.
Oh, the entire writing team for Goodbye Volcano High is sourced from Sweet Baby.
Ooh.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, that's bad. Did I do one?
Yeah, Goodbye Volcano High has been a meme for a while for a reason.
Yes, I did. Okay, I'm not crazy. I did do one up for accessibility. Games, innovations, accessibility. Diablo 4. Forza Motorsport, Hi-Fi Rush, Spider-Man 2, Mortal Kombat 1, and Street Fighter 6.
I don't know anything about the alleged accessibility options in each of these. I only know that the Forza guy claimed that blind people play the game.
Yeah, and I think that's why he won it. This year's...
He...
There's really hasn't been anything interesting on that front.
And there usually aren't any games specific. Very rarely does a game introduce a new accessibility feature as just part of its package.
Yeah.
But,
the meme one is that any game with spiders in it will have an arachnophobia mode.
Yeah, that was for, I think Grounded won it for that like 4 years ago.
Maybe.
But
because actual innovation and getting people that normally can't play games to play games is going to come from peripherals.
Yeah, it's a technology issue. And yeah, there's
and most of those people prefer hobbies where they're not, dramatically hampered from participating in most of the experience. Like, that's just what they're going to gravitate to. Like, the only market for this is not people who have disabilities. The market for this is people who didn't used to have disabilities and now do, which is a much smaller segment of the market.
The actual accessibility granting is a very interesting field, but it's not one I think you're going to find the real innovations happening at a game developer level.
No, it'll be like whatchamacallit, Elon Musk's brain chips and stuff.
Yeah, stuff like that. Maybe not quite so extreme, but yeah, just better technologies.
I don't think he thinks it's extreme.
He probably doesn't, because he is a wackadoo spaceman. But he's also a very entertaining one. Because he makes people very angry, and I'm happy for that.
And they deeply resent the fact that he's literally African American.
Where were we? Best audio design. I've got to find the slide. There it is.
They had to give Hi-Fi Rush an award.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think... well, the thing is that it was going to go to Hi-Fi Rush or to Alan Wake.
Yeah.
And because, they're going to give things to Alan Wake. And I think that if they had given another one to Alan Wake, they knew people would riot, because nobody wants Alan Wake to win anything, because nobody cares about it.
Nobody cares about Alan Wake. Yeah, it's just... Hi-Fi Rush, they got the sound so right, because they had to, because of the nature of the beast. But
yeah, because they're not talking about best score in music. They're talking about sound design.
Yeah.
Specifically. And they do... There's a lot in Hi-Fi Rush that makes it just... It should win this award by default, which it did, obviously. Because when you're playing the game...
Because it was an audio design game.
Yeah, like literally the audio impacts the world and the way your character moves. You move to the beat of the sound around you.
The whole world moves to the beat.
Yeah, you can see like the pistons pumping down every time the downbeat hits.
Yeah,
like you can hear the hit twangs on your guitar sound different if you don't hit them in time with the music to give you clear feedback on. Yeah, to give you clearer feedback on how hard you're hitting the enemy.
Yeah, everything about that game is sound, and it works so very, very well. If they'd flubbed the sound on the game, the whole thing would have fallen apart. So
yeah, and given that most of the music is either licensed music or replacement for licensed music with in-house stuff that sounds very similar, it couldn't realistically easily win the best score. So giving it best sound design is probably about as good as it could hope for.
Yeah, so I think we can completely agree with that one, because Dead Space is like pew pew bang bang, Spider-Man pew pew bang bang, Resident Evil pew pew bang bang grr, and Alan Wake, who cares?
Good old Alan Wake.
Whoopsie.
I'm stealing that. That's what we're calling it now.
that was a vocal flub, and it actually kind of works. So let's go with that, I guess. All right. I did not make a
Should
slide
we-
for best performance.
Should we shoehorn best narrative in here?
Yeah, let's stick it in here.
Yeah. So best narrative had presumably something. I can't find it, but I think Alan Wake won it.
Yeah, it did.
I don't remember at all.
Alan Wake won it.
But nobody knows the story of it.
Man with flashlight runs around.
Did you just say a man with a fleshlight runs around?
No, I did not, you filthy man.
You sure?
mean-
That's what it sounded like.
You're both filthy, get out of the gutter. So,
Well, you're the one who set the tone, Alan Wank.
Alan Wake. So yeah, considering you've got
Yes,
this,
Alan Wake to
Alan
one best
Wake.
narrative.
But considering it's up against Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk, and Final Fantasy 16, why did Alan Wake win?
Because it's all, from what I've heard, it's incredibly woke.
Yeah,
Like, it's all basically about giving new empowered black female character the spotlight.
and good old Jeff loves his Alan Wake developers. He used to give him the good old Alan Wake job.
Oh, Alan Wake just... This
Why
year-
have you done this?
I
Fern?
know, I've ruined it forever. So yeah, it's... That was the this year's big darling. We were kind of expecting Baldur's Gate 3 to be it because it actually kind of deserves it.
They shared the darling spot, but Alan Wake definitely got the Wake job.
Yeah.
Well, they had more money. Like Larian spent all their money making Baldur's Gate.
Yes. So they couldn't very well push Baldur's Gate out because it would be incredibly obvious as to that being the case. Like last year was Elden Ring they couldn't push out.
When they say that community voting influences the results, what they mean is they're going to use community voting to gauge what will get outrage if they decide not to give it to them.
Yeah. As far as the actual voting response count, community vote counts for, I think, 5%, they say on the website. It's not much.
Yeah, but what it really is
Experts know better. People who play games don't know anything about games. Experts know about games.
Yeah.
It's just a flag for said experts to know if they're about to really step in it if they pick something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they need... Jeff Keighley wants them to maintain their credibility, such as it is.
Yeah. For our pick, Baldur's Gate 3 or 16?
We don't know yet. We haven't played any.
We don't know. We haven't had a chance to play 16.
Yeah.
And Baldur's Gate 3, I heard, really drops the ball in the ending.
Baldur's Gate 3 is kind of an odd duck on that front. Like, Chapter 1 is polished to a mirror's shine because they've had that out in public eye for such a long time. Chapter 2 is still fairly solid. Haven't reached Chapter 3 yet, but apparently, yeah, it does kind of peter out, but they've been doing a lot to fix that.
The only thing I know about this game is you can have sex with a bear.
I mean, yeah, that is a thing you can do. You can also drop kick a squirrel.
Like, all I know is all the girls are ugly and you can have sex with a bear.
I'm just going to give it to Baldur's Gate 3 because that's the only one of those I've played. That's actually good. I mean,
Yeah.
Spider-Man, it's more of Spider-Man. I don't know what you want.
I'm going to give it to FF16 because these people tend to get mad when Japanese games win things, unless it's Nintendo.
Yeah, I have the most optimistic look of a story at 16 from all the games I haven't played yet.
Yep. All right. Next up is best performance, but I don't have a slide for that.
It's okay. Most of these people, I know two of them.
Idris Elba, who is the best Idris Elba in Idris Elba. That's a very
Idris
nice
Elba
rank.
he's sort of like Samuel Jackson. He only ever plays himself.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I know him and Yuri Lowenthal, and that's it.
Yeah. Neil Newbon, I think, is really only coming up because of Baldur's Gate 3. They didn't get a lot of the mainline actors.
He's the single most foppish person I've ever seen take the stage at the Game Awards, including Sonic Fox.
Yeah, he was super gay.
Considering how much of a fop Astarion is in that game, it fits.
I mean, I think his performance was incredible. He did a really good job of his performance, but man, he was a fruit.
So yeah, he's fine. Right, so Multiplayer, Best multiplayer went to Baldur's Gate 3 out of Diablo 4, Party Animals. Whoops, sorry. That was the... Right, there is. Diablo 4, Party Animals, Street Fighter 6, and Mario Brothers Wonder.
I don't really think it makes sense to put Street Fighter 6 in the multiplayer category, because it's not multiplayer, it's two-player. Explicitly two-player, and you will never have more than two players.
This is why in the past there have been game award shows when they do best multiplayer awards. They divide them between best competitive multiplayer and best couch multiplayer.
Yeah, yep. I don't think head-to-head's really... Like, if a game is exclusively head-to-head, it doesn't really count. Like, in my opinion anyway, because what is required of you to be a good game is different in a two-person head-to-head than it is in a game which has to be accessible to multiple people interacting with it at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, the requirements are just different.
Of these, Diablo 4 goes out of its way to to prevent you, to dissuade you from playing multiplayer.
Plus, I don't think it deserves any awards because it's a trash fire.
It doesn't even deserve the nomination, so get out of here, Diablo. Mario Brothers Wonder, yeah, it's fine. But it's also nothing new. It's multiplayer we've seen in that game before.
And it's still primarily a single-player game.
It is primarily a single-player play. Baldur's Gate 3, I think, does kind of deserve it. Because the game...
I think that it's always very hard to do multiplayer D&D on the PC game format.
It is.
When you've got all that turn-based stuff to handle and so on and so forth. It can get real messy. The fact that it works at all, I think, is a point in their favour.
Yeah.
It's not the smoothest experience from what I've seen. It gets kind of messy, but they did find a way to make it at least work.
Yeah. They also have the option that should you want to continue the game on your own and the other players aren't around, you can literally stuff their player characters into a cupboard and take the NPCs with you. I'm not kidding. You can literally stuff them in a cupboard. That's just how you get rid of player characters when you don't need them. So, yeah, okay, that one's fine. There's no objections there. Art direction. Alan Wank 2. Sci-fi.
What
sci-fi.
art?
What art?
Most of these are not like. I'd like a best art direction. I don't understand how that applies to a lot of these. Like
Liza P is probably the closest one, just because its designs and colors are nice.
I would credit Hi-Fi Rush as being a contender and Liza P as being a contender.
Yeah, Mario.
The others I don't think are contenders.
Mario it's Mario. It looks like Mario.
Yeah,
it looks like Mario. Zelda.
It looks the same as every Mario game ever made.
Zelda looks fantastic, but they
looks identical to the last one.
Yeah, they copy pasted Breath of the Wild.
It's like they're just entering
pasted.
Breath of the Wild in the category again.
Yeah, so that Zelda shouldn't even be here. Why? So it'd be between Hi-Fi Rush and Liza P for me.
Yeah, like Alan Wake doesn't have art direction. They just they are doing. It has nothing of its own style whatsoever.
Look, another dark corridor. So I'm not sure which of those two games I like the art of before, because they're both great for different reasons.
Well, Hi-Fi Rush is more daring. They tried to do something unique to it.
Mm-hmm.
Liza P is a successful execution of an extant sort of Clockwork Punk aesthetic.
Yep,
and it does very. Yeah, go ahead.
They've done a classical thing well, and Hi-Fi Rush have managed to revive an old thing.
Yeah,
an old sort of comic style. But the others have not attempted anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I would give it to Liza P just because keeping that tone consistently good throughout the entirety of the game and staying with it was quite the accomplishment, and keeping it interesting the whole way through from start to finish.
Okay, I like that.
And it makes the furries the bad guys and lets you kill them.
Yeah, all the people in Animal Mask inevitably wind up getting clubbed in the head, except for the little kid.
All right. Keeping on. Best score and music. Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Final Fantasy 16, Hi-Fi Rush, and Zelda.
It has to go to our Lord and Savior Soken.
It has to, and it did. Hi-Fi Rush's music is good, but it's also licensed.
Yeah, you can't. That's cheating if you give it Hi-Fi Rush because it's all licensed music.
Yeah. Baldur's Gate 3, very good soundtrack, very atmospheric. Ruined by Carbot, who is associated the main battle theme with jiggling dwarf butt cheeks. Just saying.
I see.
Yeah, that makes sense when you've watched Carbot's cartoons.
I don't.
Zelda,
I've watched this cartoon.
Zelda again copy pasted.
Yeah, I like the score. I do, but it's just
It's the same score.
you can't just enter the same thing again. I'm sorry, no.
Like Tears of the Kingdom is basically Breath of the Wild plus. It is a new story, but in the old universe, in the old setting, and they've reused a lot. Well, basically everything actually. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing because they've been able to add a lot more on top, but a lot of it is still copy paste. It's a good game, and it's better than Breath of the Wild. We still see what you did, Nintendo. Where are we? Best ongoing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the nominees are Apex Legends, Cyberpunk 2077, Final Fantasy 14, Fortnite, and Genshin Impact.
Yep.
And the winner was declared to be Cyberpunk 2077. Honestly, I would have given it to Genshin Impact. It wouldn't be close.
Yep.
Like, FF14 has dropped the ball horribly. Cyberpunk won, but the only thing they've done is release one expansion, which is basically just a way of trying to clean up the bad reputation that they got before. Apex Legends is just a money farming machine. Fortnite is
The money farming machine.
yeah.
Like,
Genshin Impact, on the other hand, has like season over season released new story, new characters, new content. Like, if you like the type of content that they feed you, then they've been consistently releasing good content, and apparently the Fontaine arc is really, really good.
yeah. Credit where it's due. Cyberpunk has been doing the No Man's Sky treatment of actually working a lot to get Cyberpunk up to a good state. But
there's a limit to how much credit I'm willing to give for cleaning up your own cock up.
yeah, it shouldn't have been in that state it launched in the first place.
Like, they made that a disaster by their poor management, and that's the only person they've got to blame. They don't even have a Sony to pawn it off on like No Man's Sky does.
Yeah. So you kind of did that to yourselves, guys. You're making up your own lost ground.
Yeah, you played yourself, and you have to lie in the bed that you made.
Yep. Best adaptation.
I don't even want to talk about it. I don't care.
Yep. All right.
They're all bad.
They are bad. Let us very quickly blast through that. This Castlevania, Gran Turismo, Cargo Bird, Last of Us, Mario Brothers.
I heard
movie.
Gran Turismo is a solid movie.
Yeah.
That's the only one I've heard that some people like Super Mario Brothers and other people don't. Twisted Metal I've heard is bad. Castlevania I've only heard is bad. Last of Us I've heard is bad.
Last of Us is The Last of Us, basically.
I've heard that Gran Turismo is actually artistically competent. Not good, but competent.
Yeah. They had very little to work with, really, so because Gran Turismo is basically Cargo Burr. So
I've heard the most negative stuff about Castlevania Nocturne, the second most negative stuff about The Last of Us. And I haven't seen much about Gran Turismo at all, and Twisted Metal hasn't been shown up on my radar either.
Yep.
And the Super Mario Bros. Movie had about a 70-30 split in favor of people liking it, from what I saw.
I've heard nothing negative about Gran Turismo. I've heard at least some negative things about all of the others.
Yeah. Mario it's kind of an acquired taste, largely because it is still aimed at kids. But I still give it to Mario because Mario single-handedly propped up Hollywood this year.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah,
no.
Should we award them for that?
They should be nailed to the wall for that.
Well, I'd support Mario for that, but I would, however, crucify the rest of Hollywood. Especially Disney.
You don't want Hollywood to be propped up.
We want it to burn and
die.
die.
Sink into a deep, dark hole.
Yeah. So that's the adaptations. Where are we next? Community support. Community support. There it is. Okay, we have Baldur's Gate. No, we don't. There we go. Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Destiny 2. Why is that there? Final Fantasy 14 and No Man's Sky.
Well, No Man's Sky is just doing the same thing No Man's Sky always does, and you can't keep giving it credit for that every single year. I'm sorry.
No Man's
they're
Sky,
only doing what they're supposed to.
They're here out of tradition at this point.
Yeah. Final Fantasy 14, like I said, they've dropped the ball. The major problem is that they haven't listened to the community at all. They've just done their own thing. Destiny 2 has done nothing but piss off the community all year. I don't know why it's here. Cyberpunk 2077 is not supporting the community. They're trying to stop the community from waving torches and pitchforks at them.
They are trying
And
to plug the dam.
Baldur's Gate 3 they released funny patch notes.
Patch notes, they've been very active about addressing people's concerns about the game, but that's...
It's just after launch, of course they're going to.
Yeah, that will
I don't think
drop
anybody
off.
on their list has done anything worth remarking.
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate won it, but yeah. As much
the bear will now take longer to romance.
Yeah,
it's true. It will.
The very first patch they put out was the anti-thirst patch.
Yeah. But the only thing that this category really does for me is that hopefully finally not winning these categories will make Final Fantasy XIV wonder if they did something wrong.
Because they've traditionally won it, but Endwalker has been just mid.
Awful.
Not awful, but not great either. Just mid.
By the standards of the previous expansion, it has been fairly bad. Yeah. But the big problem is that they are marching to the beat of some drum that doesn't involve the players.
Yes. Hopefully they pull their head out of their butts for Dawn Trail, but we'll see. Only time will tell on that one.
Most of the major content creators are terrified that they're just going to do more of the same. And that's what they're waiting with bated breath to find out. Is will they announce something that will give them some hope that maybe they actually paid attention to any of the issues people have brought up?
Yeah. Time will tell. Time will tell. Please do not ruin it, Squeenix.
But they're doing Criterion again, which suggests they haven't learned anything. Because Criterion in its extant form doesn't work, period.
It just doesn't.
I don't know where they're getting the participation data from that suggests that it does, because nobody plays that content.
I think they've just hooked onto the idea and are just trying to make it work.
Well, if you were trying to make something work, you should try variations.
Yeah,
not just do the same thing over and over again and hope people give up and participate.
Yes. Alright, next. Best Indie. We have Cocoon, Dave the Diver, Dredge, Sea of Stars, and Viewfinder. Most of these, fine. Sea of Stars won it. I've seen...
This is all you've heard.
I don't really know any of them.
I haven't actually played any of these. Like, Cocoon is a surrealist puzzle game. Dave the Diver, you're diving down to catch seafood and feed frankly grotty customers. Dredge, fishing boat, deep sea monstrosity. Sea of Stars is a very classic JRPG. And Viewfinder has a very weird mechanic where you take a photo and then walk into it. And you move those around.
That game looked to me like that mechanic only works the way they want it to, though.
If it works at all sometimes.
Yeah, it looks like it's a game designed to make cool looking trailers, not to be playable.
Yeah. Like, you watch some of the streamers play it, and they put the photo in the wrong place, and they've basically flubbed the level completely. Hang on.
Yeah, I got nothing with the indie games. These are so in your wheelhouse, Fern. I'm holding on.
Okay, that's basically the...
He's holding on.
That was the sign that this is the last segment, so, right. Best debut indie. Next.
Well, considering most indie companies only make one game,
I know
they're going to be the same list of contenders.
Yeah, thankfully it's not.
There's two differences.
There's two differences. You have Cocoon, you have Dredge, you have Pizza Tower, you have Venba, and you have Viewfinder.
Only one of these games has made any impact in the gamosphere.
Thankfully,
I've seen people like Dredge and people like Pizza Tower.
Yeah, Pizza Tower was the one that won it because that's the game that everyone's been talking about.
Nobody has heard of Venba.
I did not hear a single thing about Venba until the Game Awards.
Yeah, the Game Awards is the first time I heard about it. It looks like self-indulgent ethnic stuff. Yeah. That's completely inaccessible to anybody who's not actually ethnically Indian.
Watch these people cook their dinner. Yay. So yeah, that's that. That's Pizza Tower. Pizza Tower's been, like, I want to play it. I know I'm going to be awful at it, though. Best ill-defined genre.
Any game in which actions happen or adventures are had.
Which is basically any game ever. We have...
It might not be rhythm games.
Some rhythm games, actually, yeah. All right,
You could probably count Hi-Fi Rush as an action-adventure game.
I guess. Alan Wake 2, Spider-Man 2, Resi 4, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and Zelda.
Well, they were going to give something to Zelda.
They had to give something to Zelda, so they gave this one to Zelda.
I'm just glad they didn't give it to Alan Wake too.
Yeah, I mean, Zelda is probably the most action-adventure game there is, I suppose.
It did turn Spider-Man into a meme, though, online.
7 nominations,
managed
0 awards.
Avoid winning anything.
Hey, could be worse. Could be Todd Howard. Yeah. Spider-Man, the first one, was competent. It's fine. Not a good
But the only
story.
thing that they ever aim to do is to be big budget and competent.
Yeah, and this is basically just more of that.
Except with extra wokeness.
Best roleplay is Baldur's Gate 3, Final Fantasy 16, Lies of Pear,
I'm sorry, Liza P. You got
Sea of Stars, and why?
the 3 in the RPG category, Liza P, and there ain't no way you're beating
RPG is any game where you play a role.
Again, any game. It's, again, loosely defined. Baldur's Gate 3 won it, of course, because it is traditional RPG.
Yeah, there would have been a riot if they didn't.
Yeah.
The only other one that might have gotten away with it is 16, but people didn't like 16 as much as they liked Baldur's Gate 3.
Lies of P has RPG elements in it, but I'd hesitate to call it an RPG.
It has a leveling system. It's an RPG.
It's not even that. So, yeah.
Their credibility would have absolutely evaporated if they'd given it to Starfield.
Oh, absolutely. Starfield, I think they just had to give them a kind of a pity nomination somewhere. Is there a, best banal
It's
game?
an RPG.
It is an RPG. It is.
You play a role.
It is.
It's technically a game.
It is the gaming equivalent of Porridge.
Hey, some people like Porridge.
Like, actually, right circumstance. Cold
Prefer
day.
oatmeal.
But,
Porridge, I bet you Porridge has more fans than Starfield does.
yeah, it's like Starfield. People played it once and immediately forgot about it. People have been playing Skyrim for 13 years now. 12 years.
I mean, Seth just nailed it with the name of his video, Star Slop.
Slop. It is
Yeah.
literal slop. You can have as much as you want. Enjoy.
I'm just sad that Liza P had no real shot in anything it got nominated for.
It should have been in the action games, but then...
Why wasn't it not an action game? Like, nobody's going to ever let Dead Island 2 win.
Yeah, so let's just go on to that.
Like, at least if it lost to the action game winner, I could understand that.
Yeah. So, action game, Armored Core 4, Armored Core 6, Dead Island, I mistyped that, never mind, I don't care because nobody cares about Dead Island. Ghost Runner 2, Hi-Fi Rush, and Remnant 2. So yeah, Dead Island 2, no, nobody cares. The first game was bad.
Ghost Runner doesn't really have much of a player base, does it?
I think it's got.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
I think it's got its dedicated little fan base, but beyond that, yeah.
We're talking about the Game Awards here. In theory, it should be like games that are actually people like and are popular. In theory.
Yeah, Remnant 2, I actually want to play Remnant 2. It looks good.
Yep.
But it's too expensive right now, and I would need it to get cheap enough where I could con somebody else to play it with me, because it's mostly a multiplayer game.
Mm-hmm.
Holy cow, Ghost Runner 2 is a premium priced game?
How much do they want for
Good
it?
grief. New Zealand dollars, 57.
Yeah.
I didn't realise it was that premium. But, let's see. Can I get a chart for it? I don't know if it's going to let me. Steam charts. Search Ghost Runner. Because I don't hear people talking about it. It doesn't have any like bad reputation or anything.
Yeah.
Current players 500. No, that's this. No, current players 158. 30-day average 166.
So very few people are actually playing it.
Essentially, no people are playing it. 556 are playing Ghost Runner 1.
What's its peak?
I don't know how to get all-time peak. Let's see. All time. Peak player. Oh, I've only got 2 months worth. I don't know how long it's been out. How long has it been out? Here we go. 1 year. All. Go for all. No, it's not going to tell me.
No? Yes? No?
Man, I don't know how to use this website. It's too hard.
So either way.
I don't
Yeah.
understand.
I mean, it doesn't look like anything's wrong with the game. It looks fine in the previews and stuff.
Yeah,
It's just nobody's playing or talking about it. It's got no impact.
no impact.
All-time peak is 1,969.
That's not great.
It's the highest number of people simultaneously playing ever. I don't know how many separate plays there are, but that's not very high.
Very high. Compared to Lies of P.
Yeah, Lies of P definitely broke the 5,000 barrier at least.
Easily.
Uh,
But Armored Core won it, so all is right, I guess.
let's try Lies of P. It's definitely going to be higher. Let's see how much. All-time peak 19,597 concurrent players.
That's better.
Yeah.
2,581 people playing this hour.
There you go. So, yeah. Why is Lies of P not here?
Because they stuck it in RPG.
Because you play a role. You play a robot boy.
Hey, robot boy. All right, next. Most anticipated.
Well, hold on. We didn't even talk about the winner at all.
All right. Okay, we'll go back.
So Armored Core 6 won, and I'm kind of surprised it did. Although, given its competition, I guess it kind of had to get it.
The filter.
Yeah, because
The filter is real.
You know, not a single one of them judges beat the helicopter.
No one beat the helicopter filter.
All-time peak 156,000
Oof.
concurrent.
That's a lot of people.
For Armored Core 6?
Yeah.
Nice.
Within the last hour, 2,696.
Damn.
Yeah. The game, I knew I would like it. I didn't know how much I would like it until I played it, but it definitely deserves of the action games.
It is at the top of my ticket for the next time it goes on sale now that Fate Samurai Remnant is done.
Which hopefully is during the Christmas sale. It's been out long enough,
Maybe.
it should be included.
And they nerfed the Songbird.
They opened
So
the
did they nerf it enough that I can use it without guilt if I deem it to be strategically appropriate? Or do I still have to avoid it for dignity's sake?
I don't know. They nerfed it after I already played the game.
Fair enough.
Well, go do research for me then. I don't want to do it myself. I don't have enough of a grasp of how these mechanics work.
All right.
I'm just going to pull the trigger until things fall over.
Okay, so yeah, Armored Core 6 won, very well deserved there because nobody cares. Hi-Fi Rush is good, but it's not Armored Core good. And same for Remnant.
And it doesn't have the filter copter.
It's also a rhythm game. It's both an action game and a rhythm game. There you go. Right, yeah, most anticipated: Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Hades 2, Like a Dragon: Infinite Wealth, Star Wars Outlaws, and Tekken 8. Nobody cares about Tekken, and frankly, not many people care about Star Wars anymore either.
We're breaking the law.
Didn't The Man Who Raised His Own Name only just come out?
Yep.
So play that.
Yeah,
and don't worry too much about Infinite Wealth.
Yeah, nobody's going to be ever hurting for a new Yakuza game.
Because
they
always
come out
one coming.
Every 1 or 2 years, you get a brand new Yakuza game.
But sometimes it will have Young Year in it, and that will hurt.
That will hurt. But then you just turn Japanese.
But nobody plays with the English dub on, do they? Does anybody do that?
There is apparently a big contingent of people that started at Yakuza 7 and play with the dub.
Those people are called wrong.
But it's a game about Yakuza!
I know!
It's set in Japan!
There's literally nothing that isn't set in Japan.
You know what's hilarious? They have Kiryu have English voice lines in Yakuza 7 apparently, and he was played by somebody that was actually fairly good. And they replaced him with Young Ye because Young Ye was a diversity hire. Not because Young Ye is Japanese. No, he's like Chinese or Korean or something. But he has vaguely Asian and slanty-eyed features, so therefore he's more appropriately race cast.
Oh boy.
You can oh boy all you want, Fern. It's exactly what happened. They admitted to it.
Also, I've just spotted someone on my friends list who started playing the finals, and I might need to unfriend him. Alright. So yeah, most anticipated Final Fantasy is the winner. Hades 2, yeah, I guess.
It's
Well,
out on
people
Epic
are
Game
just-
Store, ain't it?
People are sort of expectant.
Is it out?
I don't think it is it?
I thought it was. It might not be.
No, because otherwise they would have been lavishing awards all over the place on it.
I guess that's true.
Because the Game Award, in order to qualify for a Game Award, you only need to be
It's
up 5 minutes
only
before
going-
nominations.
It's coming out for early access Q2 2024.
Okay, so
Okay, there you
I
go.
don't know where I thought it was. It was on Epic
And
Game
it's
Store
going to
already.
have an empowered girl boss protagonist.
Yeah, probably with a funky hair color and an ugly haircut and a butterface.
Next, Best Direction. It's the 6 repeat offenders. Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Spider-Man 2, Mario Wonder, and Zelda.
I feel like this category is set up so that they can just unilaterally give the reward to whoever they feel like and hand wave the reasoning.
It's like, yeah, we can't necessarily give you Game of the Year, but you have this one instead.
Yeah, this is like game of the year, but we can't say that with a straight face and not get lynched.
Yes. So, Alan Wake won it. Yay. Alan Wake was definitely the darling this year, and
Well, they wanted it to be, but they couldn't overwhelm the fact that Baldur's Gate 3 was just excelling in too many categories. And
Yeah.
everybody knew it.
and
Everybody
everyone knows
watched it happen in real time. Everybody watched the big developers get butthurt over it.
That was fun.
Like, if they position themselves as being on the same side as that reaction, then they would have lost too much credibility. Like, people would not take them as seriously as they currently do. Because they'd be like, they market their show as being for gamers, even though it's obviously not. They market it as being for gamers, and if they take the side of the industry against the gamers, they'll get shat on.
Yep. So,
and as much as I want to just keep making fun of the fact you have sex with a bear in that game, no, I'm not letting it go. The fact of the matter is, Baldur's Gate had such penetration this year with it in the gaming. Speaking of sex with a bear, had got its claws dug so deep into the gaming ecosystem in Talkosphere that even the one South Park special that got released this year had a B plot of Cartman trying to get back home to play Baldur's Gate 3.
yeah, that episode on its own was fantastic, but yeah, the whole subplot of I just want to go home and play Baldur's Gate 3. So yeah, game
when
of the year.
you're that deep into the cultural identity at the moment, they would lynch you if you picked Alan Wake 2.
Yeah. So as it's
nobody
already
cares about Alan Wake
obvious,
2.
game of the year: Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Spider-Man 2, Resi 4, Mario Wonder, and Zelda. The winner was, of course, Baldur's Gate 3.
And it's the only standout one there. Nobody really cares about Alan Wake 2, no matter how much they want people to. Spider-Man 2 is just a meme. Resident Evil 4 is just a remake. Super Mario Brothers is the same as every other Super Mario Brothers, and The Legend of Zelda is a clone of the last Legend of Zelda.
Yeah. So
Like, could not be a straighter shot, really.
but, yeah, of all these games, the only one that's actually had any sort of lasting impact has been Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, and it's had a real industry impact as well, because now everybody knows that they have to be able to upstage it in order to be anything as far as RPGs go.
Yeah. How about just make a game people are going to want to play?
Well, I mean, technically speaking, the board that manage investors are not going to let you do that.
Sadly, no. They are money people, and money
I mean,
people are not
the
game
Baldur's Gate 3. The sad reality is that Baldur's Gate 3 will probably be the last great game that Larian makes, because their profile is high enough that they will be expected to outdo themselves.
Yeah.
To outdo themselves, they'll have to get investors, and those investors will not let them make a good game.
To follow the full story, Larian Studio was founded with the full intent of making Baldur's Gate 3. But when they went to WotC and asked for it, they made the engine, and WotC turned them down. So they made Divinity Original Sin. WotC still said no. They made Divinity Original Sin 2. And now and then they finally said yes. So Baldur's Gate 3 was made by people who were passionate for the project, and it was made in spite of Wizards of the Coast.
But now that their project is done,
What do they
I
do
don't
next?
think that they can do it. I don't think they can do it again. Like, they've done a good thing. I think that they would be better off just going out on top and putting it on their CVs and then scattering to the four winds. Because, I mean, everybody would like to have another game as good as Baldur's Gate 3, but the fire will not be there. It will just be somebody else's pet project instead of a passion project that they all came together to do.
Yeah, it's the sort of game that only really can happen maybe once every few years. And now that they've done that, either they're going to have to scatter the winds, spread their passion, and find a new passion project, or crawl into a hole for 5 years and work on the next one.
Well, what's actually going to happen is crony capitalism is in full swing right now, and so what's going to happen is we have this myth of perpetual growth that companies adhere to, and they're going to have to try and keep one-upping themselves until eventually it causes them to collapse, like it does with every game company.
That's what I just said. They're going to need more investors to try and outdo themselves, and those investors will not let them make a good game. They will make them make a gacha game, or something equivalent to it.
Larian Studio is publicly traded at the moment. Let's see.
It doesn't need to be publicly traded. You're still answerable to your investors, even if they're not shareholders.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just means they will be expected to keep this the profits going higher the next year.
Yep.
And I tell you what, it's going to be harder and harder for game studios with the price hikes going on and the tighter wallets people are having to keep churning out this model of we got to make even more money than last year. It's just not going to hold for much longer.
I mean, that's why people always said that, where did all the double A's go? Where did all the single and double A studios go? We've only got indies and triple A's now. Well, this is where. This is what happens.
I've got all these articles here about saying, the Baldur's Gate 3 Shadow dropped on the Xbox while the Game Awards was going, but they didn't talk about it. Bitch, they literally dropped a trailer. That's what that Baldur's Gate trailer was for. I hate games journalists.
As Oren McIntyre is fond of saying, you think you hate journalists, but you don't. You don't hate them nearly enough.
And with that, that's it. We're done.
Alright, Fern's got to apparently run away and do a thing.
Yeah, I have.
Or several things. I don't know how many things.
People knocking on my door.
Yeah, we had a whole lot of backup stuff lined up.
Yeah,
But the reality is that I can talk for eternity on a single topic.
Yes, you can. We noticed.
Yep. So yeah, we all went out. We got started in Vermintide 2 and got Risk of Rain 2 working, and had went out and listed all the major news stories and stuff throughout the year.
And ultimately, we still burned 8 hours on largely the Game Awards.
So I want to hit one memorable moment this year that nobody needs to ever forget. What Crunchyroll took from us.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Indeed service of Pinecone. I just... Why, Crunchyroll, would you do this? That was the best canned game ever. It was so easy to just make progress once a day. And now, when I sit on the can, I go to where the Pinecone icon used to be. And it's Blue Archive now. And that's fine, but it's a bit harder to can game that. And it's all your fault, Crunchy.
Yeah. Alright, so with that, we are basically done for another year. We will do something next week, but it's not going to be the end of the year show, I suppose. Well, it might be.
I'll be around, so
Yeah,
we'll
I'm entirely able to do a regular show next week if we want to do a regular show.
I have no idea what my schedule's going to look like yet, so we'll figure it out when we get there.
I will be travelling on the following Monday, but on the Sunday I should have my schedule clear because the only thing I have to do is pack in the evening.
Yep. We have a couple new releases coming out next week. Yeah, on Tuesday, I think.
A couple of games coming out next
Tuesday
week.
or Wednesday. Witch on the Holy Night and Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising.
And I believe the Steam sale starts 21st, I believe they said it was.
Yeah, not next week, but the next week.
Week after. Time for Christmas. It is a bit late, though. But that's because they creep the autumn sale all the way up now, instead of having it around Halloween.
Gotta tag Black Friday.
Gotta tag that
with
Black
your
Friday.
autumn sale.
Let's see. Steam sale 2023 for the winter sale. have got the VR Fest on at the moment. Winter sale, yeah, it's December 21st it starts.
Yep. So it'll be here for your Christmas shopping, so you can play Santa Claus to all the people you still play Santa Claus for on your friends list.
Except you can't if they're in another country.
Sometimes.
Yeah, then you gotta hope that something they got on their wish list works, or you gotta find a game that does.
In my wish list.
Yeah, you should do that, because I went through and restocked mine.
I need to prune mine.
Mine's got a whole bunch of crap that I no longer care about floating around on it.
I got a few junkers on there, but I've left them on there just to give people more price ranges to buy stuff from. Because people always pester me in my family and the few people I Santa Claus with online that I don't have enough crap on there in case whatever they wanted to give me doesn't work.
Oops. Music going there, and I shouldn't have. Alright.
You trying to Game Awards us?
I
Trying
guess
to play us out?
apparently I am. That was not intentional. Alright. But with that said, we should wrap up. Because we've crossed the 8 hours line. That's respectable.
Yeah. My throat is trying to give up too, I suppose. I could force it, but the more I go with it, the longer it's going to take for me to get all the way better.
Yeah.
All right. Y'all got anything before I send us out completely?
It's been not a bad year for gaming, actually. There's been some really good titles come out this year.
Yeah, it's had its high points. I mean, the year has had its issues in other ways, but generally speaking, there were at least a few good games. What I mainly feel is imperiling is I don't really feel that there's that much to look forward to.
Yeah, it's always little stuff that I always forgot about, or stuff I wasn't really paying super close attention to. Like Liza P and Armored Core 6 were the highlights this year, and I was not looking forward to either of those until pretty close to their launches. So
Liza P didn't have a massive lead up actually. Launch. It was like announced. I think it was at the E3 block, and then came out a few months later.
Yeah,
it had a very short lead up.
But yeah, it was a really pleasant surprise how good that game was.
Yeah,
but yeah, those two easily get my game of the year recommendations. Yeah. I'm not sure which one I would pick yet, but because I'm a little too out of it right now. But they're both really good.
Yeah. Actually, Hi-Fi Rush had no lead up whatsoever too. That game just dropped out of nowhere.
Yeah, it'd be in the top 5, but it wouldn't win Game of the Year.
Yeah, it's good, but it's not necessarily Game of the Year good.
Yeah, so there were a bunch of good games this year. It feels like a bunch of them came together all at once. Mostly because my two highlight games are Liza P and Armored Core 6, and those came out practically back to back. So a bunch of this year, I was just stuck in the Final Fantasy holding pattern, waiting on something to come out to catch my eye.
All right.
Well, Trails of Reverie came out too, but that's only applicable if you're a Trails fan, already caught up on the franchise.
Yeah. The only game I'm actually really interested in, really interested in, was announced in this show, and it's a full year and a bit away.
Yeah, you're gonna be waiting on updates for that for a while.
Yep.
Well, I mean, next year we've still got like Grand Blue Fantasy will be coming out, Persona 3 Reload will be coming out. There's a handful of things that are worth thinking about. If you look at later in the year, you've got Space Marine and Black Myth Wukong and that kind of thing. So it's not devoid of stuff. But
Space Marine and Black Myth Wukong, I'm fully expecting those two games to both be delayed.
Yeah, there's a good chance. Although they've both been delayed so many times already. Sooner or later, one of their announced delivery dates should be real.
It's just push it out the door already. Just whatever, push it out.
No, we've seen what happens if they do that.
Yeah, but the same thing also happens if they leave it in the oven too long, too.
What I'll really be surprised with is if we hear anything about the fabled sequel to Hollow Knight that may or may not exist.
Yeah. Like, the Game Awards chat was absolute cancer, as it usually is, but the one common meme was every time something was announced, there was always calling for Silksong. But it's just a meme at this point. It's vaporware. Until we actually have that game, it is vaporware.
At least acknowledge it, Team Cherry. Just tell us you're still working on it or it's dead.
Peek out from under your rock, please. We love you guys. Come out. Anyway, take us out.
All right, folks. thank you for joining us for another long Rantathon and a total of 12 years of doing this show. We will return next week for our end of the year show and give you our, as clear as we can, outline for how the break's going to go and how we'll be coming back. And we'll resume things as normal come January. So see you next week where we give you all the rundown on that. And we'll see you then. Sayonara. Bye-bye.